As the Zexal era comes to an end, the TCG had evolved in many ways in a very short time frame. Between the TCG-OCG split, the first real merge list worlds just taking place, and the new Master Rule changes right at the end of the era removing the first turn player draw and splitting the field spell zones, many players were worried about the new direction of the game while many others were excited to see so many changes coming down the pipeline. And change was coming, as with the first set of the Arc 5 era, the previous version of Yu-Gi-Oh as we knew it was laid to rest, and modern Yu-Gi-Oh would truly begin. Duelist Alliance. Release date August 15th, 2014. Set type Core Set. Major strategies Satellar Knight, Shaddoll, Burning Abyss. Impact the beginning of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist Alliance is considered by most in the community to be the exact moment when the older version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Officially pivoted to the modern era, being one of the strongest set releases of all time. But why is that? We've had era kickoffs that heavily impacted the meta before, like in the case of Duelist Genesis, and this one wasn't even that strong of a start for the Pendulum mechanic at all, so why is this the pivot point? Well, it's not about the mechanics here, it's about card and deck design. Up until this point, most formats have a significant amount of back and forth, specifically in the viability of trap cards, especially summon responders and battle traps, and that was because at the time, decks operated at a speed that was forgiving enough to allow for those kind of disruptions, especially in the meta recently here with hat format being effectively a control-centered metagame. With the release of Duelist Alliance, it wouldn't change immediately, but it would be felt over the coming months as the game slowly transitioned away from back row heavy games and focused a lot more heavily on the strategies and archetypes' own inner strengths to build boards with, and fast. This set would introduce a new monster type in Worms, and 5 new archetypes into the meta, ranging from rogue picks to the absolute top tier. So let's start with the core 3, with each being based on one of the previous summoning mechanics aimed at taking that mechanic higher than before. The first of these was Satellar Knight, the Exceed archetype of the bunch, aimed at using their light warriors to quickly swarm the board, gain resources, and enable 3 material rank 4s. This first wave included Deneb, who searched a Tellar Knight on summon except itself, Altair, able to revive a Tellar Knight on summon, Vega, who summoned a Tellar Knight from hand on summon, Anukalai, who dumped a Tellar Knight from deck on summon, Deltros, a 3 material rank 4 that keeps the opponent from responding to his summon, and can detach to pop a card on field once per turn, floating into a Tellar Knight when sent to grave, Skybridge, which swaps the Tellar Knight on field for one in deck with a different name, and Stellar Nova Alpha, a counter trap for spell traps that sends a Tellar Knight from field to grave as cost, drawing a card on resolution. This deck would be heavily reliant on its back row line, similar to the decks of the Hat era, and as such, though it did see a fair amount of success in the coming months, the moment more options were available in the pool, so Tellar Knight would fall out of favor just as quickly as it came in. The second archetype was Shaddoll, focused on fusions, which not only had all of their monsters include effects when sent to grave, but also flip effects on all of their main deck pieces, being a pseudo-revival of the flip mechanic that we haven't seen in quite some time. This included Falco, who revives a Shaddoll face down on flip and summons itself face down when sent by effect, Hedgehog, who searches a Shaddoll spell trap on flip and a monster if sent by effect, Squamata, who destroys a monster on flip or dumps a Shaddoll from deck if sent by effect, Dragon, who bounces a card on flip or pops a spell trap if sent by effect, Beast, who draws 2 and discards 1 when flipped or draws 1 if sent by effect, Winda, a fusion of a Shaddoll and a Dark that can't be destroyed by opponent's card effects and locks both players to 1 special summon a turn, recurring a Shaddoll spell trap to hand when sent to grave, Construct, a fusion of a Shaddoll and a Light that dumps a Shaddoll card on summon and destroys any special summon monster at battles, recurring a Shaddoll spell trap to hand when sent to grave, Sinister Shadow Games, which dumps the Shaddoll from deck to flip any number of set Shaddolls face up, Core, able to summon itself as an effect monster with any attribute for a Shaddoll fusion summon, recurring a Shaddoll spell trap to hand when sent to grave, and lastly, and most importantly, Shaddoll Fusion, a fusion spell for Shaddolls using hand or field, but could also use materials from deck if the opponent controlled any monster summoned from the extra deck. Shaddoll Fusion specifically would be the catalyst for an absolute overhaul to the fusion mechanic as a whole, with almost every deck that used fusions in a relevant way having a Shaddoll Fusion-like card for the foreseeable future. Though Shaddoll was recognizably powerful out the gate thanks to this incredible first wave of support, aside from the usage of Core, they had no way to access Construct in Archetype, causing the deck to be mixed with other popular light attribute engines to offset this, most commonly being the Artifacts and Light Swarms. The third archetype was Yang Zing, the Synchro archetype of the group, being the introduction of the new worm type as well, with all of their monsters sharing a common effect to float into another Yang Zing name when destroyed, each being a different attribute, and all of the non-tuners both allowing quick synchros on the opponent's turn using only Yang Zings, and gave their synchro monster an additional effect, with Suwani boosting the synchro by 500, Bien preventing battle destruction, Bixie providing trap immunity, and Pulao providing spell immunity, while Chiwin, the tuner of the bunch, could revive itself when a Yang Zing is destroyed. Their synchro target, Baxia, was a level 8 worm-locked synchro that spun away cards on summon up to the different attributes used to make him, and could pop a card you control to revive a level 4 or lower once per turn, triggering the Yang Zing summon effects. Lastly, for spell traps, Path let you cycle back 3 Yang Zings to deck to draw 2, and Creation let you, if a monster you control is destroyed, summon a Yang Zing from deck once per turn, being effectively an additional Yang Zing float. Yang Zing would have its rounds of experimentation off of this initial wave, but was considerably slower than both Teller and Shadal, leaving it easily as the weakest of the 3 core archetypes. The last 2 archetypes here were actually both TCG exclusive archetypes, with Konami of America aiming to introduce 2 different archetypes here to build out over the course of the next few core sets, rather than sinking all of their time and effort into Noble Knights 2.0. The first of these was UA, a series of warriors based on various sports that can summon themselves from hand by bouncing another UA to hand once per turn. This first wave gave us Mighty Slugger, who stuns cards and effects while attacking, Perfect Ace, able to discard on the opponent's turn to negate any card or effect once per turn, and Stadium, a field spell that searches a UA monster when you normal summon a UA, and permanently boosts all UAs by 500 the first time a UA is special summoned each turn. UA had the bones to be a decent rogue level deck here with this start, but absolutely needed more support to go anywhere, especially needing a no tribute normal summon specifically to be able to trigger Stadium reliably. The second, and easily more important of the 2, was Burning Abyss, a series of level 3 fiends based on the Divine Comedy, with each main deck monster sharing an effect that they would be automatically destroyed if they shared the field with a non-Burning Abyss monster, and could all be special summoned from hand while you control no spells or traps, with each also having an effect when sent to grave, with Graf summoning a Burning Abyss from deck, Seer summoning one from grave, and Skarm, who searched a level 3 Dark Fiend in the end phase of the turn it sent to grave, with these effects sharing a hard once per turn with their summon effects. They would also receive an Exceed monster in Dante, a rank 3 that could detach and mill up to 3 to boost his attack by 500 for each card milled that turn, swapping to defense mode if he attacked, recurring a BA to hand if sent to grave. Lastly, Traveler could summon any number of Burning Abyss monsters sent to grave that turn. While it seems like this was only a small wave, which it was being only 5 cards in total, Burning Abyss would go from this wave to be an absolutely dominant threat in the metagame for the foreseeable future, similarly to Shadal, which we'll see with the next YCS. Moving into the one-off pieces, Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon would be the only noteworthy addition to the pendulum mechanic here, able to pop itself in scale during the end phase to search for any pendulum with 1500 or less attack, being also notable as it was the Arc 5 protagonist ace monster, so while low impact now, it was certain to get more support over the next few years, like how Stardust and Utopia had before it. Artifacts would receive Lancia, who was interesting as it didn't have to be on field for its effect as opposed to its kin, able to tribute itself from hand or field as a quick effect to prevent all banishing until the next turn, being considerable as a side deck option. Nefarious Archfiend Eater of Nefariousness is a level 4 that can summon itself from hand if you control a spellcaster, able to pop a monster on your field in the opponent's end phase to summon itself from grave, being considered as an option for Shadal specifically, as it could be used as both Exceed material and as a way to pop your monsters for their effects. Batteryman 9V, on summon, searches a Batteryman monster and doubles its attack and defense, destroying itself in your next end phase, being such a powerful piece of search capability for the deck in addition to being summonable off of Charger that it would help Batteryman see rogue level play and success in the coming months. Castel the Skyblaster Musketeer was a new rank 4 that could either detach 1 to flip a monster face down, or detach 2 to spin away a face-up card, being an extremely powerful addition to the generic rank 4 pool. Magical Spring let the user draw cards equal to the face-up spell traps the opponent controls, then discard equal to the face-up spell traps you control, being specifically billed as a counter for the Pendulum strategy, which would see side deck play as pendulums grew more popular. The Monarch Stormforth allowed the user to tribute summon using an opponent's monster that turn, locking summons from the extra deck during the turn it's used, being effectively a better version of Soul Exchange for many tribute summon focused decks, like Monarch and Batteryman. Time Space Trap Hole could, when the opponent special summons from the hand or extra deck, spin that monster back, dealing 1,000 to the user for each, being a considerable tool for decks utilizing the Trap Tricks monsters. Lastly, Fearless Lightsworn Archer was an OCG import that was a tuner and, when sent from deck to grave by card effect, special summoned herself, able to tribute herself to pop a monster and mill 3, being exceptionally powerful for Shaddoll specifically as a material for construct using Fusion's deck material requirement. Without question, Duelist Alliance would completely change the game as we knew it forever, though would have to wait a few weeks for the first true opportunity to prove itself, with another set release occurring between then and now, which itself would be a monumental change for the game as a whole. (2014) Mega Tens. Release date August 29th, 2014. Set type reprint set. Major strategies: every single relevant card from Tachyon to Valiant. Impact: lowering the price of the previous meta. The 2014 Mega Tens would be a new yearly staple in the game as a whole, bringing reprints for every powerful card from a core set release in the previous year, with this one covering Tachyon, Judgment, Spectres, and Valiant. In addition to these reprints, they also came with 10 promos that also guaranteed certain reprints, being Tiger King, Susanoo, Gorilla, Nightmare Shark, and Crane. As for the relevant reprints in these packs, every Mega Pack included one Secret, Ultra, Super, and Rare, with all of the cards in this collection matching their rarity from their original sets, bringing easy access reprints of Armades, the Bujins, Coach Soldier Wolfbark, Constellar Omega and Sombre, Divine Dragon Knight Felgrand, Evil Swarm Exciton Knight and Kerkion, the Fire Fists, Geargia Gear, the Ghost Tricks, the Harpies, Hootcake, the Mecha Phantom Beasts, Mistake, the Mythic Dragons, Master Key, Astral Force, Sacred Sword, Silent Honor Arc, Star Eater, the Sylvans, Transmodify, the Trap Trixes, Wyverburster and Collapse Serpent, and Exceeds Encore. In addition to this, the 5D's Manga Volume 6 would release here, giving us Hot Red Dragon Archfiend, a level 8 synchro that popped all other attack position monsters on the field once per turn, being sort of the opposite of the original RDA, who nuked defense monsters. YCS Madrid would be the first YCS of the era, taking place on September 7th, and almost immediately we'd see the result of the new releases and how they would be putting the previous meta landscape to shame. Shaddoll, Satellar Knight, and Burning Abyss would together take over 3/4 of the top cut representation here, which would actually grow more substantial over the course of the following months. Burning Abyss would see 4 top spots here, with a couple of extremely notable inclusions seeing play here in this build. Thanks to the lack of Burning Abyss names, many other monsters would be played here to help fill the gaps for now, such as Ryza for tributing over a special summon BA, and Mathematician for dumping a BA for setup. One card though that was absolutely not a space filler was Tour Guide, who could summon any Burning Abyss from deck with her effect, negating their destruction condition on the field, able to make a rank 3 to detach the summoned BA and trigger their effect, most commonly hitting Skarm this way, as Skarm's end phase search could also grab Tour Guide. Another interesting tech piece here was Rank Up Magic Astral Force, able to turn a spent Dante into Constellar Pallades, able to add itself to hand for your draw if you milled it using Dante. Satellar Knight would take the second largest slice, feeling very similar to the control decks of the previous format thanks to the heavy amounts of back row that the deck relied heavily on to make up for its limitations. As standardly, you could make a 3 material rank 4 easily, but beyond that relied heavily on resource management between copies of Altair and Deneb to carry the grind game, with Stellar Nova Alpha specifically being one of the most key pieces of their back row lineups. Shaddoll would take half of the top 32 representation, as well as first place piloted by Joshua Schmidt, utilizing 3 Moral Talk and 1 Fearless to cover the light requirements for Construct Summon, as well as providing access to BLS on a whim. Also very notable here was a card in the side deck that would become a major trouble point for many players in the meta, being Super Polymerization. The card up until now had seen very little play due to never having a deck it could really take advantage of, with the closest being some builds of Hero Beat in the 5Ds and Zexal eras. Here though, with so much more of the meta pivoting towards lights and darks, Super Poly would become an end-all monster removal piece thanks to being completely unrespondable, which gave Shaddoll a significant advantage moving deeper into the format. The other side here is how Shaddoll Fusion was effectively a boss monster and 2 Foolish Burials at any point the opponent left an extra deck monster on the field, which would continue growing in power as the format went on. With these decks, we would also see the rise in one particular trap card. Vanity's Emptiness was now seeing play in literally every deck of the format, usually at 2 to 3 copies in the main, entirely thanks to the new threats of the meta taking extreme advantage of board flooding special summons, and this issue was only going to get worse. Joshua would also be the first recipient of the new season's YCS prize card, Ascension Sky Dragon, which while possible to summon was not nearly as useful as the previous season's Giant Hand and builds. YCS Toronto would be held the same weekend, being another top 16 sealed event, being the first one played with a new Battle Pack 3, but arguably just as notably, the entire top 32 would be filled out by the new Duelist Alliance decks, with Shaddoll once again taking the lion's share. Patrick Hoban would take the event after the draft cut, piloting Shaddoll to the top 16, notably playing 3 Super Poly in the main to handle all of the Duelist Alliance matchups. Something else that would become very much a trend in the community following this specific top would be the inclusion of Upstart Goblin at 3 copies in many 40-card decks. While the trend had come and gone a few times before in the past, this card would see a massive spike in popularity following Hoban's usage, with the term Upstart Hoban being a common occurrence with a theory of playing 3 Upstart in a 40-card deck, you're effectively playing a 37-card deck. YCS Lima would be the following week, but unfortunately we have no information at all about this particular event other than knowing the winner was Germain Pina, who we don't even know the deck of. Over the next few weeks, a few changes would hit the game one after the other, the first being the release of the game Zexal World Duel Carnival, which brought its promo cards Night Express Night and Special Schedule, cards meant to help enable a level and rank 10 strategy, specifically around Gustav Max at the time, but for the time being would be irrelevant. Following this would be another ban list update, taking effect on October 1st, and would be aimed at solving a few of the early issues with the format as well as balancing out some of the previously hit cards. Newly limited were Infernity Archfiend, a hit to the world's winning deck as is tradition, Soul Charge, a massive hit to the 3 of staple, Super Poly, a hit to the absolute power play of Shaddoll, and Glow Up Bulb and Raigeki, both returning from 0, with Raigeki specifically turning many heads as it was still a powerful single-sided board clear, but whether it would see play in a format of Grave Triggers would have to be seen. Newly semi-limited, and all returning from 1, would be Gale, Gores, Ceasefire, and Transmigration Prophecy, all of which had since passed their relevance. Lastly, unlimited were Coach Soldier Wolfbark, Formula Synchron, Magician of Faith, and Rhoda, with many of these turning heads towards previously rogue to unplayable strategies. YCS Dallas would be the first event after this list, taking place on October 5th, being another top 16 sealed, and once again, the Duelist Alliance decks would take almost all of the representation, being 31 of the top 32. Billy Brake would be crowned the winner after draft, piloting his way to top 16 with a 60-card control pile, being a hybrid between Shaddoll and Burning Abyss, with Curry Bandit providing heavy milling between them, marking the player's 3rd YCS win. Directly following this, the next Shonen Jump promo would be released, being Ebon Illusion Magician, a rank 7 able to detach to summon a normal spellcaster from deck, obviously intended to summon Dark Magician. In addition, it can also banish an opponent's card when a normal spellcaster attacks. This wouldn't be relevant at the time being, but a point worth noting here is that Ebon's alternative summoning method was, at the time, not possible to perform in the TCG of overlaying onto a rank 6 spellcaster, as the card this was intended to work with, Maji Maji Magician Gal, was never imported to the TCG due to Kazuki Takahashi, the creator of Yugioh and the artist behind the card, refusing for censorship to occur on it, which would have had to happen for the TCG's localization policies at the time. This would lead into the next structure deck a few weeks later, and if there was anything poised to do something about the absolute dominance of Duelist Alliance meta, I'm not sure this was it. Geargia Rampage. Release date, October 17th, 2014. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Geargia. Impact, making a Tier 3 deck cheap. Geargia Rampage would be the 3rd and final structure deck of the year, being aimed at supplying support back to Geargia, who up until very recently were an extremely capable deck in the metagame. Their new support here included Attacker, who could pop spell traps up to the number of Geargias you control when flipped, able to flip itself back down, Augur, who searches the level 4 Earth Machine on normal, Mark III, able to special a Geargia from hand or grave when summoned by a Geargia card effect, and Geargia Gear Gigant XG, a 3-material rank 3 that can detach a material when a machine battles to negate all face-up effects from the opponent and stun their effects for the attack, recurring a Geargia when sent to grave. These pieces were fairly hit or miss overall, with XG specifically being just too cumbersome to get out due to needing 3 level 3s to access, though the other 3 would find their own spaces in the existing deck. Reprints here included the entire Geargia core and Card Trooper, which made the deck extremely cheap and easy to obtain for newer players, though it wouldn't be as successful as the new Duelist Alliance strategies. Speaking of new players though, another reprint set would be released just a week later, and this one was set to be a little hit or miss, but would reprint a few cards everyone needed now. Legendary Collection 5Ds. Release date October 24th, 2014. Set type reprint set. Major strategies the 5D staples. Impact reprinting a buggy boy in a floodgate. Legendary Collection 5Ds is a weird one to talk about in retrospect solely because almost none of its reprints were actually relevant to the meta with the exception of exactly 2, which were sorely needed at this point. Maxi and Vanity's Emptiness were those reprints, as both had exploded in usefulness over the course of the last few months and were starting to reach higher prices, so the reprints were greatly appreciated but left the rest of the set feeling like a bit of an unfocused mess for the time. Reprints here included Effect Veiler, Stardust Dragon, Formula Synchron, 1-for-1, Starlight Road, Battle Fader, Crimson Blader, Glow Up Bulb, Black Rose Dragon, the Blackwing Core, TG Hyper Librarian, and Shooting Quasar Dragon, which was the first EU legal printing of the Synchro boss. YCS London would be held the same weekend, and unsurprisingly, we'd see no movement outside of the Duelist Alliance decks further solidifying their hierarchy structure, with Marcel Barberi taking the event on Shadal. This takes us to the final core set of the year, and realistically a meta shakeup wouldn't be here since the Duelist Alliance decks were certain to be getting new support, but maybe a new deck would be able to rise up into the heavily culled landscape. The New Challengers. Release date November 7th, 2014. Set type Core Set. Major strategies Cliffort, Shadal, Burning Abyss. Impact more fuel on the fire. New Challengers, being the follow-up set to Duelist Alliance, was bound to be an impactful one, bringing both new archetypes to the metagame as well as boosting the power levels of previously introduced ones. Here we got 2 new archetypes worth talking about. The first one being Fluffle, a new fusion archetype that was actually 3 different archetypes rolled into one, being Fluffle, Edgemp, and Frightfur. With this initial wave, we received Edgemp Sabers, able to summon itself from grave by stacking a card in hand on top of the deck. Bear, able to be sent from hand to grave to set a toy vendor from deck, able to tribute itself to recur a polymerization from grave to hand. Dog, able to search a Fluffle monster or Edgemp Sabers on summon. Owl, able to search polymerization on summon, able to pay 500 while on field to fusion summon a Frightfur. Cat, able to recur a polymerization from grave to hand when used as fusion material. Frightfur Bear, a fusion of Fluffle Bear and Edgemp Sabers, able to equip monsters it destroys in battle to itself, boosting by 1,000 for each. Frightfur Wolf, a fusion of Sabers and any number of Fluffles, able to attack once for each material used. And Toy Vendor, a continuous spell that can discard 1 to draw a card, reveal it, and if it's a Fluffle monster, summon a monster from hand, otherwise discard it, able to search a Fluffle or Edgemp Sabers when sent to grave. While interesting on release, Fluffle would move to do very little initially, with almost all relevance for the time being relegated to Wolf's OTKs, which saw some minor rogue level play at the time but would be an archetype to watch over the coming years. The other archetype was Cliffort, a series of machine pendulums that are mostly able to be summoned without tributes, dropping their level and attack values when you do, are unaffected by monster effects of an equal or lower level if normal summoned, and having some form of effect when either tributed or tribute summoned. This initial wave included Scout, a normal monster scale 9 pendulum who can pay 8 to search for a Klee card from deck while in the scale, Carrier, who bounces a monster on field when tributed, Helix, who pops a spell trap when tributed, Disc, who summons 2 Klees from decks if tribute summoned, popping them in the end phase. Shell, able to attack twice and pierce if tribute summoned. Towers, the only non-pendulum in the archetype, requiring 3 tributes to summon, is unaffected by spells, traps, and activated monster effects with a lower level or rank, drops all special summoned monsters by 500 attack, and makes your opponent send a card from hand or field to grave of their choice once per turn. And Sacrifice, an equipped spell that boosts by 300, makes the monster unable to be destroyed in battle, treats that monster as 2 tributes for a Klee summon, and searches a Klee monster when sent to grave. Cliffort on release was immediately recognized as the first truly good pendulum strategy, but rather than what pendulums would be known for being their primary trait, Klees would effectively use pendulum summoning as a means to an end, summoning out material to tribute over for their boss monsters, most commonly for Towers, being one of the strongest monsters in the game at this point as it was almost completely unoutable, though this discovery would actually be kept under wraps for a few months. Because of this, as well as their ability to go back to normal attack values under skill drain, Cliffort would find a place in the meta almost immediately as a stun strategy, which we'd see with the next YCS. Satellar Knight would receive a couple of new support pieces here in Sirius, who provided a Pot of Avarice-like effect, shuffling back 5 Teller Knights from grave to draw 1 on summon, being a critical piece of the deck by reloading their key resources like Altair, and Trigger, a 3-material Tellarknight locked rank 4 that bounces the entire field on summon except for itself, able to detach 1 to hand rip the opponent for 1 card, reviving a Tellarknight from grave if sent to the grave while it still had material. While this would be an incredibly powerful second wave for the deck, plugging multiple holes in their strategy, Tellarknight would continue to be the weakest of the 3 Duelist Alliance strategies with meta relevance, which would become apparent over the next few YCSs. Shaddoll would receive a couple of new fusion pieces in Grista, the fire fusion that can negate a special summon by sending a Shaddoll card from hand to grave with the same fusion float effect as normal, Shekinaga, the earth fusion who can negate the effects of a special summon monster and destroy them by sending a Shaddoll from hand to grave, and has the standard fusion floating effect, as well as the new fusion spell in El Shaddoll Fusion, a quick play spell with the standard fusion conditions. While very unassuming, Shekinaga and El Shaddoll Fusion would be almost instantly slotted in, with Mathematician filling the Earth requirements and El Fusion providing a pseudo tag-out option for your fusions to dodge removal and disruption. Yang Xing would receive a couple of new pieces here too in Zhaotu, a tuner with the standard float effect and can, if you control no other monsters, discard 2 Yang Xing cards to summon a Yang Xing with 0 attack and another with 0 defense from the deck. Talti, a dark non-tuner who makes his synchro unable to be stolen by the opponent, and Yazi, a level 7 synchro that can't be targeted with effects, can pop a Yang Xing and another card the opponent controls once per turn, and if destroyed floats into any worm in the deck. While still not meta, this support would iron out a lot of the early game issues Yang Xing faced, giving the deck an instant starter thanks to Zhaotu's swarming effect. Burning Abyss would receive a second wave of support here in Alec, who negates a monster's effect that turn when sent to grave, Calcab, who bounces a set spell or trap when sent to grave, Rubik, a Burning Abyss tuner monster, and Virgil, a level 6 synchro that can discard a BA to spin away an opponent's card once per turn, able to draw a card if destroyed. This wave would be well received by the strategy, namely in that any monsters that had the BA summon condition and BA name would have been well received, with Rubik and Virgil doing numbers for the strategy and the other 2 seeing one of play occasionally. UA would also receive another new wave in Midfielder, being a no tribute UA that can bounce a different UA to summon a UA from hand on a quick effect, Goalkeeper, who can prevent a UA from being destroyed once per turn on a quick effect, and Powered Jersey, an equipped spell that boosts a UA by 1000 and doubles the damage it deals in battle against monsters, returning to hand if the equipped UA is bounced. While this wouldn't make UA meta, it would fill a major hole in the strategy thanks to Midfielder being able to trigger Stadium Search on the first turn, which would let the strategy see minor rogue level play. Moving into the one-offs, Denkoseko would be a level 4 that locks spells and traps from being set or activated while set while on the field, being an instant staple for Shaddoll decks for stunning back row and potentially being used for Construct Summon, forming a variant of the deck known as Denko Dolls. Herald of Ultimateness was a level 12 ritual that could discard a fairy to negate any spell, trap, monster effect, or inherent special summon of a monster, being effectively a better version of the previously released Herald of Perfection, not seeing play now but being experimented with over time. Herald of the Arclight was a level 4 synchro that contributes itself to negate any spell, trap, or monster effect, provides a macro effect to monsters sent from hand or deck to grave, and if sent to grave, searches a ritual monster or spell, being experimented with for its field effects for now. Dark Rebellion Exceeds Dragon was a rank 4 that could detach 2 materials to steal half the attack of an opponent's monster permanently, seeing staple play in various rank 4 strategies. Oasis of Dragon Souls was a continuous trap that effectively acted as a Call the Haunted that summoned in defense mode and made the summoned monster a worm, seeing play in Tellarknight for being copies 4, 5, and 6 of Call. Solemn Scolding was a counter trap that operated just like Solemn Judgment with the condition of paying 3,000 and having to be the only card set to activate, seeing some experimentation thanks to the power of that effect. Fusion Substitute was a TCG exclusive whose names always treated as polymerization, can only be used using materials on the field, and can be banished engraved to return a fusion engraved to the extra deck and draw one, seeing some experimentation as a polymerization substitute for some strategies in the short term, but eventually finding a home as a combo piece a few years from now. Lastly, number 39, Utopia Beyond, was a rank 6 that could drop all opponents' monsters to 0 attack on Exceed Summon, and could detach a material to banish an Exceed you control and revive a Utopia monster and gain 1250 life points, seeing play in rank 6 strategies for its summon effect. Following 2 weeks later would be the Noble Knights of the Round Table box set, which would bring a couple of new cards to the Noble Knight strategy in Merlin, Bedivere, and Last Chapter, but none of these would do anything to push Noble Knights into the meta, though would provide reprints of various cards in an exclusive platinum rarity that would never be used again after this, with reprints of Honest, Valor, Dark Hole, MST, Rhoda, Book of Moon, Foolish Burial, Gold Sark, Forbidden Lance, Call the Haunted, Deep Prison, Warning, Torrential, and Compulse. YCS Anaheim would take place 3 days after this on November 24th, being the final top 16 sealed event of the year, and though the Duelist Alliance decks would once again take large chunks of representation in the top 32, Clifford had rapidly risen to second place in representation, utilizing stun tools to take advantage of the Clifford summon conditions, but also using Trampolinks, who could provide the low scale for pendulum summoning using Scout, then bounce the Scout with its scale effect to allow another Clifford search in the same turn thanks to Scout being a soft once per turn. Patrick Hoban would win the event in the draft top cut, piloting to top 16 using Burning Abyss, who did not publish his deck list from this event, marking his second YCS win and third major event win overall following Toronto this year and the NAWCQ the previous year. YCS Milan would be held 2 weeks later, and with the adjustments from the new challengers, Satellar Knight had completely fallen out of the top 32, with Evil Swarm taking a single top spot and the rest being split between BA, Shadal, and Clifford. Danielle Stella would take the event on Clifford, playing the standard Clifford lines as well as the now staple Trampolinks for his build. YCS Sydney 2 would be the following weekend on December 14th, and would be the final YCS of the year, but unfortunately very little is known about this event due to the loss of data from the official Yugioh website changeover, causing us to not know any of the top 32 from this event. Peter Mitro would take the event on Shadal, using both Denko Sekka and the artifacts to provide the lights for Construct Summon. And this would mark an end to the events of 2014 in the history of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, with the meta fairly stable between Shadal, Burning Abyss, and Clifforts, and changes on the horizon. As the game was not content with simply revolutionizing fusion and tribute summons, there was another summoning method on the table to be revolutionized moving into 2015, and this would do far more than just revolutionize, it was going to break the game yet again. When we last left off, the game had just seen its most impactful shakeup ever. With the release of Duelist Alliance and the start of the Arc 5 era, Shadal and Burning Abyss would overnight shift what the expectation was for a meta archetype to be able to achieve using its in-archetype pieces, providing both power and recursion between their bosses and power play cards. Cliffort was also recently introduced near the end of 2014 to provide the first meta pendulum strategy, utilizing the mechanic to provide tribute fodder for their bosses, with other new archetypes like Teller Knight just outside of the meta, unfortunately failing due to the shift in the game's design as a whole. With that said, there would be some clear outliers in power with this shift in design, and more specifically a single card that made certain matchups completely unbalanced, so a banlist update would be put in place right after the start of the year on January 1st. And while there would only be a couple of hits, the banlist would absolutely be filled with cards returning to the game for the first time in years. Newly banned would be Super Polymerization, as the card being completely unrespondable was proving to be a serious problem in the case of Shadal specifically, as it could effectively delete any boss monster from the field in archetype, as well as being a blowout side deck card going into the Shadal matchup. Newly limited were Artifact Moral Talk, being the power play of the Artifact engine, Dark Strike Fighter, returning from the banned section with a main phase 1 locked hard once per turn errata, cratering its power level but still giving it a place in certain strategies, and Snatch Steal, which set off every alarm in the community with its return. Understand that a permanent monster steal was a massive power swing, especially for the time period, and as such would immediately move from here to be a staple card in literally every deck of the format, which we'll see very soon. Newly semi-limited, and all returning from 1, were Honest, Goyo Guardian, and Dark Hole, all seeing decreased usage in the meta, with Dark Hole turning heads initially, but being disregarded due to the graveyard triggers of almost every meta deck. Lastly, unlimited were Gale the Whirlwind, Abyss Gund, Reborn Tengu, Reasoning, and Transmigration Prophecy, all seeing themselves to varying degrees being power crept by the modern metagame, though some here would find new homes very soon. All in all, this list only had 2 hits, both seemingly targeted at Shadal, which was interesting as by recent results, Burning Abyss had already overtaken Shadal's top deck position, which would lead most players to closely watch the next couple of releases to see if Burning Abyss would run away with the format or if a new threat would give them a true challenge.
Secrets of Eternity.
Release date, January 16th, 2015. Set type, Core Set. Major strategies, Infernoid, Clifford, Burning Abyss. Impact, minor buffs and a preview of what's to come. Secrets of Eternity would be the first set of 2015, and though many of its pieces would see play over the remainder of the era, a lot of what was introduced here would take some time to actually see major success. The new archetype in question here was Infernoid, a series of Fire Fiend monsters that all share the same summon condition of banishing a number of Infernoids from hand or grave to summon themselves, while the total level of Infernoids you control is 8 or lower, with the level 4 and lowers taking 1, the 5 through 8s taking 2, and the 9 and ups taking 3. All of the 8 and lowers also share a similar effect to, on quick effect, tribute a monster to banish a card from the opponent's grave, with each also having their own unique effect, with Antra bouncing an opponent's card, Harmadic popping a monster, Paltrulia popping a spell trap, Piatti hand-ripping on battle damage dealt, Saitsamus banishing a card at the end of the battle phase it attacks in, and a Tondel able to attack twice if it destroys something in battle. The most unique of the bunch, though, was undoubtedly Ononku, a level 10 that nukes all monsters other than itself on summon and can tribute a monster to negate a spell or trap and banish it once per turn. They also received a couple of void spell traps to support the archetype, with the only relevant one being Seer, able to make one Infernoid unaffected by opponent's effects that turn and could be banished from grave to keep one alive once. This archetype clearly had a lot going for it in the current meta landscape, DD Crow on most bodies, able to swarm themselves off the previous wave's corpses, and a varied forms of removal and interaction, but the major downside was that while they could swarm over and over again easily, getting that first swarm out was extremely resource intensive. Because of their summon conditions, you either had to banish your entire opening to set up decently, or relied on supplemental engines like Lightsworn to set up the grave decently enough to make an early push, which then would get shot in the foot simply by their restriction of only being able to get out one boss monster, as Ononku would nuke your other pieces on summon, and by its level being 10, lock you from summoning the other bodies to use its tribute effect with. Because of this, Infernoid would be relegated to the rogue level for now, but would absolutely be an archetype to keep an eye on moving forward into the era. Cliffort would see a secondary wave in Monolith, the other vanilla scale, able to draw one for each Klee you tributed in the end phase, Stealth, who on tribute summon bounces a card, locking responses from the opponent, and Requilate, a temporary negate of any level 4 or lower normal summon or a 5 or higher special summon, which in turn would reset the Klee stat lines. Each of these would find their home in the current version of Klee, with Monolith being standardly a one of high scale searchable with Summoner's Art, Stealth being a way to clear the opponent's board without responses by tributing over Helix and Carrier, and Requilate would see play effectively as a way to temporarily stun players while setting up your own stat lines while keeping the immunity effects of your Klees. Burning Abyss would receive its third wave of TCG exclusive support, being Farfa, able to temporarily banish a monster on field until the end phase, Libic, able to summon a level 3 fiend from hand with its effects negated, Kogna, able to send a Burning Abyss spell trap from deck to grave, Malakota, a ritual who was too bad to even matter, and its ritual spell Good and Evil of the Burning Abyss, which had the added effect of being able to banish itself from grave to send a BA from hand to grave and search a BA card from deck to hand. This wave would do a lot for the deck by being better effects on the whole than the previous waves, although the new boss was borderline unplayable by being a ritual monster. However, thanks to Kogna specifically, Good and Evil would actually find itself teched into some BA builds as both a way to trigger the hand BAs and search for Fire Lake from the deck, which was unquestionably the best BA spell trap. There was also 3 more archetypes introduced here, all seemingly out of place as they lacked the remainder of their archetypes, being that of Yosenju, Nekroz, and Ritual Beast, as this set came out in the OCG after the next pack we were set to receive did, so as such, these pieces will be set aside to talk about in an upcoming section. On to the one-offs. Performapal Part Naga was a 3 scale that could boost a Performapal from the scale, but more importantly was a 3 scale that was searchable with the previously released King of the Feral Imps, a point that would become more and more relevant over the coming months. Similarly, Gigabyte was another king target that could special summon itself if you controlled a spellcaster and floats into a differently named 1500 and 200 stat monster on destruction, also seeing relevance later in the year. Unizombie could, by discarding a card or dumping a zombie from deck to grave, boost a monster's level by 1 once per turn for each method, being a critical setup piece for zombie strategies. Gem Knight Lady Lapis Lazuli was a fusion of the vanilla Lapis and another Gem Knight, able to dump a Gem Knight from deck or extra to burn the opponent for each special summoned monster on the field, only being able to be special summoned once per turn to avoid burn loops, but given time, Gem Knight could find a way around that restriction. Stellar Knight Constellar Diamond was a 3-material rank 5 that could also be summoned over a Tellarknight Exceed in the main phase 2, blocking sending cards from deck to grave and banishing any card returned from grave to hand, able to detach to negate an activated Dark Monster effect and destroy it. This card was so clearly designed to be a catch-all to stop Shaddoll and Burning Abyss in the meta that it's not even funny, able to be easily made in Tellarknight from turn 2 onwards, or any deck for that matter, as long as they could put up 3 materials needed to summon Deltaros. Soul Transition could tribute a level 4 normal summon monster to draw 2 if you control no special summon monsters, which really should have been labeled a Klee card with how clearly targeted to the strategy it was. Lastly, Blaze Accelerator Reload was a continuous trap that could be considered Tri-Blaze Accelerator on field, could dump a Volcanic from hand to draw 1, and could be banished from grave to send a Volcanic from deck to grave. While all of this may seem niche and just a way to get the old GX archetype some more playability, Reload would actually move to spawn an entire new deck type to the meta with Volcanics, which we'll cover with an upcoming YCS. All in all, Secrets of Eternity was a mixed bag on release, not having much impact in the short term, but over the course of the year would have its pieces become more and more relevant with the release of further cards. This wouldn't be the only release though heading into the first YCS of the year, as the year's first structure deck would also drop before then to help shake up the format just a little more. Hero Strike. Release date January 30th, 2015. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Hero. Impact, how do I get through this section without being biased? The Hero Strike Structure Deck would once again usher in a return of hero support to the game, as is tradition at least once in an era. This time would bring the introduction of a massive overhaul to the Masked Hero sub-archetype introduced at the start of Zexal, bringing a new supporting elemental hero in the form of Shadow Mist, able to search a change quick play spell on special summon, and a hero when sent to grave. A couple of new Masked Hero support spells in Form Change, which lets you tag a Masked Hero into a different attributed one, Mask Change 2, which allows you to mask change any monster at the cost of a discard, and Mask Charge to recur back a hero and a change quick play. And last but not least, new Masked Heroes and Koga, a light target that boosts by 500 for each opponent's monster and can banish a hero from grave to drop an opponent's monster by its attack. Divine Wind, a wind target that is battle destruction immune, locks the opponent to one monster attacking a turn, and draws on destroying something in battle. And the big man himself, Dark Law, a dark target that puts a one-sided macro effect on the opponent and banishes a card from their hand if they add a card from deck to hand. It should be no secret that these are my personal favorite cards in the history of the game, so I'll try and be as unbiased as I possibly can. On initial release, the Masked Hero pieces looked absolutely wonderful in terms of taking Hero in a new direction that was potentially meta-relevant, namely on the back of Dark Law himself. By special summoning Shadow Mist through a Hero Lives, Summoner Monk, or a more niche option like Goblinberg or 10 Goldfish, you could search for the mask change you need to convert her into Dark Law the following turn, which would then net you a hero search. While having immediate applications, Masked Hero for now would not see much meta play, though an interesting place would be found for the new heroes almost immediately. Because the newly released Mask Change 2 could change any monster into a Masked Hero, there was no need to run all of the hero cards, as you could instead tech it in your side deck in any predominantly dark strategy, like Burning Abyss or Shaddoll, to make Dark Law out of any dark body. Was this super relevant? At this point in time, not really, but it was a solid option playing into Burning Abyss specifically because the only int archetypes outs that they played were Firelake and Virgil, as Dante couldn't boost itself under Dark Law, which meant that they had lost substantial resources to out the macro effect. YCS Charleston would be held the same weekend, being a half-sealed event, and following the release of Secrets, a couple of things would shift, but the overall vibe would remain the same. With the additions of Farfa and Libic, Burning Abyss would solidify its placement as the top deck of the format, also taking first place piloted by Jonathan Castillo to top 16, who did not make his particular list public. Clifford adopted its new pieces immediately, seeing 1 Monolith and 2 to 3 Stealth added into topping lists alongside the new draw tool of Soul Transition, being effectively Pot of Greed for Clifford specifically. Tellarknight would continue to see roughly tier 2 to 3 success rates, with Diamond specifically giving them a better matchup into Burning Abyss, but still being substantially behind the top deck. Shaddoll had taken a serious fall from grace here, being the only heavily affected deck of the previous ban list in addition to receiving no new relevant support from Secrets like the other strategies had, leaving it in a position to adapt or die moving into the new format. However, the list that turned the most heads unquestionably was Volcanic, which shockingly went completely undefeated in the Swiss rounds. Reload had turned the Volcanic pieces into an insane value engine, discarding shells for the draws and searching another right after, Scattershot being the dump from deck target to both board nuke and burn the opponent for 1500 a go, and Royal Firestorm guards being present to reload the engine for further shots. Magic Planter would also see major success because of this, able to send a reload to grave to draw 2, then fire the reload from grave to Scattershot away a board. This particular strategy would be a rogue option for the next few months, always popping up as a one-of in top cuts at most, usually in tandem with another strategy for added power. Regardless, Charleston had laid the groundwork for an interesting format to develop for sure, but that was all about to be completely upended. For the 5th time in the game's history, we were about to enter a Tier 0 format, and judging by how certain aspects of the set played out, Konami knew exactly what they were doing with this one. The Secret Forces. Release date, February 13th, 2015. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Yosenju, Necros, Ritual Beast. Impact, wait, you can make rituals not suck? While this kind of pack was not explicitly called this at the time, in reality, the Secret Forces would be the prototype for what eventually became known as the deck building set. A set that introduces 3 archetypes, whether it be a new take on an older archetype or a completely original one, and jam a whole ton of support to get the strategy on the ground running out the gate with a couple of additional pieces trickled out over the coming core sets. As such, this set would introduce 3 new archetypes we were actually introduced to back in Secrets, with each being a unique take on a previous mechanic. Yosenju would be the first, and arguably the worst, of the 3. A series of beast warriors focused on chaining multiple normal summons together and bouncing back to hand at the end of the turn. This included the Kamas, each able to perform an additional Yosenju normal on normal summon, with 1 able to bounce a monster to hand if you controlled another Yosenju, 2 able to attack directly for half damage, and 3 able to search a Yosenju when a Yosenju deals battle damage, all returning to hand in the end phase of normal summoned. They also received Sujik back in Secrets, able to boost a Yosenju by 1000 for the turn or be used from the hand as a 1000 boost battle trick, also returning to hand the turn it's normaled. While a decent theme, it entirely gets disjointed by the introduction of pendulums here too, with the Senchus providing skills 3 to 11, and Daibok being a level 10 that bounces 2 cards on normal or pendulum summon, returning to the hand in the end phase of the turn it's specialed. Lastly, Training Grounds is their archetypal gateway, gaining a counter on each Yosenju summon and able to remove 3 to search a Yosenju card, and Secret Move is the archetypal Omni-Negate counter trap, only usable if you control only Yosenjus. While a fun strategy for the casual level, Yosenju here suffered from a severe lack of focus, as it seemed like the Kamas and the Pendulums were at odds with each other in terms of how the deck was actually supposed to be played, being a Pendulum spam strategy or a normal summon swarm strategy, as if you Pendulum summoned the Kamas, their return to hand effects would not trigger, and they'd be sitting ducks for the following turn, leaving Yosenju as easily the least playable of the 3 strategies. The Ritual Beasts were up next, a series that actually was made of 2 different sub-archetypes, being the Ritual Beast Tamers, a series of psychics aimed at tutoring out another Ritual Beast, with Laura reviving a Ritual Beast on normal, Elder giving you an extra normal summon, and Wen returning a banished Ritual Beast to field, and the Spiritual Beasts, a series of animal companions, including Apelio, who can banish an RB to boost all RBs by 500 that turn, Petalfin, who banishes an RB in hand to bounce a card, Kanahawk, who banishes an RB from deck to Goldsark, and Rampingu from Secrets, who banishes an RB from extra deck to dump a same typed RB from deck to grave. The archetype's primary gimmick was Contact Fusion, able to make any of their fusions by banishing a Tamer and a Spiritual Beast, with all sharing an effect to return to the extra deck to summon a banished Tamer and Spiritual Beast on quick effect, with Ulti Apelio being immune to other cards for its attacks, Ulti Petalfin unable to die by card effect, and Ulti Kanahawk able to return 2 banished RBs to grave to search an RB card. All the RB main deck monsters also had the stipulation of being special summonable once per turn, so while you could theoretically tag between your fusions and them over and over again, in practice there was a limit to how many times you could do it. As for their spell traps, Bond lets you contact fuse on a quick play spell using any 2 RBs rather than needing specific types. Steeds lets you non-target pop cards up to the number of RBs you control, and Ambush from Secrets lets you summon back a Graved or Banished Tamer and Spiritual Beast. A fun little fact about Ulti Kanahawk's effect specifically. Because of wording, his search effect does not have to return both targets to grave to get the search off. It just needs to return at least one, which means you can actually chain its tag out effect to the search to resummon one of the targets and preserve your resources. Incidentally, did you also know that Ulti Kanahawk is not a hard once per turn? Ritual Beasts would absolutely abuse this interaction as much as they possibly could to chain together searches in excess for more pieces to continue search chains, as well as interaction points in Steeds and set up for future plays in Bond and Ambush. And because of the sheer versatility of this, Ritual Beast would actually be a contender in the upcoming metagame, mostly off the back of Steed's non-targeting pop being extremely useful for one specific matchup, which would lead the deck into a tier 3 position for the coming months. Lastly, and undoubtedly the most important, Nekroz was a series of ritual monsters aimed at being the most generically accessible take on rituals so far, with each of the ritual monsters having some effect in hand requiring them to be discarded and another on the field, usually aimed at interacting with extra deck summoned monsters. Colossalus discards itself to search a Nekroz spell trap and can drop an extra deck summoned monster to 0 and negate its effects on a quick effect. Bryonic discards itself to search a Nekroz monster and can bounce up to 2 extra deck summoned monsters once per turn. Trishula can discard itself to negate anything that targets a Nekroz and banish a card from hand, field, and grave on summon. Yes, you do have to hit one of each or none at all. Unicorn can discard itself to recur a Nekroz from grave to hand and is skill drained for extra deck summoned monsters. Valkyris can discard itself and banish a Nekroz and grave to negate an attack and end the battle phase, and contribute up to 2 monsters on field or in hand to draw that many cards. And Gungnir from Secrets can discard itself to make a Nekroz immune to destruction that turn, and can discard a Nekroz to pop a card on field. As for their ritual spells, each has an effect to banish itself and a Nekroz monster from grave while you control no monsters to search another Nekroz spell, with each also having its own unique gimmick, with Mirror able to banish Nekroz tributes from grave for the summon, Kaleidoscope able to use extra deck monsters for the tributes, also able to summon out multiple Nekroz off of one monster tributed, and Cycle from Secrets able to ritual summon a Nekroz that's in the graveyard. Lastly would be the singular non-ritual Nekroz that was important at this stage, Shurit, able to consider itself the whole tribute for a Nekroz ritual summon and search as a warrior Nekroz ritual monster when tributed. It's these, don't ask. So in case it wasn't clear, Nekroz was one of the most consistent decks to ever exist in the game's history up until this point. Thanks to years of ritual support waiting in the backlog like Manju, Preparation of Rites, and even the recent Herald of Arclight for usage with Kaleidoscope, you had easy access to literally every single card in the archetype thanks to Bryonic, who could search any monster in the archetype, which included Colossalus, who could search the spells. While their power level would be seemingly lacking due to mostly being reactive effects, this was all just on paper, as regularly a Nekroz player could set up their resources on the first turn to block you from advancing even slightly, and completely run you out of the game after with proper resource management. The player base knew Nekroz was going to be tier 0 immediately on release, and seemingly Konami did too, as the most important piece of the deck, Bryonic, was seemingly a lot harder to pull than any of the other cards. This particular pack was structured as a 5-card pack, with 4 super rares and 1 secret rare in every pack, which naturally leads one to believe that the 20 secret rares would each have a similar chance to be pulled in that spot, but that was not the case. Bryonic, Trishula, and Valkyris were short printed very heavily, with all 3 seemingly being pulled at a rate of roughly 1 per every 6 boxes, which while not nearly as bad as Crush Card Virus back in the original Gold series, was still absolutely ludicrous for a deck everyone knew was going to be tier 1 if not tier 0. As such, prices skyrocketed, with Bryonic at its peak pulling a price tag of around $150, with Valk and Trish also being extremely pricey, but not quite on the same level as Bryonic, and the results from the next YCS would do nothing to help that price point. YCS Tacoma would be the first event held after the Secret Forces release on February 15th, and though it was a half-sealed event, Nekroz would prove to be an absolutely dominant strategy right out the gate. The consistency of the deck would prove to be absolutely incredible, able to handle just about any scenario thrown at it, but there was one more specific interaction Nekroz had that would prove to be insanely problematic. Released all the way back in 2009, Jin, Releaser of Rituals, could be used from grave as ritual cost and gave any monster summoned using it a one-sided special summon Floodgate for as long as it was on the field. Up until now, it was believed that Ritual was too slow a mechanic to ever use it reliably, but with the release of Necroz, they would utilize the level 4 normal summon searchers of Manju and Senju to use alongside Necroz of Unicorn to access Lavalval Chain, which in turn would dump the Jin from deck to use as material for the summon of a monster like Clausulus, which, as it turned out, would be incredibly easy to pull off reliably given how consistent the deck was. The Jin lock, as it became known, would be the bane of the format, with the common consensus being that a one-sided lock sucked all skill out of the format, which would also lead to one of the most controversial angle shoots in the game's history, which we'll cover soon. Cliffort would actually move to do fairly well here thanks to being one of the only decks that didn't auto-lose to the Jin lock, as normal summoning a Klee with Sacrifice equipped was shockingly usually enough to get out of the lock, providing a slower path to a boss on it, or by ensuring that you could use the tribute effect of Carrier. That didn't mean it was always going to work. There were extremely simple counters to this line like MST and Trishula's targeting negation, but it was usually consistent enough to get the job done. Burning Abyss was the only other deck to make top cut here, and that was primarily thanks in large part to Farfa, as by temporarily banishing the Jinned monster from the board, a Burning Abyss player could continue their lines as normal, which was still countered by Trishula's negation effect. Barrett Keys would win the event in the sealed draft, making it to top 16 with Necroz, marking the deck's technically first YCS win, leading into the year's Gold Series under a week later. Premium Gold Return of the Bling. Release date February 20th, 2015. Set type Import Reprint Set. Major strategies: Blackwing, Masked Hero, Galaxy Eyes. Impact: a theorized meta breaker. Return of the Bling would be the second crack at turning the yearly Gold Series sets into an import source for the TCG to receive some cards not yet brought in from the OCG. And for the most part, as usual, these imports were not all that impressive, but would hold some niche applications, such as Absolute King Backjack, a new wave of Blackwing support, Cat Shark, Masked Hero Anki, Rose Lover, and Santa Claus. However, there was one card among these that held legitimate potential. Number 95 Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon could be overlaid onto any Galaxy Eyes Exceed, and could dump 3 dragons from deck on summon to make the opponent banish 3 monsters from deck, able to attack twice in the battle phase by detaching material. With the currently limited dragon rulers, Dark Matter was instantly theorized as the perfect way to set up your board for large-scale pushes, being hailed as the return of dragon rulers to the format, but we'd have to wait and see if it could actually convert into results. In addition to these, a series of currently banned cards would see significant erratas to their effects in order to potentially return to the game on the next ban list. Sinister Serpent received a clause in its effect to banish a Sinister Serpent in grave during the opponent's next end phase, which effectively meant that if you discarded it within a turn of bringing it back, it was gone for good. Temple of the Kings would see its trap condition limited to 1 trap a turn rather than all, heavily hampering its FTK potential. Exchange of the Spirit would now require both players to have 15 plus cards engraved to activate rather than just the controller, killing its FTK potential. Ring of Destruction now had to be used on the opponent's turn, could only target their monsters, and can't target something that would burn them for game on activation. And on top of all of that, you took the burn damage first to ensure no tied games, placing so many new restrictions on the card that it was almost not worth it anymore. Lastly, and most importantly for the short term, Crush Card Virus lost its 3-turn effect, blocked the opponent from taking damage for the rest of the turn, and let them destroy up to 3 monsters that met the condition from their deck. While this was considerably worse than the original version by a country mile, this would actually be theoretically good for certain decks in certain metagames, but we'd have to see how it plays out the following ban list. YCS Prague would be held 2 weeks later on March 1st, and once again, Necroz would show its dominance on the top cut, but this time would not take the event overall. Valen's Latoutre would hold that honor, taking the event with Burning Abyss, sporting 3 main deck copies of Mask Change 2 to access Darklaw in a metagame where his presence was becoming more and more useful by the day, as a one-sided macro and search banisher was shockingly competent into Necroz. YCS Guatemala would be a week later, though unfortunately we'd know next to nothing about this particular event outside of Eric Priego taking the event after Top Cut Sealed Draft, but another notable event in the game's history would be the same weekend. The ARG Circuit Series Fort Lauderdale would be held the same weekend as Guatemala, and though we haven't discussed ARG's tournaments up until this point, this particular event is extremely important to both the history of the game itself and the community at large due to a specific choice made by a top player. For those unaware, ARG, or Alter Reality Games, was a shop at the time that would regularly hold their own major tournaments completely separate from Konami's oversight. As such, these tournaments are an interesting topic for covering at another time, but this particular event would have Patrick Hoban, a major player of the era, running both Jhin in the main deck and a Jhin in the sideboard of his Necros deck. Because of the belief that Jhin sucked the skill out of a match, a common practice at the time was to, after game 1, ask the opponent if they would like to gentleman's out a Jhin in the main, with both players agreeing to move Jhin to the side decks for games 2 and 3. Hoban developed an angle shoot that he used for this specific event, gentleman'sing out of Jhin in the main to bring in a second copy from his side deck to effectively trick the opponent into playing a suboptimal deck. When this news broke on the specific usage, the debate was immediately sparked on whether or not this action was both legal and ethical. While technically legal, as Konami would update their rules document in 2019 to specifically bar this kind of action from ever happening again, the ethics of it were highly suspect, to the point where Hoban ended up writing an entire article on the issue for ARG's website, which has since been archived. I will include a link to the article in the description below and let you draw your own conclusions on the incident itself, but it would be doing a disservice to the history of the game to at least not mention it. Regardless on the ethics, this would be the biggest case of the gentleman's out trend that had been present for years, with the first real case being Return from the Different Dimension and Sixth Sense and Dragon Rulers, and with the next ban list, it wouldn't be the last case of gentlemen's agreements rearing its head in Yugioh. The new ban list would take effect on April 1st, and it would bring a massive wave of changes to the meta at large. Newly banned were the 4 Dragon Rulers, nipping any chance of dark matter making an impact in the bud, and Snatch Steal, in one of the funniest oops we messed up moments in the history of the ban list. Newly limited were Tour Guide as a hit to BA, Preparation of Rites as a hit to Necros, Sacrifice and Skill Drain as hits to Cliffort, Symbol of Heritage as a hit to an FTK that could pop up with an unlimit later, Vanities as a hit to the stable Floodgate, Dragon Ravine, returning from the banning of the Rulers, and Sinister Serpent, Temple of the Kings, Crush Card Virus, Exchange of Spirits, and Ring of Destruction, all following their erratas. Newly semi-limited were Necros Bryonic as a hit to Necros, Cliffort Scout as a hit to Klee, and Shien, Charge of the Light Brigade, and Sacred Sword of 7 Stars, all up from 1. Lastly, newly unlimited were Fire Fist Spirit, the Baby Rulers, Bestiari, Gores, Goyo, Lonefire, and Hieratic Seal of Convocation, being a mass cleanup wave. Needless to say, this ban list moved a lot of cards up and off the list, but didn't make too many moves that would impact the actual meta. Necros effectively lost 3 copies of Bryonic between its hit and the prep hit, but it was still without question the most powerful deck in the game. The Klee hit was far more potent, as losing 2 copies of Sacrifice heavily hampered the deck's Necros matchup. Lastly, the hit towards Burning Abyss's 1-card combo of Tour Guide was impactful, but not detrimental to the deck that is entirely made of extenders. In addition to the ban list, a new Shonen Jump promo would drop in Ultimaya Zulkin, who can be summoned by sending 2 high-level monsters with the same level, a tuner and a non-tuner, to grave, and cheats out level 7 or 8 Dragon Synchros when you set a card, and can't be attacked or targeted while there's another Synchro on the board. While interesting on paper, Zulkin's main issue at this stage was a lack of good targets to summon, as the only decent targets were Synchros from the 5Ds era, causing it to not see play for now, but that could easily change with a better target. YCS Chicago would be held 2 weeks later, and to no one's surprise, Necros remained the top deck, seeing over half of the top cut and being the deck the winner, Stefan DeLara, piloted into the top 16 draft. The slap on the wrist that they received on the previous ban list had done jack all to the deck's insane consistency, and the Jhin lock still being present was a headache for most to deal with. Shaddoll and Tellarknight would both see a surprising resurgence, however, with unfortunately no public list for Tellarknights being available to analyze here. Shaddoll, on the other hand, had received a boon on the previous ban list in the form of Crush Card Virus, as both it and Burning Abyss could use the new tool in the current metagame in a surprisingly effective manner. As Necros was the dominant deck of the format, Crush Card actually did a a shocking number on the strategy, able to rip most of their rituals out of hand and giving no real way to benefit from the deck destruction downside added on, allowing Shaddoll and Burning Abyss to both keep a foot in the door for the format. Cliffort had to adapt with the banless hit to Sacrifice, with the most common pivot being to the trap Reculate, able to boost your Clifforts back to full on normal, while also stunning low-level normal summons and high-level special summons. Ritual Beast would see its first premier event top, showcasing its resource loop quite effectively, having an actually surprisingly good Necros matchup thanks to Steed's able to non-target pop a Jhin lock. This would leave the format a bit too similar to before the ban list, but with some clear changes in the air, and those changes would only be pushed forward by the OCG import set that followed 2 days later. World Superstars. Release date, April 14th, 2015. Set type, import set. Major strategies, heroic challengers, Star Seraph, Galaxy. Impact.
Knock you in your head with my stick.
World Superstars would bring a handful of cards we've been missing out on in the TCG to the game, and while some were clearly too late to have their impact felt, particularly in Nebra-Disc, there were still a couple of imports here worth discussing. Galaxy Soldier could special summon itself by sending a light from hand to grave, then search another Galaxy monster. Soldier specifically would be considered for light decks because of its ability to access Constellar Pleiades, as by summoning it, you could search another to immediately summon for the rank 5 access. This would be experimented with for the time, but the only deck that could consistently do anything with it would be Teller, which was not completely sold on its inclusion. The heroic archetype would also see its first support since the Zexal era here. Assault Halberd could special summon itself if your opponent has a monster and you don't, and pierces, searching a heroic on damage. Thousand Blades can discard a heroic to summon a heroic from deck, locking to heroics, and can summon itself from grave when you take damage. And Rongo Miniad was a warrior locked rank 4 that could be made with up to 5 materials, gaining effects for each, which in order includes battle destruction immunity, a 1500 boost, card effect immunity, summon locking, and a board nuke. While extremely impressive, Rongo had no real enablers at the time outside of specifically Teller once again, and even then the 4th material is really what mattered in its case, unable to reliably reach that going first there, causing it to see no real play, although Halberd and Blades would both see experimentation over the coming months with upcoming releases that would allow them to stick around longer in the short term. Star Seraph Scepter can search a Star Seraph on summon, and if used for an exceed of 3+ materials can pop a card on field to draw 1. Star Seraph Sovereignty can, when a Star Seraph is summoned, special summon itself from hand and draw 1, only able to be used for an exceed that takes 3+ materials. Scepter and Sovereignty, or Stick and Chair as they became known in the community, were extremely interesting options for decks that wanted access to Deltaros or Diamond, as opening one of each could get you there thanks to Scepter Search and Sovereignty Summon going onto a chain with each other from Scepter Summon, meaning that by searching another Sovereignty, you could trigger its summon effect off the summon of the first Sovereignty due to how hand knowledge worked, resulting in anywhere from 2 to 3 draws and 2 pops from these cards alone, which would see Splash play as an engine for the near future. Lastly for the set, Utopic Future could be made using 2 non-number exceeds of the same rank, can't be destroyed by battle, reflects damage back to the opponent, and takes control of anything it battles for the battle phase, able to protect itself from destruction by detaching material. This would be slotted into BA thanks to its ability to convert used up rank 3s into a body that does something, as well as being a Dante holder, as Dante would still trigger when detached off, similar to how Downard had been used. YCS Bogota would be held the same weekend and would be the end of an era in its own way, as this would be the final event to do sealed draft top cuts in the history of the game as of the writing of this script. From these results, though the meta had remained mostly the same, there were a couple of adaptations worth looking into. Shaddoll would be the primary strategy, seeing a change in its game plan, as with the rising need for more relevant lights in its lineup for access to Construct, the new Stick and Chair filled that niche optimally, giving the deck access to Evil Swarm or Ouroboros of all things to provide a hand rip going first, in addition to the draw 2 off chair. This would become the norm for Shaddolls moving forward, including Stick and Chair into lists for the added draw power and the 3 mat rank 4 access. Barrett Keys would take the event, piloting to top 16 with Necros, who did not make his list public. YCS Bochum would be held 2 weeks later, and with the discovery of Stick and Chair for the deck, Shaddoll rose quite substantially in representation, but would not be the most interesting happenings of this particular event. Mecha Phantom Beast had cleared its way into top cut for the first time ever as its own deck, utilizing the newly released Yakuzalon from World Superstars to rip an opponent's hand apart on the first turn, able to make it so far primarily off the surprise factor of it. Volcanic Hero would also be a new take on the rogue level strategy, utilizing Summoner Monk to access Shadow Mist for the Dark Law lines while also utilizing the standard Volcanic package that had carried the strategy into the fringes of the meta. Lucas Shatoni would take the event on Necros, notably playing a copy of DD Warrior Lady in the main as an option to remove the Jin lock that was searchable with the semi-limited Rhoda. This would lead into the next core set, and though Secrets before it was not too impactful on the meta at large, this one would introduce a series of monsters that would change the perception of the game forever with the right amount of time. Crossed Souls. Release date May 15th, 2015. Set type Core Set. Major strategies Frightfur, Zephyra, Infernoid. Impact a ghost girl that would shape the future. Crossed Souls was the second core set of the year, and as far as core sets goes, while not ushering in a new era of the game, it did bring a couple of pieces that would shape a couple of movements in the meta over the coming years. Starting with the new archetype, Zephyra is a series of pendulum monsters that take a bunch of the dual terminal lore archetypes of recent releases and give them a couple of new support pieces tied to the idea of a centralized archetype. In reality, this archetype would do next to nothing as Zephyra's, but would give a couple of their tie-in archetypes new tools to tinker with. Yang Xing would see Zephyraxi, who makes a Yang Xing a tuner when summoned from the deck and goes to the bottom of deck when it leaves field, and Zephyr Nui, who searches a Yang Xing spell trap when summoned from deck. These two would do a number of things for Yang Xing by giving them more varied synchro access as well as, and far more importantly, the ability to search for creation and path, boosting the deck's consistency considerably to where Yang Xing could be considered on the fringes of Rogue now, but still not properly meta. Ritual Beast would get Zephyr Ampilica, who summons a RB from grave on normal, popping it in the end phase, and Zephyr Wendy, who adds a Zephyr from face-up extra deck to hand on normal. Obviously, one of these was way better than the other here, with Zephyr Ampilica seeing play in RB moving forward as a mid to late game push. Lastly, Oracle of Zephyra searches a Zephyra on activation and gives effects when you summon a Zephyra or a monster using Zephyrs as material from the extra deck or ritual summons. This would mostly be disregarded as Zephyra wasn't the best archetype, but an interesting condition of the card is that if you cannot perform the search, you cannot activate it, which while irrelevant now, would see an interesting application in a few years. Fluffle would get some of its first decent support in Edgeup Chain, who searches a Frightfur card on being sent to grave and searches another chain when it attacks. Frightfur Sheep, who takes Chain and a Fluffle, stuns effects when attacking, and reborns itself on destruction, boosting by 800, and Frightfur Fusion, a miracle fusion for Frightfurs. While still not close to meta, Fluffle's support was finally heading in the right direction, which would see some experimentation later this year with more releases. Infernoid would see 3 new monsters in Pyrmace, who spins back a card without letting that card respond once per turn, Sajet, who makes an opponent banish a monster from their extra deck on attack deck, and Deviati, who nukes all spells and traps on summon except void cards and contribute a monster to negate and banish a monster using its effect. Deviati was obviously the most talked about piece here, having a similar impact to Onunku without the downside of removing her tribute fodder with her nuke effect, which in turn would cause Infernoid's playability to shoot up. Burning Abyss would see new pieces in Draghig, who stacks a BA card from deck, and Barbar, who can banish up to 3 BAs in grave to burn for 300 for each. Draghig and Barbar would both see their niches in the current version of BA, with Barbar in particular filling a gap in the deck's ability to close out games over time. UA would see decent support this round with Signing Deal, able to cheat out a UA from deck by burning the user for its level times 300, and negates its effects and locks it from being Synchro or Exceed material, and Penalty Box, making UAs able to temporarily banish anything they attack and can be banished from grave to search a UA spell. These two would both be solid for the strategy, with Signing Deal being a starter the deck desperately needed, and Penalty Box giving the deck spell searching, but without a way to reliably get it in grave, UA would continue to see zero play in the meta. Onto the one-offs. Lizard Draw would be another option for the theoretical Pendulum pile, able to send itself from scale to extra if you have another Performapal in scale to draw 1, which with its high scale and typing made it a consideration. Annoyatilis would be the Water Shadal fusion, blocking special summons from hand or grave using spell traps, which couldn't be more targeted at Necros if it actively tried to be, giving Shadal an in-archetype counter. Ulti-Gaia Pelio was a new RB contact fusion taking a Spiritual Beast, a Tamer, and an RB fusion, able to banish an RB in hand to negate anything that activates. This was undoubtedly a formidable end boss, but the lack of a tag out effect and requiring a significant amount of resource burning to pull off left it in a weird space, though it would see play. Tellarknight Ptolemaeus takes 2 or more level 4s, can detach 3 to rank up into a light rank 5, and can detach 7 to skip the opponent's next turn, able to attach a Stellar Knight from extra deck to it in the end phase. Those last 2 effects I don't think anyone has ever actually read, as Ptolemaeus had 2 uses from the word go, either to be used to rank up into Pallades using 3 materials, or to access Diamond in any strategy using just 2. As such, it would see play immediately and hold its niches for a certain matchup, but would become far more of a headache within the next year for other reasons. Galaxy Cyclone pops a set spell trap on activation and can be banished from grave to pop a face-up one, being a double up on spell trap removals at the cost of being more difficult to use, which would see some experimentation. Unexpected Die special summons a normal level 4 or lower from your deck if you control no monsters, being talked about for Synchro and Exceed toolboxes but being discarded almost immediately as there was no real benefit to running it and a regular vanilla in your deck. Lose one turn negates monster effects the turn they're special summoned and swaps them to defense mode on summon, being so clearly targeted towards use in Cleese that it was almost laughable, seeing play immediately. Moon Mirror Shield makes its equipped monster boost to the attack value of whatever it battles plus 100, cycling itself to top or bottom of deck on destruction for 500 life points. This was a stun player's dream, as it made the most problematic but weak monsters in the game impossible to out through battle, seeing play for that reason alone, but not being as powerful as you might remember in the meta at large due to various answers to it existing in the format as well as it potentially locking its user out of the game if its recursion is used incorrectly. Melody of Awakening Dragon, for the cost of a discard, searches 2 dragons with 3000 or more attack and 2500 or less defense, which reads as Blue Eyes pretty much any way you slice it, which while not useful now would see considerable play in the coming year. Galaxy Eyes Full Armor Photon Dragon takes 3 level 8s or another Galaxy Eyes Exceed, can suck up equips as materials, and can detach one to pop a face-up card once per turn, seeing play as a tool for rank 8 strategies. Lastly, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit could be discarded to pop any card that uses an effect after it's already face up, specifically being useful in countering out continuous cards and field spells. While it seemed decent and fairly unassuming on the surface, Ghost Ogre would be the start of a new era in hand traps, which would, over the following years, explode in their utility as more and more Ghost Girls join the fray. YCS Columbus would be the testing grounds for these new tools, as well as the 150th YCS, held a week after Cross Souls released, and no changes had been seen in the meta at large outside of BA including its new monsters and rank 4 accessible decks using Ptolemaeus. Terrence Kinsley would take the event on Necros, notably playing a copy of Bullblader and copies of Book of Eclipse as a way to answer the Jin lock, which would become an option many players would use moving forward. This would also mark the beginning of the WCQ season, with the Oceania WCQ being held 2 weeks later, and similar to Columbus, the format held unchanged. Oliver Parle would take the event on Necros, similarly playing Lockouts in Warrior Lady and Eclipse. The Central America WCQ would be 2 weeks later, and though the meta was still fairly consistent to what we had seen up until this point, a new face would crack into top 32 here. Infernoid would finally see a premier event top, utilizing a small Lightsworn engine to facilitate both early mills and to set up Infernoid summons, as well as to access utility like Lila's spell trap popping and Aaron's ability to out anything flipped by Book of Eclipse. Galileo Souza would take the event on Necros, being mostly standard, but notably including 3 copies of Solemn Scolding in the back row thanks to Necros' next to no trap lineup, allowing the utility. The North American WCQ was next, held a week later, and once again, it's the same story as usual, with the only outlier being a single hero list that squeaked into top 64, utilizing the newly released Assault Halberd as a rank 4 extension piece, as well as Goblinberg to special summon Shadow Mist for the search. Noah Green would take the event on Burning Abyss, utilizing both the newly released Crush Card Virus errata, as well as cards like Karma Cut, Phoenix Wing, and Raigeki Break to trigger BA effects on the opponent's turn. As we cross into July for the year, a new Shonen Jump promo would begin its distribution, being Frightfur Tiger, a fusion of sabers and at least one Fluffle monster, able to pop cards on field on summon up to the materials used, boosting Frightfurs by 300 for each Fluffle or Frightfur you control, and there only ever being able to be one on field at a time. This was absolutely the best fusion they had received so far, giving Fluffles an actual boss monster worth summoning that took the same materials as Wolf, meaning that you could set up for an OTK using the two in combination, seeing experimentation at a rogue level with this release. After that detour, the European WCQ was a week after NA, and once again, no real surprises, seeing a similar spread to the NA WCQ. Ito Marcus would take the event on Shadal, being the strongest performance the deck had had the entire year, utilizing the monster Pero Cerberus to access Shekinaga and give removal afterwards, also dumpable with Mathematician. Lastly, for the WCQ season, the South American WCQ would be held the same day, and, stop me if you've heard this one before, we'd see the same spread of decks in the top cut, with Gerardo DeGaldo taking the event on Necros utilizing the Bullblader option as well as the Solemn Scolding package. With the WCQ season done and in the books, a new ban list would take effect on July 16th, and this would actually mark a significant change in how the ban list was updated, as now it would no longer be standardly the first of the month like it had almost always had been before. This meant that the ban lists now had a little more unpredictability to them, which would only grow in the coming years. Newly banned were Jin, Releaser of Rituals, and Lavalval Chain, putting an official end to the Jin lock, which by this point players were absolutely sick of. Newly limited were Shurit, being one of the best options for Necros thanks to its search, and Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, returning from the banned section. Newly semi-limited were Atlantean Dragoons and Dragon Ravine, both returning from 1, and newly unlimited were Darkstrike Fighter, Glow-Up Bulb, Sinister Serpent, Sacred Sword of 7 Stars, Temple of the Kings, and Exchange of the Spirit, finishing up the previous list's cleanup wave. With the only hits being targeted at exclusively Necros, Konami was making it clear that they knew the issues with the deck prior to the WCQ season and were now taking steps to correct it, which would bring the deck more in line with other strategies of the era, but by no means take it out of Tier 1 contention. This would lead into the next set releasing the next day, and with its previous iteration bringing meta staples to the game, many expected something similar to happen this time, but... Dragons of Legend 2. Release date, July 17th, 2015. Set type, import set. Major strategies, Critias and Hermos. Tune, Prediction Princess. Impact... Dragons of Legend 2 had massive shoes to fill, as the last set brought the Hands and Soul Charge, which fundamentally changed the meta. So what did this edition bring? Unfortunately, this edition brought nothing of actual relevance to the game, including a new block of support for Red Eyes, as well as new strategies in Critias, Hermos, and Aqua Actress, all of which did jack in the meta. Only 2 strategies here were worth talking about, and that would be Prediction Princess and Tunes. So let's start with Prediction Princess. Terra Tri would be their boss monster, a ritual that could special summon a flip monster from grave in your end phase face down and can flip a monster up or down on a quick effect once per turn. This would be considered interesting, but overall lacked anything worth flipping for the time being relegated to the bulk pile for now. Tune would be the strategy that brought in the most attention, namely thanks to its new field spell Tune Kingdom, which effectively was Tune World with targeting protection and battle destruction prevention for your tunes, giving the strategy more actual sticking power outside of the common threat of an MST to the book. They also received Comic Hand, being an in-strategy version of Snatch Steal, making its target a tune and able to attack directly, and Mimicat, able to steal anything from the opponent's grave to use for yourself. While interesting for sure, Tune still saw no relevant play from this due to still having the same problem of the entire deck dying to a copy of MST, which Kingdom did not solve. This left the game with no real shakeup, leaving any new developments to the next core set releasing a month later. Clash of Rebellions. Release date, August 7th, 2015. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Performage, Ignite, Cosmo. Impact, the core set to end all core sets. I'm probably going to get a bit of flack on this one, but I truly do believe that Core should be regarded as one of the greatest core sets of all time. This singular set would introduce new engines, power cards, and archetypes that would completely define the course of the next year of Yu-Gi-Oh! And sadly, I believe it gets lost in the shuffle a little bit due to it coming between Duelist Alliance, which is regularly referred to as the set that completely changed Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is valid, and a set in early 2017 that once again changed the game forever, which we'll get to. Regardless, this is one of those sets that introduced so much that would shape the game as we know it that we're going to need to speed run through the less notable stuff first so that we can give those parts the time that they deserve. Let's start with Red Eyes, getting a complimentary wave of support that syncs up with their Dragons of Legend of 2 wave from the last month by having next to nothing in common with it. Yay! Black Flare Dragon is a Gemini that burns the opponent for its attack at the end of the battle phase it battles. Black Stone of Legend contribute itself to summon a level 7 or lower Red Eyes from deck. It can recur itself from grave to hand by shuffling back a Red Eyes in grave. Black Metal Dragon equips itself from hand onto a Red Eyes and boosts it by 600, and searches a Red Eyes when sent from field to grave. Archfiend of Lightning is a Gemini that can nuke anything with a defense lower than its attack. Archfiend Black Skull Dragon is a fusion of an Archfiend and a Red Eyes normal that stuns effects while attacking and burns at the end of the battle phase it attacks for the attack of a Red Eyes in grave. shuffling it back into deck. Flare Metal is a rank 7 that has an effect destruction immunity, burns the opponent for 500 for using any card or effect, and can detach to revive a normal Red Eyes. Cards of the Redstone pitches a Red Eyes from hand to draw 2 and dump 1 from deck to grave, and Red Eyes Fusion lets you fusion summon a monster that uses Red Eyes as material using monsters in deck, but locks you out of other normal and special summons that turn. Long and short, Red Eyes as an archetype did nothing of note, but Flare Metal would see play as a generic 7 burn option, and Fusion would be the first of 3 spells in the set that could fuse using materials in the deck, with all 3 of these finding meta relevance at one point in the game's history due to that effect being universally considered one of the best fusion effects possible, though Red Eyes Fusion's relevance wouldn't be for a handful of years. Ignite was a series of normal Pendulum monsters that all shared the effect to pop both scaled Ignites to search a Fire Warrior monster from deck or grave, with 2 level 3s in Squire and Crusader, 2 level 4s in Templar and Paladin, a level 5 in Margrave, and a level 6 in Gallant, as well as a field spell in Ignition Phoenix, which boosts all Ignites by 300 and lets you pop an Ignite card to search an Ignite card once per turn. Ignite had some real applications in the rogue space thanks to being able to effectively pop your monsters to search scales, then set scales and bring them all back for Exceed material. But this came with the downside of once you make an Exceed with them, they're mostly gone for good by ending up in the grave, which led to it being mostly unpopular. However, there was one other piece that was tangentially related that would iron out that obvious flaw. Luster Pendulum the Draco Slayer was a scale 5 level 4 tuner that could only be used for the summon of a Draco Slayer monster and could pop your other scale to search another copy of that card once per turn while in the scale. This enabled Ignites to access Ignister Prominence, a level 8 Pendulum locked synchro that could summon a Draco Slayer from deck once per turn and pop a Pendulum monster or scale you control to spin another card on field back to deck without targeting. Ignister Prominence and Luster Pendulum would over the coming months take their positions as the poster boys for what became known as the Pendulum Pile deck, which at this stage was starting to take form but wouldn't become an actual presence in the meta until the next core set. Infernoid would see its third wave of support here in Decatron, who was the first normal summonable Infernoid, able to dump an Infernoid on summon to gain its level, name, and effects. Tierra, a fusion of a Nunku, Deviati, and any number of other Infernoids that gains effects for the number used to fuse her, ripping both players extra decks for 3, milling both players 3 for 5, returning 3 banished cards for each player to deck for 8, and ripping both players' hand apart completely for 10. And Void Imagination, a continuous spell that makes all Infernoids level 1, cuts Infernoid battle damage in half, and if the opponent controls an extra deck summoned monster, lets you fusion summon an Infernoid using up to 6 materials from deck in addition to hand and field by sending itself to grave. Put bluntly, this support was incredible for Infernoid, giving them a monster that could actually be summoned proactively without setup and a way to get multiple monsters on the board with a Nunku, plugging the deck's primary flaw. Tierra and the fusion effect of Imagination were usually just seen as a way to set up the grave for Infernoid pushes, not necessarily for the actual benefit of the fusion summon, but they would see play as well. The Perform Mages would see their introduction here, a series of spellcasters aimed at manipulating life points by their effects to generate advantage. Damage Juggler can be discarded to negate and destroy a card that deals effect damage, can be discarded to block the next battle damage you take that turn, and can be banished from grave to search for a Perform Mage. Hat Tricker can special summon itself if there are 2 or more monsters on the field, can gain a Perform Mage counter to block effect damage dealt to yourself, and its attack and defense become 3300 when it reaches 3 counters. Trick Clown can summon a Perform Mage from grave when sent to grave, setting its attack and defense to 0 and burning the user for 1000, and Trapeze Magician is a spellcaster locked rank 4 that blocks all damage less than its attack, can detach to make a monster able to attack twice that turn but it blows up in the end of the battle phase, and if destroyed, special summons a Perform Mage from deck. While unassuming on the surface, Perform Mages would become an engine that would shape the next year of the game, as the advantage you generate solely off of Trick Clown would be enough to consider them useful, but add in the damage blocking and searching of Damage Juggler and the easy summon ability of Hat Tricker led the engine to see substantial play, especially near the end of the year with another discovery from this same set. We also received 2 new TCG exclusive archetypes to take the reins from BA and UA, which would be present for the next 4 core sets. The first of these was Cosmo, a series of low-level psychics and high-level machines loosely based on a combination of The Wizard of Oz and Star Wars, with the psychics all sharing an effect to banish themselves to summon a higher level Cosmo on a quick effect, and the machines all sharing an effect to banish themselves from grave on destruction to special summon a lower level Cosmo from deck. Farm Girl could pay 500 upon dealing battle damage to search a Cosmo card, Good Witch could pay 500 to flip a monster face down, Slip Rider pops a spell trap on summon, and Forerunner has targeting protection and gives its controller 1000 life points back in their standby phase. Lastly, Cosmotown was their field spell, able to add a banished Cosmo to hand by paying life for its level times 100, can shuffle any number of Cosmo monsters in hand to deck that draw that many, and if destroyed by a card effect, searches a Cosmo card. While not as explosive out the gate as Burning Abyss had been, Cosmo was clearly going to be a powerhouse in future metas with this initial wave of support, bringing Emergency Teleport back to the forefront of player consciousness thanks to Farm Girl being a valid summon target with it, and Forerunner being a super easy to summon boss monster that was actually shockingly difficult to out with its targeting protection. That targeting protection though would see a new way to out it through the other new TCG exclusive archetype in Kaijus, a series of high power monsters that can be summoned to your opponent's field by tributing a monster they control, and to your field if the opponent controls a kaiju, with each having an additional effect revolving around kaiju counters. Dogoron can remove 3 counters to nuke your opponent's monsters, Kumongus can remove 2 counters to negate the effect of a newly summoned monster and block it from attacking that turn, and Kyoto Waterfront gains counters anytime a card is sent from field to grave, capping out at 5, and can search a kaiju once per turn if it's at 3 or more counters, able to remove a counter to prevent effect destruction. While next to no one would use the field spell or an actual kaiju focused deck, Kumongus would see play out the gate for being able to tribute over an opponent's monster a la Lava Golem, without eating your normal summon that turn, giving players an option to out towers like bosses, specifically using Kumongus because it was the weaker of the two to give the opponent sitting at 2400 attack. Moving into the one-offs, Magical Abductor gets a counter whenever a spell is activated while on field or in scale, able to remove 3 to search a Pendulum monster while in scale or a level 1 spellcaster while on field. Archfiend Eccentric can pop itself in scale to pop another spell trap on field, or tribute itself on field to pop another monster. Both of these cards would see experimentation in the aforementioned Pendulum pile, with Eccentric seeing general play as well for being effectively an MST that could also double as monster removal where needed. Retaliating Sea can special summon itself if your opponent activates a spell that can special summon a monster, banishing any card sent to grave while summoned this way, and searches an Earth Insect on being sent to grave. While it's clear this was meant as a counter to strategies like Necros and Shadal, Retaliating would also be extremely notable at the time for searching Max C when removed. Wavering Eyes pops all pen scales, then provides effects based on how many you pop, with 1 burning the opponent for 500, 2 searching for any Pendulum monster, 3 banishing a card on field, and 4 searching another copy of Wavering Eyes. This was clearly meant as a counter to Pendulums as they became more and more powerful, but in actuality it just acted as a way for Pendulum strategies to get an Ignite style search off, which would become even more powerful if you matched into a Pendulum strategy yourself. Chicken Game blocked whichever player is losing from taking damage, allowing both players on their turn to pay 1,000 to use one of its effects, being a draw 1, give the opponent 1,000 life, or popping that card. Obviously, the primary usage of this card was a pseudo-reverse Upstart Goblin, paying 1,000 life points to draw a card, but this would become one of the most degenerate FTK enablers ever, as the previously released field spell Pseudo Space could be placed over it after using the draw effect to then banish it from grave, pay 1,000, and draw again. Because of this, Chicken Game FTK became a known threat in the format, being utilized with either a Magical Explosion end goal or Exodia, which was made worse by cards like Hope for Escape and Terraforming, enabling the strategy to insane degrees. Storming Mirror Force would be the first in a new series of elemental retrains at the classic Battle Trap, bouncing all attack position monsters to hand when attacked into. While this wouldn't see play for now, it would set the trend for the next year of new Mirror Force variants coming out with wildly different conditions and effects that would each find their own homes in the game. Lastly, and probably one of the biggest sleeper hits of the set, Gem Knight would receive 2 new cards of note. Lady Brilliant Diamond is a fusion of any 3 Gem Knights that can send a Gem Knight from field to grave to summon another from extra deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. This enabled all sorts of FTKs with Lady Lapis Lazuli and Master Diamond, but for the time being was too inconsistent to do anything noteworthy. The far more impactful piece of this support here was Brilliant Fusion, a fusion from deck spell for Gem Knights that had no restrictions on when it could fuse, but dropped the monster it summoned to 0/0, able to discard a spell to boost that monster back to normal stats for the turn. While incredibly unassuming for the time, Brilliant Fusion would actually be one of the most powerful setup tools ever conceived for the time, as by playing a copy of Gem Knight Garnet, you could use it to send the Garnet in any light to make Seraphonite, who in turn provided an additional normal summon as well as dumping of whatever light you wanted. The go-to light of the era was undoubtedly Performage's Trick Clown, as by dumping it with Brilliant, Trick Clown could then revive itself immediately, giving the user 2 monsters and an additional normal summon to work with off of the 1 Brilliant Fusion, which would become more and more popular in the coming months, but was not immediately discovered on release. This would also lead to the community coining the term Garnet for anything you played in deck for an engine but did not want to draw, named for the Gem Knight Garnet you'd play, as Brilliant Fusion had to specifically send its materials from deck to grave. The World Championship for 2015 would be held a week later on August 15th, 2015. And an extremely important note here is that the World's winner from 2014, Sahabi Karandine of Canada, would not be allowed to participate despite his World's title due to a cheating suspension that was in effect at the time, seeing his spot for the tournament filled by the runner-up of last year's Worlds, Hayama Shinsuke of Japan. Once again, due to the combined format, a number of strategies were left in an unplayable state going into Worlds. Burning Abyss was still a TCG exclusive, leaving it out of the tournament completely, while Shaddoll had taken many hits in the OCG with the banning of Construct and the limiting of Shaddoll Fusion, leaving the deck heavily suboptimal for play here. Of the publicly available top 8 lists, Hero would be a notable standout, seeing top 8, utilizing Mystic Tomato of all things in the slimmed down metagame to access Shadow Mist for Darklaw, with a suite of revival traps to make the setup even easier. Nekroz would make it all the way to second place here despite the additional hits of a limited Unicorn and a semi-limited cycle, utilizing more of the non-ritual Nekroz line than ever before like Exa and Great Sorcerer, even going so far as to utilize the hands once again to fill out the control core of the deck. Despite how he qualified the event, Hayama Shinsuke of Japan would take this year's World Championship title using Tellarknight, the one Duelist Alliance strategy that had taken no substantial hits, utilizing its almost standard game plan at this stage to consistently control games and earn this year's title of World Champion. This would lead into the next structure deck of the year a week later, and with the world substantially shocked by Tellar's performance on the world stage, many hoped for something to help bolster a new meta strategy. Synchron Extreme. Release date, August 28th, 2015. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Synchron. Impact, new Synchro tools, nothing else. Synchron Extreme was a structure deck of all time for sure, as while it didn't bring anything to really affect the short term, it did bring one tool that would affect the game in the long run in Jet Synchron. A level 1 tuner that searches a junk monster when sent to grave for a Synchro summon and can revive itself by discarding a card and banishes itself when it leaves the field. Jet may have been a little bit ahead of its time, as for now it wouldn't be too useful, but a self-reviving tuner a la Gub would be greatly appreciated with the right amount of time passing. YCS Toronto would be held the same weekend, and with it there came a new format vibe in the air. It was the first testing grounds of Core, the first YCS of the new season, and with it would mark the changing over of the YCS prize card once again. And for those still reeling from the stint of Giant Hand a few years ago, it was about to get so much worse. Minerva the Exalted Lightsworn can detach 1 to mill 3, drawing cards equal to the Lightsworns milled this way, and when destroyed mills 3 to pop cards up to the number of Lightsworns milled. This card was, to put bluntly, one of the best milling tools we've seen since Lavalval Chain. Being a rank 4 meant that it was so generically accessible and boosted multiple strategies in the format from Shaddoll to Infernoid to countless rogue options, and the fact that she was a prize card stirred up quite the storm. Because of her status as a prize card while also being legal in the format, copies of Minerva that you could potentially win at a YCS were going for upwards of $1,000 a copy in her prime, being the first time in a long time a prize card was worth nearly that much outside of specifically a World's prize card. With all of that preamble out of the way, how did the meta for the YCS shake out? For the most part, the meta held despite the new releases, but a couple of clear shifts had made themselves known immediately. For starters, the Perform Mages were running rampant. Over half of the Nekroz lists and most of everything that wasn't specifically named Burning Abyss were playing the clowns, and the results here were clear that Perform Mage was an engine that was here to stay, providing rank 4s and tribute bodies left and right. Yang Zing would see its first ever premier top here, utilizing the new Zephyr Yang Zings from Cross Souls to provide the extra searching power for their creation lines, giving the strategy far more consistency than before. Infernoid would quickly adapt to running Decatron, but would take some time before the realization of power that was Imagination, but given time would adjust. Cosmo would be the big shock here, scoring a top cut appearance in its first ever outing. The primary ability it was showcasing at this stage is the ability to access any part of the core through a combination of Slip Rider and Cosmotown. Because Cosmotown searches on any card destruction effect, including your own, it would be common practice to use Town's Recursion, pop it with Slip Rider, and then search another town, then activate it to do it all again since it lacked a hard once per turn clause. This combined with Forerunner being shockingly difficult to out allowed the deck to see decent success for its first rodeo, and left many players looking to the deck for future outings. Gabriel Orison Wine would take the event on Burning Abyss, utilizing a newer tech in the deck being Absolute King Backjack as the way to combo with Draghig, able to stack a Burning Abyss card, then use Backjack's effect to either mill a specific BA name or set up both Fire Lake and the Traveler lines to absolutely blow out the opponent. YCS Rimni would be held the same day, and we'd see similar results in terms of Performage presence, with Performages finding their way into most of the non-BA builds in the top 32, including the winning Necros list piloted by Lorenzo Sattoni. YCS Monterey would be the following week, and we'd see similar results to the other YCSs in this block, even with the backcheck build of BA once again taking the event piloted by Alan Guzman. The year's Megatens would drop a week later, and to say that the anticipation was palpable would be an understatement, as this particular round was set to reprint a massive amount of the current meta. Archetypes seeing reprints here included Artifact, Bujin, Burning Abyss, Fluffle, Infernoid, Cliffort, Shadal, Sylvan, Tellarknight, Traptrix, and Yang Zings to name a few. Needless to say, this would bring down the price of everything in the meta not named Necros, but there was also a new particular card here brought in for the promo slots that absolutely needs to be talked about. Elder Entity Norden is a fusion of 2 Synchro or Exceeds monsters that revives a level 4 or lower on summon. Let's be blunt, at this point in time, you're never fusion summoning this card the correct way. You are absolutely using this with instant fusion, and as such, Norden provides a get out of jail free card to every rank 4 focused deck by turning instant fusion into a 1-card rank 4 with its revive, leading the card to see stable play in any rank 4 focused deck for the foreseeable future. This would lead nicely into the next set 2 weeks later that was poised to take another crack at the deck building set formula. High Speed Riders. Release date October 2nd, 2015. Set type Deck Building Set. Major strategies, Speedroid, Resonator, Cyframe. Impact, new engines to tinker with. High Speed Riders would be the second crack at the concept of a deck build set, bringing 3 new archetypes to the table to drop massive waves of support for, with 2 being brand new and 1 being new support for a legacy archetype. The legacy archetype in question was Resonator, the building blocks of Jack Atlas's Red Dragon Archfiend strategy, seeing new tools like Red Resonator, who summons a level 4 or lower from hand on normal, or boost your life points by a monster's attack on special, but none of their pieces would convert the strategy into anything worth playing. Speedroid would be the first of 2 new archetypes, a series of wind machines aimed at swarming, level modulation, and accessing a variety of synchros in their toolbox like Kendama, Shanbara, and the previously released Clearwing Synchro Dragon. However, most of these pieces were lackluster and clunky, save for 2 specifically. Speedroid Terratop can special summon itself if you have no monsters, searching another Speedroid on summon, and Taken Tombor can special summon itself if you control a wind and contribute itself to special summon a Speedroid tuner from deck. These 2 would form the basics of a rank 3 engine for strategies at the time, thanks to Terratop searching Taken Tombor for the immediate free summon, giving you rank 3 material without committing to the normal summon, seeing play mostly in decks like Burning Abyss as now a free access to Dante. The last archetype here was Cyframe, a series of psychic gears that could special summon themselves in response to an opponent's action if you control no monsters, as well as the vanilla Cyframe driver, banishing both in the end phase. These included Alpha, who responded to a summon and searched a Cyframe card on summon, Beta, who responded to an attack, popping the monster and ending the battle phase, Gamma, who responds to monster effects, negating it and destroying the monster, Delta, with the same effect but for spells, and Epsilon, with the same effect but for traps. Their field spell Circuit allows you to immediately synchro summon using the summon materials regardless of turn, with the primary targets being Zeta, a level 7 who can tempt banish itself and an opponent's attack position special summon monster, able to recur a Cyframe in grave by returning itself from grave to extra deck, and Omega, a level 8 that can tempt banish itself and a card in the opponent's hand, can return a banished card to grave during the opponent's standby phase, and can return itself and another card from grave back to deck. While some experimentation would be seen with the various parts, the only one that would see any success in the short term would be Omega, being a generic 8 with the ability to hand rip, though some experimentation would be seen with the gears as hand traps, specifically in the case of Gamma, though this would go nowhere for the time being. YCS Dallas would be held that same weekend, and a surprising new face would be seen among the decks in the top cut, being Clownblade, a combination of the popular Performage engine with various rank 4 enablers, such as Assault Halberd and Thousand Blades, with Thousand Blades specifically being interesting as its Grave Revive effect can trigger off the summon of Trick Clown. The other interesting card here would be Gigabyte, seeing its first real playability thanks to Performages all being spellcasters, which in turn rose the usage of the rank 4 King of the Feral Imps, which would only rise further and further in usage as rank 4 toolbox decks fully take over. Eric Christensen would take the event on Infernoid, notably going completely undefeated throughout the event with an impressive 16-0 tear, utilizing the newly released Omega for its hand rip as well as its ability to remove levels from the board for further Infernoid summons. This would lead us into the last core set of the year, and if it was anything like core before it, it was sure to bring a shakeup to the meta as we knew it. Dimension of Chaos. Release date, November 6th, 2015. Set type, core set. Major strategies, DD, Magispector, Cosmo. Impact, the guillotine to the current meta. Dimension of Chaos would be the last core set of the year, and with its new archetypes and continued support of themes introduced back in core, a couple of new meta threats would rise from this particular set to redefine the meta at large. DD is an archetype of fiends aimed at utilizing fusions, synchros, and exceeds through their various tools and Dark Contract continuous cards, which we've actually seen a couple of times before, but this would be their first major wave of support that would make the strategy playable. Swirl Slime can fuse a DDD using itself and any other material in hand and can be banished from grave to summon a DD from hand. Necro Slime can fuse a DDD by banishing itself and any other material from grave. Savant Kepler searches a Dark Contract or bounces another DD card to hand on summon. Oblivion King Abyss Ragnarok summons a DDD from grave on summon and contribute another DD to banish an opponent's monster, and then the Scale can summon a DD from grave when you special summon another DD, burning yourself for 1000 when you do. Wave King Caesar can detach at the end of the battle phase to summon back as many destroyed monsters as you can, but burns yourself for 1000 for each in the next standby phase, searching a Dark Contract when sent to grave. Wave Oblivion King Caesar Ragnarok can bounce a DD or Dark Contract on attack deck to steal an opponent's monster and equip it to himself, boosting by its attack. Duo Dawn King Kali Yuga can stun all other cards on field for the turn on summon, can detach to nuke all spells and traps, and can detach to set a Dark Contract from grave. Dark Contracts are all continuous cards with similar conditions of providing an effect once per turn and burning the controller for 1000 in the user's standby phase. Gate lets you search a DD, Swamp King lets you fusion summon a fiend using hand or field, and can also use grave if the monster being summoned is a DD, and Witch lets you send a DD or Dark Contract from hand to grave to pop a card on field and boost all fiends by 1000 on the opponent's turn. DD would look interesting from this wave, but unfortunately was missing quite a lot of its important support to do anything relevant for the time being, as the remainder of their critical support were still locked in the OCG as exclusives needing to be imported. So the deck's viability was going to live or die by how soon we'd see those pieces. Perform Age would actually see a couple of new pieces of Pendulum support. Mirror Conductor can swap a monster's attack and defense and take 500, or if in scale, drop a special summon monster's attack or defense to the lower of the two, and Plush Fire, if destroyed, floats into another Perform Age in deck, and in scale can summon itself if your Perform Age is destroyed, then you take 500 damage. These two were seemingly harmless additions to the lineup at first, but a realization hit with Plush Fire specifically. If it was, say, destroyed in the Pendulum scale, it would be a monster again in the extra deck where it ended up. This means that by popping Plush Fire in the scale with something like Luster Pendulum or Wavering Eyes, it would still trigger its float effect. And with that, Pendulums now had full unrestricted access to the Perform Ages in a way no other deck did. This would heavily increase the interest in the aforementioned Pendulum pile, now slowly gaining the name of the two archetypes it most utilized, those being of Perform Ages and Performapals, nicknamed to Pepe for short. It seemed that with every new release, some new Pendulum cards would be added to the pile to make Pepe stronger and stronger, which actually segues really nicely into Magispector was a new archetype of spellcaster pendulums that all shared targeting and effect destruction immunity, and having no pendulum scale effects despite being a pendulum archetype, with most having an effect on summon, with Nekomata searching any Magispector card in the end phase, Bunboku searching a monster, Yada searching a spell, and QB searching a trap. Kirin would be the boss of the archetype, able to bounce a pendulum monster and an opponent's monster to hand on quick effect, though notably was a level 6 in a pendulum archetype where the scales capped out at 5. Their spell trap line primarily involved tributing a wind spellcaster to activate an effect, with Storm spinning a monster to deck, Cyclone popping a monster, Tornado banishing a monster, and Tempest negating a special summon or monster effect, destroying it. Lastly, Majesty's Pegasus was the deck's field spell, boosting all Magispectors by 300 and letting you tribute a wind spellcaster to summon a Magispector from deck. The fact that the entire archetype had targeting protection on top of Kirin being an absolute annoyance would lead them to see meta playability not just in their own pure variant, but also as additional pieces to Pepe, thanks to Bunboku and Kirin together forming a self-contained package of monsters. Similarly to Ignite though, they also had an extra deck monster that tied the archetype into the Draco Slayer lore, being Magister Paladin the Ascending Draco Slayer, a rank 4 that searches any pendulum monster in the end phase after being Exceed summoned, and can detach to summon a Draco Slayer from the face-up extra deck, forming a pseudo loop in combination with Ignister Prominence and instantly becoming a staple piece of Pepe thanks to being a rank 4. Speaking of Ignite, Ignite would also receive a couple of more pieces here in Cavalier and Veteran, finishing out their sets of level 5s and 6s, as well as Reload, which shuffled back any number of Pendulum monsters in hand to draw that many +1, with Reload seeing not only play in Ignites, but experimentation in different Pendulum piles. Gradle was a new archetype aimed at stealing opponents' monsters, with most of their main deck monsters equipping to and stealing an opponent's monster when destroyed in battle, or by monster effect for Eagle, spell effect for Alligator, or trap effect for Cobra. Slime could summon itself from hand or grave by popping 2 Gradle cards, summoning a Gradle from grave when you do, providing easy access to their Synchro boss Gradle Dragon, able to pop cards up to its Synchro materials on summon, floating into another monster in grave on destruction. Lastly, Impact lets you pop a Gradle card in an opponent's card, and searches a Gradle in each end phase, only able to use one of those effects in a turn. Gradle, while seemingly clunky, actually held some interesting applications thanks primarily to the Kaijus from core, able to tribute over a monster, then steal the Kaiju with a Gradle, seeing some experimentation in that aspect. Speaking of, Kaiju would receive Gamma Seal, now the weakest Kaiju at 2200 attack, making it the new go-to counter option for outing unoutable bosses. And that would become even more relevant with the new wave of Cosmo support. Strawman had the standard pilot tag out and could pay 500 to summon a banished Cosmo with its effects negated, destroying it in the end phase. Wicked Witch had the standard pilot tag out and could pay 1000 to prevent herself from being destroyed that turn on a quick effect, and Dark Destroyer had the standard ship float effect, targeting protection, and pop the monster on summon. These 3 would take the already tier 3 Cosmo strategy and rocket it up to tier 1, as Dark Destroyer was an absolute house of a card, with the only real way to out it being that of the Kaijus, as popping it would just let it float into another ship or pilot that could just get back to it. On to the one-offs. Performapal Second Donkey searches a Performapal on summon if your scales are full, being a decent inclusion in Pepe as it geared up. Fluffle Wings allows you to convert a toy vendor into pure value, drawing a card and popping the vendor, which in turn gets you another search. In the same vein, Frightfur Sabertooth is a fusion of any Frightfur fusion and one or more Fluffle or Edge Imps, summons a Frightfur from grave on fusion summon, boosts Frightfurs by 400, and has destruction immunity if made with 3 or more material. Sabertooth would be seen as effectively a freebie fusion using Tiger, since you could just revive him after, allowing you to either make a large-bodied board between their attack buffs or potentially clear the Tiger off the board for another Tiger summon. Vector Pendulum the Drake Overlord could negate the effects of the opponent's Pendulum scales while in scale, being a decent option for the Pendulum pile, but still lacked a solid reason to run it, which we would get soon enough. Pot of the Forbidden on flip gave you the choice of effects from power spells that are currently banned, be it Pot of Greed's Draw 2, Giant Drenade's Spell Trap Bounce, Raigeki's Monster Wipe, or Forceful Sentry's Hand Spin Back. Obviously this was too clunky to see meta contention, but it was experimented with for rogue level play with the previously mentioned Prediction Princess cards, as Tyro Tri could use it as her ritual material, then bring it back in the end phase, able to flip it up and down repeatedly. Odd Eyes Fusion summons a dragon using monsters you control, or if the opponent has 2 or more monsters than you, Odd Eyes monsters from the extra deck. This would facilitate the new boss of Vortex Dragon, a fusion of an Odd Eyes and a Pendulum monster that bounces a monster on summon and has an Omni Negate at the cost of returning a Pendulum from the extra to deck. This would be solid for some Pendulum piles to include thanks primarily to Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon, which 2 copies of it in the extra deck can be used to fully meet the fusion requirements since Odd Eyes Fusion doesn't specify face up extra deck, seeing some experimentation. Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend's name becomes the original RDA on field and engrave and can nuke all other special summoned monsters with equal or less attack to it to burn the opponent for 500 for each. This would become a quick inclusion in the ever-growing lineup of good level 8 synchros, primarily as a way to close out games effectively. Painful Decision lets you dump a level 4 or lower normal to search another copy of the same monster. While fairly basic on paper, at this stage the only deck that could even remotely consider using it was Ignite, though it would see relevance within the next year. Lastly, Grand Horn of Heaven can negate an inherent special summon in the opponent's main phase, then immediately force them to end that phase. This would see some serious experimentation as a blowout option when going first, as forcing the opponent to effectively skip their main phase 1 can prove detrimental in terms of breaking a board, as you lose your battle phase to go into main phase 2 to finish up. YCS San Jose would be the same weekend, and Cosmo would waste no time letting everyone know who was the new top dog, taking the main slice of the top cut and the event itself piloted by Jesse Samick. The addition of Dark Destroyer and Strawman to the deck had changed the dynamic substantially, as now you could do combos with the deck by utilizing Dark Destroyer's pop to cycle your ships in the battle phase for further damage pushes, or to break the opponent's board, while Strawman's ability to access a temporary beater body that then floats into more power proved extremely useful. Reasoning had found another home here too, as almost every ship and pilot was a different level, giving no ideal call outside of 8 to prevent a free Dark Destroyer drop. Magispector would also clear into top 16 here, utilizing the other Pendulum tools like Luster Pendulum and Archfiend Eccentric to take full advantage of the Magispector lines, in addition to Moon Mirror Shield being quite useful, as with the targeting and effect destruction protections on the Magispector lines, it made the smaller bodies incredibly difficult to out without something like a Kaiju, which always felt like a waste on the small Pendulum bodies. This would be the precursor to the next ban list update just 3 days later, and with it would come down the blade on almost everything that had been meta in the past year. Newly banned were Towers, Construct, Exciton, and Shuret, all of which had been pivotal pieces of the decks that had dominated the game for a while now. Newly limited were Graph as a hit to BA, Mathematician and El Shaddoll fusion as hits to Shaddoll, Nekroz of Bryonic and Unicorn, and Rhoda all as hits towards Nekroz, Cliffort Scout as a hit to Klee, and Ulti Kanahawk as a hit to Ritual Beast, all of which were massive nerfs in their own ways. Newly semied, and the only card here, would be Seer as another hit to BA. Lastly, unlimited were Chaos Sorcerer, Shien, Spellbook of Fate, and Geargia Gear, seemingly a wave of cleanup to the decks of yesteryear at this point. Shaddoll, Cliffort, Ritual Beast, and Nekroz all suffered killing blows, losing almost their entire identity in one fell swoop, while Burning Abyss, though it did take hits, didn't suffer nearly as much as the others. This would also spawn a meme in the community around Dante, as it seemed that the BA poster child, unlike the faces of the other meta strategies, was banlist immune in the TCG. Obviously, this would set the stage for a changing of the guard in a sense, and most expected Cosmo to move into the dominant position moving forward, which would be all but confirmed at YCS Sao Paulo 3 weeks later, where Cosmo would take a solid 9 of the top 16, including first place piloted by Alejandro Suarez, marking the player's second YCS win and third major event win. This would be the first major event top of Pepe as well, but unfortunately we do not have a deck list to analyze for this particular event. Though Pepe was about to become much more potent in the meta, as the last structure deck of the year was just a week away, and it would provide a preview of the coming attractions that Pendulum had in store for 2016. Master of Pendulum. Release date December 4th, 2015. Set type Structure Deck. Major strategies Performapal, Odd Eyes, Pendulum Magician. Impact, the precursor to the Clown Show. Master of Pendulum would be the final set of the year, and with it would come one of the biggest bursts of support we had seen yet to Pepe specifically, with the support here breaking down into 3 archetypes, so let's go at it one at a time. Performapal support would be the least in number but one of the largest in power thanks to Performapal Skullcrobat Joker who, on normal, searches a Performapal, Pendulum Magician, or Odd Eyes monster, becoming an instant staple for the deck thanks to accessing any of the 3 engines on command. Odd Eyes would receive a new field spell in Sky Iris, which blocks your Magicians, Performapals, and Odd Eyes scales from being targeted and lets you pop a card to search for an Odd Eyes once per turn, and 2 new extra deck bosses in Meteor Burst, who specials a pen scale on summon and locks the opponent's monster effects in the battle phase, and Absolute, who can detach to negate an attack and summon an Odd Eyes from hand or grave, and if sent to grave after being Exceed summons an Odd Eyes from extra deck ignoring its summoning condition, with Sky Iris finding a home instantly and Absolute taking one of those Odd Eyes fusion slots thanks to also being a cheat out if needed. Lastly, the Pendulum Magician archetype would see a serious facelift. Dragon Pit and Pulse were normal pendulums that could discard a pendulum to pop a spell trap for Pit or a monster for Pulse. Oath Dragon could return a Magician or Odd Eyes from face up extra to hand once per turn. Wisdom Eye could pop itself in scale to set any other Magician into scale from deck, and Pendulum Call, for the cost of a discard, let you search for any 2 Magician pendulums, locking your pen scales from being destroyed by card effect until the opponent's next end phase. This was an incredible boon for the rapidly rising Pepe, seeing a variant known as Pepe Magicians rise into the meta off of this wave, which I would say we'd see at the last YCS of the year in Lyle, but there was an unexpected issue. Due to devastating attacks in Paris coupled with civil unrest, YCS Lyle would sadly be cancelled, leaving us now at the end of 2015 Yugioh, but what a massive year it was. We had seen the rise and fall of new Tier 0 as well as the changing of the guard in terms of meta threats. And with recent support finally, we were seeing pendulums come into their own as a mechanic. But this was about to hit the fan. With the beginning of 2016 on the horizon, the clowns were about to get more and more powerful. And with it, we'd see an approach Konami would take that we've never seen before or since to help keep the chaos in check. When we last left off, the meta was in a state of flux. Following the release of Docs and the subsequent ban list that took everything pre-core out of the meta, Cosmo was left the lone wolf at the top of the meta, with a couple of pendulum brews starting to pop up here and there under the name of Pepe, short for Performapal Performage. Those piles had grown substantially in power too with the release of the Master of Pendulum structure deck, bringing Pendulum Magicians and support for Performapal and Odd Eyes, allowing the strategy to rival and even surpass Cosmo in the meta. But this was kept exclusively to the regional level, as the only potential YCS to showcase this was cancelled at the end of 2015. Because of this, Pepe would have to show its growth following the next core set release, and to anyone who knows about Pepe, this set would instantly make the Pendulum Magician pieces obsolete. Breakers of Shadow. Release date, January 15th, 2016. Set type, Core Set. Major strategies, Performapal, Draco Slayer, Cosmo. Impact.
You're gonna die, clown!
Bosch is probably one of the most infamous sets of the Arc 5 era, which is kind of funny in retrospect, as on the surface it doesn't look like it would shift too much. No major revolutions in new archetypes, a couple of pieces of support for existing ones, but nothing as game warping as you'd expect from a set that caused a Tier 0 takeover. In reality, the set may have only had a bunch of smaller pieces for various strategies, but all of those smaller pieces could be utilized by the same centralized pile at the center of the meta, which would result in a complete hostile takeover of Pepe on the format as a Tier 0 mega threat, arguably the worst we've seen since Teledad. Let's start with the aforementioned Performapals, who saw 3 pieces of relevant support here. Monkey Board is a scale 1 that searches a Performapal the turn it's scaled, which in practice means that Monkey Board on its own was full pendulum scales, as it covered the low scale and allowed you to search for a high scale such as Lizard Draw or the new scale 6 of Guitardal, who draws a card when the Performapal scale is activated while it's already in scale. This would be extremely useful alongside Lizard Draw specifically, as you could scale the turtle, scale Lizard to draw 1 off the turtle, then send Lizard for its effect to draw 1, effectively giving you a Pot of Greed style effect. Lastly, Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer was an OCG import that, on special summon, popped up to 2 cards you controlled to search for Performapals up to the number of cards you popped. This was an incredibly powerful effect that standardly would let you pop scales to search for either follow-up or the Lizard Turtle combo, but there was a pretty major oversight on this particular card. On its initial release, Pendulum Sorcerer was mistranslated, stating that it searched up to the number of monsters destroyed, not cards. As such, because it happened at the same stage of the effect as the pop, if you popped your scales with this effect, it would consider the pop cards as spells, meaning you wouldn't get the search off. This would be a pretty major nerf to the card's applications, specifically in regards to popping cards like Plushfire in the scale, which was a very common play at the time due to Plushfire's float effect. Buster Blader would be the newest attempt at retraining a monster used by Yugi, giving us the Destruction Sword Master, who's treated as Buster Blader on the field and in grave, equips opponent's monsters destroyed by battle to himself, and can send an equipped monster to grave to pop all same type monsters the opponent controls, as well as the Whelps, a series of Dragon Tuner companions for Buster Blader. Buster Whelp would be the main one, able to search a Destruction Sword card on normal, contribute itself to summon Buster Blader from hand or grave, and can summon itself from grave by discarding a Destruction Sword card if you control Buster Blader. This was a quick and easy way to access one of the deck's primary bosses, being Dragon Destroyer Swordsman through a search for Fusion, a quick play spell that can recur itself by discarding any card. When Fusion summoned, gains 1000 attack for every dragon in the opponent's field or grave, swapping all dragons to defense, locking their effects, and gains piercing. Or the Synchro Buster Dragon, who turns all opponent's monsters into dragons, can summon a Buster Blader from grave if you do not control one, and can equip a Destruction Sword monster from grave to Buster Blader once per turn, being effectively a companion piece for the anti-dragon bosses. As for the other whelps, each get equipped from hand or field to a Buster Blader, with each having a floodgate effect and an effect that moved the whelp off of Buster Blader for an immediate bonus, with Dragon Buster locking the opponent's special summons from extra deck and can summon itself while equipped, Wizard Buster locking the opponent's grave effects and can send itself to grave to recur a Destruction Sword monster, and Robot Buster locking face-up spell and trap effects and can send itself to grave to boost the equipped monster by 1000 for the turn. This would be an extremely comprehensive and solid wave of legacy support for Buster Blader, giving the deck a solid direction, but it suffered pretty heavily from the retrain not having the name Buster Blader in hand or deck, meaning half of the support couldn't be used with it until the retrain was on the field or in the grave, leading to the deck breaking to high heaven more often than not, although it would see rogue level play in formats with high dragon representation for obvious reasons. Draco Slayer would receive easily its most impactful support yet, receiving another Draco Slayer main deck name in Master Pendulum, being a normal pendulum that can pop another pendulum scale on field while it's in scale, and the fusion boss of Dinostar Power, a contact fusion of a Draco Slayer pendulum and any other pendulum, can revive a Draco Slayer pendulum once per turn, and blocks all pendulum cards you control from destruction of any kind. However, there was one more piece of support this time that would take Draco Slayer over the top, being Draco Face Off, a quick play spell that revealed a Draco Slayer and a Dracoverlord from deck, had the opponent select one at random, and then the selected monster could either be special summoned or set in the scale, with the other moving to the extra deck. This was insanely powerful, giving you easy access to your luster lines at best, or at worst giving you a free level 4 body and vector pendulum while placing luster in the extra deck for the eventual pendulum summon back, making this an absolute staple for all pendulum decks moving forward. Dynamist would be the third Draco Slayer tie-in archetype, a series of level 4 and 5 machine pendulums focused on protection and scales, with all the low scales being able to destroy themselves in place of another Dynamist card, and all the high scales being able to negate a card that targets a Dynamist by popping itself, with each having unique monster effects, with Stegosaur popping both sides of any combat involving another pendulum you control, Plesios dropping the opponent by 100 for each Dynamist card you control, Petaran searching a Dynamist when it destroys a monster in combat, Brachion able to summon itself from hand if your opponent has the highest attack on field and you control no Brachions, Ceratops able to summon itself from hand if you control only Dynamists and no Ceratops, and Rex able to tribute a Dynamist at end of damage step it attacks to either attack again with piercing or spin back a card from the opponent's hand or field and gain 100 attack. They also had two relevant spell traps in Charge, which searched a Dynamist on activation and added a Dynamist sent to face up extra deck back to hand once per turn, and Rush, which summons a Dynamist from deck, making it unaffected by card effects and destroys it in the end phase. While Dynamist was absolutely interesting, and constructed, it didn't have what it needed to compete on the meta stage consistently, being relegated to the rogue level at best. Shiranui would be a new zombie archetype aimed at cheating out their synchros with their tuner Spectral Sword, who can banish itself in another zombie non-tuner engrave to summon a zombie synchro whose total level equals the 2. This would be complemented by their main deck pieces of Smith, who searched a Shiranui card when sent to grave as synchro material and prevents zombie battle destruction the turn he's banished, Spirit Master, who summons a Shiranui from hand on normal and pops a card when banished, and Samurai, who can banish a zombie from grave to boost itself by 600 and banish any monster it battles that turn, and recurs a Shiranui monster when banished. Their synchro bosses here were Samurai Saga, a level 6 that can shuffle back a banished zombie to swap all opponent's monsters to defense with less attack than the returned monsters, and drops an opponent by 500 when banished, and Shogun Saga, a level 8 that banishes a zombie from grave on summon to boost itself by that monster's attack, and floats into a banished zombie with 0 defense on destruction. Shiranui had the bones of an interesting strategy for sure, unique way of utilizing the standard zombie shtick of filling up the grave and recursive payoffs, but unfortunately was just not consistent enough at this juncture to become meta, seeing some rogue level experimentation with Unizombie for helping set up Spectral Sword lines. Cosmo would see its third wave of support here in Tin Can, a pilot who can pay 500 to choose 3 Cosmo cards from deck, then add 1 at random to hand while dumping the other 2 to grave, Sword Troopers, a pilot who can pay 1,000 to revive a pilot in grave, Delta Shuttle, a ship that can dump a Cosmo from deck to grave to drop a monster's attack by its level times 100, Dark Eclipser, a ship that can't be targeted and can banish a Cosmo monster from grave to negate traps, notably not floating into a Cosmo on death, rather searching one instead, and Cosmojo, a trap that pops a Cosmo to non-targeting banish a card on field. This wave would spark an interesting change in direction for Cosmo's deck building over the next couple of months, mainly centering around the new pilot of Tin Can, as by using its effect, one could actively set up the grave with multiple multiple ships and then revive them using cards like Call the Haunted and Oasis of Dragon Souls. This direction of the deck's building style would receive the colloquial name of Tin Can Turbo, and while it wouldn't be super popular for now, it would fundamentally shift Cosmo's place in the meta over the coming months with new releases and the strategy's last support wave. Kaiju would receive their most interesting support wave yet, receiving Jizukiru, the now strongest Kaiju body at 3300, but also a new reason to actually play it. Interrupted Kaiju Slumber was effectively Dark Hole that summoned 2 Kaiju from deck, one to each side of the field, and could be banished from grave on the following turn to search another Kaiju. This would spark a movement of using the Kaijus as an engine that was effectively Dark Hole but better, wiping the board and giving you an immediate 1100 damage to push to the opponent by attacking over the Gamma Seal with Jizukiru, then being able to search another Gamma Seal on a following turn to out whatever the opponent built after. Magispector would receive a more minor support wave here in Ogama, who sets a Magispector spell trap from deck on summon, and Sonics, which doubles a Magispector's attack and defense, but halves the damage it inflicts that turn. These two would find a home in Magispector decks namely for the added flexibility they gave to Magispector setups, with Ogama providing a search for either pool of responses the deck had access to. Guiding Ariadne could, when destroyed, reveal 3 counter traps in deck to have the opponent pick one to add to your hand, shuffling the rest back in. This would be yet another option for Pepe, as not only could it potentially search Solemn Warning if the opponent was daring enough to give it to you, but also the new counter trap of Solemn Strike, which can negate and destroy either a monster effect or inherent special summon for the cost of 1500 life points, being a massive staple in the meta almost immediately thanks to it being a way to block pendulum summon pushes. Another option was the more budget-friendly Ultimate Providence, which was an Omni-Negate at the cost of discarding the corresponding card super type from hand, which would see some experimentation. Twin Twisters was yet another variant of MST, taking a discard to use but popping up the 2 spell traps instead. This would be an instant staple, especially in a metagame centered around pendulums, as the versatility of being able to snipe both scales or remove multiple back row threats while also potentially setting up the grave was too good of a deal to pass up for most players, seeing mass play almost immediately. Quaking Mirror Force was the third of the elemental variants of the classic Mirror Force, flipping any affected monster face down permanently instead of destroying them, seeing experimentation immediately as the ability to lock up the opponent's zones with this was actually surprisingly useful. Fiendish Rhino Warrior was an OCG import that blocked other fiends from being destroyed, able to bin a fiend from deck when sent to grave, being an instant staple in Burning Abyss as it blocked the BA self-pop and let you Foolish Burial 1 after using it. Neptabis, the Atlantean Prince, could send an Atlantean from deck to grave to search an Atlantean card and can, if sent to grave for a water monster effect, revive an Atlantean monster. This piece would completely revamp Atlantean, or more accurately Merlantean, into a rogue-level contender for the current metagame, as by sending Dragoons with his effect, you could not only search another Dragoons, but also search for a Mermail to pair with it, being the perfect starter for the strategy. Lastly would be 2 new Exceeds in the OCG import slots that would revitalize the staple rank 4 pool in extremely different ways. Traptrix Rafflesia is unaffected by traps while she has materials, and could detach to send a trap hole from deck to grave when its effects would be able to be applied to trigger that effect. Rafflesia would become an instant staple rank 4 in the format in large part thanks to Treacherous Trap Hole, as her effect became a 2 monster pop on a quick effect with that, seeing use for that as well as for applying Bottomless after the fact. The other, and far more interesting application card, was Cyber Dragon Infinity, a light-locked 3-material rank 6 that can also summon itself over Cyber Dragon Nova, gains 200 attack for each material, can suck up an attack position monster on either field as material once per turn, and can detach one for an Omni-Negate. You may be remembering what I said right at the start of this, and no, I did not misspeak. Cyber Dragon Infinity would be a staple piece of the rank 4 toolbox due to a monster we've mentioned before in our series, being Tellarknight Ptolemaeus, who could, for the cost of detaching 3 materials, rank itself up into any light rank 5, which just so happens to allow access to Cyber Dragon Nova, which in turn gives access to Infinity. This would become an integral part of any rank 4 focus deck that could reliably put up 3 materials, which in case you didn't know, was about to become frighteningly common as we entered a tier 0 format with YCS Sydney would be the first event of the year on January 16th, and Pepe was already poising itself as the new mega threat, taking 90% of the known top cut. With all of the new tools from Bosch, the deck was an absolute menace, as you could set up any number of various turn 1 setups with a deck ranging from Rafflesia to Infinity to Dweller to even Nightmare. not to mention the follow-up you had with options like Castel, Ignister Prominence, or Trapeze Magician. At this stage, there were so many different options for the strategy that practically every list would be running something different. Some would run Rescue Rabbit as a way to access Master and Vector for Exceed plays and Dinosaur power lines. Some would run Odd One of Tex and the Reptile lines for searching with King of the Feral Limps, such as Palamuro for access to Naturia Beast with Hat Tricker, or Mask Chameleon to access Ignister Prominence with a Graved Master or Vector, and I'm sure many others that were sadly not known due to the loss in most of this event's coverage, but we'll talk more about these soon. Yaowei Zhang would take the event on Pepe, using a fairly standard list with no particular standouts in deck composition or interesting techs, just utilizing the insanely consistent Menace. An extremely interesting part of the Pepe mirror match that should be discussed here is the interactions of Wavering Eyes, as timing your usage of the spell was critical for winning the mirror. The option had always been weighed on whether or not to use it on turn 1 for your own scales to get the benefits before your opponent can, or to save it for the full 4 scales, or save it to chain to your opponent's copy to ensure yours landed first. This was also complicated even further by the inclusion of Performage Damage Juggler, which could actually be discarded to completely negate Wavering Eyes due to the 1-pop effect being a burn effect, which only added to the mind game complexity of the mirror. The only non-Pepe deck that was known that topped here in the Tier 0C was Cosmo Artifact, being one of the first major appearances of Artifact Scythe in the meta as a way to block the massive Pendulum Flood back swing, able to be summoned the old-fashioned way with Sanctum or with Slip Rider popping it off of a pilot tag out. This event would set the stage for the absolute dominance of Pepe on the format, but it seemed something else was just on the horizon, with the structure deck releasing 2 weeks later bringing forward a revolutionary idea for structure decks that would change their design forever. Emperor of Darkness. Release date January 29th, 2016. Set type Structure Deck. Major strategies Monarch. Impact Stun or Swarm, you decide. Emperor of Darkness in the OCG was the beginning of a new structure deck series known as Structure Deck R, which took the concept of an older structure deck, in this case the Dark Emperor, or Advent of the Emperor in the OCG, and revitalizing the idea into an entirely new design space, aimed at making the previous structure deck viable in the current meta landscape. This concept's first outing would be quite the impactful one, revitalizing the Monarch strategy with a number of new additions. Idea and Eidos would be new low-level additions, with Idea on summon specialing an 800-1000 from your deck, and when sent to grave returns a banished Monarch spell trapped to hand, and Eidos giving you an additional tribute summon the turn it's summoned, and can be banished from grave to summon an 800-1000 from grave. Both of these would fuel the new bosses of Aether and Erebus, with both being able to be tribute summoned over any single tribute summoned monster. Aether able to tribute summon itself in the opponent's main phase by banishing a Monarch spell trap from grave, and able to summon a 24-1000 from deck by dumping 2 Monarch spell traps from deck to grave on tribute summon, and Erebus able to dump 2 Monarch spell traps on tribute summon to spin away a card from hand, grave, or field the opponent controls, and able to discard a Monarch spell trap while in grave to recur back a 2400 or higher attack and 1000 defense monster in grave. The Monarch spell traps would also see an overhaul in Pantheism, which discards a Monarch spell trap to draw 2, then can be banished from grave to reveal 3 Monarch spell traps in deck to have the opponent pick one to add to your hand. The Prime Monarch, a continuous trap that can shuffle 2 Monarch spell traps from grave back into deck to draw 1, and can, while in grave, banish a Monarch spell trap to revive itself as a level 5 Light Fairy, and Domain, a field spell that boosts your tribute summoned monsters by 800 while attacking, can reduce a 28-1000's level by 2 in hand for the turn, dropping their tribute summon requirement by 1, and, while you have no cards in your extra deck and a tribute summoned monster on the field, locks the opponent from special summoning a monster from the extra deck. To say this wave would make Monarch's meta was an understatement, seeing the deck surge in playability with new draw and search tools, new board flooding, and new bosses worth the tribute requirements, with Aether in particular being a house of a card thanks to being able to summon Curaz with her effect, which is one of the only 2400 Monarchs that does something on special summon, popping 2 cards on field and giving their controllers the ability to draw 1 for each. Domain, though, would cause some very heavy concessions in the base build as it was designed, as giving up your extra deck not only reduces your options in any scenario, but also flags to your opponent exactly what deck you are playing. When starting a match, the count for your extra deck is public knowledge prior to deciding who goes first or second, which in turn tells the opponent prior to the game starting that you are definitely on a Domain deck. On top of that, Domain Monarch was a bit of a brick fest, as unless you saw Pantheism early or a way to quickly tribute summon one of the new bosses, the deck's options were heavily limited, and with no extra deck to back it up, that could leave one dead in the water. That isn't to say the deck wasn't powerful, as it was, being one of the only strategies that could actually compete with Pepe in its hostile takeover, just not on a consistent basis. But there was another version of Monarch waiting below the surface that would arise within a few months that would be a far more powerful threat than Domain builds, in almost every aspect. YCS Atlanta would be held a week later on February 6th, and that's right, Pepe had hit the most representation in a top 32 cut a deck had ever had at this point in history, and it was clear to see why. Pendulum as a strategy in general was rampaging as the tipping point had clearly been hit, seeing so many viable options that the strategy had already displayed in Sydney a couple weeks ago alongside some new ones. Guiding Ariadne would be a tech that saw success thanks to searching for Solemn Strike or Warning when popped by Luster Pendulum or Wavering Eyes, giving another layer to the end board of the rank 4 toolbox. Dark Pepe would also be a variant that rose here thanks to Armageddon Knight and Zephyros the Elite, as you could bounce your Luster Pendulum back with Zephyros to not only enable rank 4s, but also to get additional Luster pops with cards like Plushfire, pushing the swarming even further. Jose Lagunas would take the event on Pepe, notably opting to not load up on any fancy techs, but rather hand traps like Valor and Maxi to give himself a fighting chance going second. Monarch would manage to take 2 top spots here, but falling completely out by top 16, with Majesty's Fiend being the big counterpick for the various Pendulum swarming effects while Domain blocked the spam outs. Cosmo would also squeak in a single top spot here, notably playing Anti-Spell in the main to potentially block out the Pendulum scales, as Pendulums cannot be set at all, locking the zone from being used. It was clear that Pepe was a menace and needed to be dealt with, and interestingly enough, Konami would deal with it in the most bizarre way we've seen yet. Back on February 4th, Konami would release a blog post to their official site, notably including what they were referring to as an adjusted list that took effect directly following YCS Atlanta on February 8th. This list would be in force for all official events at the regional level and above, but leave it as optional for all card shops, allowing them to keep the previous list without losing their OTS status. The adjusted list would make 6 hits in total, being 3 bans and 3 limits, all targeted at Pepe, banning Plushfire, Damage Juggler, and Ptolemaeus, and limiting Skullcrabat Joker, Monkey Board, and Luster Pendulum. This was a massive kneecap to the strategy, as the Performage engine as it was died with this list, leaving the only real option still worth considering being Trick Clown for certain strategies, as well as the death of Infinity's usage in rank 4 decks. However, this would not be the end of Pendulum, as the strategy was still left with plenty of options to rebuild with, and that would be helped along by the announcement of an errata to Pendulum Sorcerer, correcting its mistranslation and now letting it search for all cards popped rather than just monsters, fixing its major error. This would leave the game in completely uncharted territory, with the vast majority of shops adopting the adjusted list immediately due to it dealing with Pepe's oppression, with only a handful not adopting it, leaving most to question why the list was done this way at all, leaving the entire community to watch the next couple of set releases and events to see what direction the game would take. Wing Raiders. Release date, February 12th, 2016. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Phantom Knight, Raid Raptor, Super Quant. Impact, a new hybrid threat will rise. Wing Raiders would be the third attempt at bringing the deck building set concept to the masses, and it would not disappoint, bringing 2 new archetypes and the main block of support needed for an existing one. Raid Raptor was the existing archetype, debuting back in Secrets of Eternity, consisting of a series of level 4 winged beasts aimed at Exceed summoning, then repeatedly ranking up into their more impressive bosses with rank up magic spells. Tribute Lanius can dump a Raid Raptor card from deck the turn it summoned, and search as a rank up magic in main phase 2 if it destroyed something in battle that turn. Lastrix can summon itself when a Raid Raptor battles and you have a spell or trap on field or in grave, and contribute itself to summon a Raid Raptor Exceed from extra deck with its effects negated, returning it in the end phase. Forstrix is a rank 4 that can detach to search a level 4 Darkwing Beast. Satellite Cannon Falcon is a rank 6 that can Feather Duster the opponent if summoned with a Raid Raptor monster, blocks responding to that effect, and can detach to drop an opponent by 800 attack for every Raid Raptor in grave. Call can summon a Raid Raptor with the same name as one on field from hand or deck, and Soul Shave Force can pay half your life to revive a Raid Raptor Exceed, then rank it up into a Raid Raptor 2 ranks higher. While absolutely interesting support, easily the most eye-catching of this support for general use was Force Strix, as its search was fairly generic, in the current meta being able to search Zephyros. But in Archetype, the talking point was absolutely Soul Shave Force, being the best rank up magic the Archetype had seen thus far, with Satellite Falcon now being a desired target to summon with it for back row nukes, but overall would still leave Raid Raptor on the fringes of rogue play, barely scratching the surface. Phantom Knight was a series of haunted articles of clothing, with each having an effect that banished themselves from grave for some form of access to the deck. Ancient Cloak on field can boost a dark by 800 by swapping itself to defense, and can banish itself from grave to search a The Phantom Knights card, which is effectively the monster line. Silent Boots can special summon itself from hand if you control a Phantom Knight, and can banish itself from grave to search a Phantom Knight spell trap, and Ragged Gloves gives a Dark Exceed made with it 1000 attack, and can banish itself from grave to dump a Phantom Knights card from deck to grave. The payoff for these is Break Sword, a rank 3 that can detach one to pop a card on each field, and if destroyed can revive 2 Phantom Knights of the same level, boosting their levels by 1 each, meant to tie in their anime users' boss monster of Dark Rebellion Exceeds Dragon from new challengers. Their traps fall into 2 categories, those that summon themselves as monsters, and those that can be banished from grave to revive a Phantom Knights monster, with Fogblade able to negate a monster's effect on field and blocking it from attacking or being attacked, Sword boosting a monster by 800 and destroying itself to protect its monster, and Wings boosting a monster by 500 and giving a one-time destruction prevention that turn. With this support, Phantom Knights would immediately see experimentation as a rank 3 strategy, with the main line giving access to rank 3s and Fogblade, being effectively a searchable fiendish chain, though its true home in the meta would be discovered shortly after. Lastly were the Super Quants, a series of Power Ranger-inspired monsters and their mechs, each being a different level and having a corresponding exceed of the same rank. Red Layer is the level 5, can special summon itself if you control no monsters, recurs a Super Quant card on summon, and if sent to grave revives a Super Quant other than itself. Green Layer is the level 4, summons a Super Quant from hand when summoned, and when sent to grave can discard a Super Quant to draw a card. And Blue Layer is a level 3, able to search a Super Quant on summon, and when sent to grave can shuffle back 3 Super Quants from grave. Their mechs all share an effect to attach a Super Quantum monster from hand or field to themselves once per turn, and cannot attack unless they have material, with Grand Pulse able to detach to pop a spell trap, Ouroboros able to detach to flip a monster on field face down, and Magna Liger able to detach to pop a monster, with all 3 able to use these effects as quick effects if their corresponding Super Quantum is attached. Super Quantal Fairy Alphon is the enabler for the deck, able to make all monsters you control levels match that of a Super Quant on field, and contribute itself to reveal 3 different Super Quant monsters in deck, then have the opponent pick one at random to special summon to the field while putting the others in grave. Their field spell Magna Carrier can discard a card to exceed summon a Super Quantum into its corresponding mech any number of times in a turn, but more importantly, if you have all 3 Mech Beast Exceeds on field or in grave, can send itself to grave to use all 3 as material to exceed summon Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus, who floats into the 3 mechs when sent to grave, and gains effects based on how many materials it has, with 2 or more letting it attach to quick effect spin a card back into deck, 4 or more making it unaffected by card effects, and 6 or more blocking the opponent from adding cards from deck to hand by card effect. Magnus was without question what you were building towards, being effectively a tower if you could get it to 4 materials, which was fairly reliable if you hit that stage thanks to the field spell most likely summoning the last material right before, meaning you'd have at least 4 materials with that exceed still having its pilot. Super Quant would be a rogue level strategy almost immediately on release, but unfortunately suffered in the meta primarily thanks to the kaijus already being in most players' main or side decks. They would see play, however, as an engine for some decks, as Blue Layer was a level 3 Psychic, making it accessible with Emergency Teleport, being yet another rank 3 enabler that could also search for Red Layer, but they'd find a more interesting home soon enough. Aside from this, Grand Pulse would also find general play as a rank 3 spell trap removal piece, seeing play in Burning Abyss and any other rank 3 deck for that utility. YCS Prague would follow 2 weeks later, and very notably was the first YCS under the new adjusted list, seeing a widespread of decks in the meta following the death of Pepe. Draco Pals would be the standout of the event, adapting Pepe into a more generalized pendulum pile, with the Draco Slayer pieces at the center of it all. Kovacic would take the event with Draco Pals, playing a list similar to Dark Pepe lists we'd seen before, but with the hits cutting the entire Performage side of the deck, focused more into the dark package of Armageddon Knight, Zephyros, and Shaddoll Dragon. Cosmo would make it to second place here thanks to the slow transition of the deck into Tin Can Turbo, adding in more copies of Call of the Haunted and Oasis to take advantage of the grave setup provided by the level 1 pilot, still readily abusing emergency teleport for the strategy. Monarch would see a little more experimentation to their builds, with the top 4 version playing copies of Super Quantum Red Layer as a special summonable body that could also double up as a tribute summonable monster to trigger your Monarch spell traps like Domain and Return. Phantom Knights would take a top 32 spot on their debut outing, utilizing Blue Layer and Ghost Ogre with Emergency Teleport as rank 3 enablers as well as Protection with Ghost Ogre, as well as the now staple rank 3 enablers of Terror Top and Takum Tom Borg. Merlantian would take a top spot here, marking its comeback into the meta, with Neptibus making the strategy viable to play once again following the culling of the tier 0 mega threat that was keeping them out, marking itself as a viable rogue option in the newly forming metagame. Lastly, and probably most doom and gloom on the format, Chicken Game FTK cracked into the top 16, utilizing various amounts of draw spells ranging from the Chicken Game line to Monarchs utilizing Aether and Erebus to fuel draw spells like Cards from the Sky and Trade-In, to Toon Table of Contents thinning the deck with Blue Eyes Toon Dragon to facilitate the older Library Magical Explosion FTK, which while not meta-defining, it was still an annoyance to deal with an active and consistent FTK in the format fringes. Following 4 days after Prague, the Zexal Manga Volume 8 would release, bringing an extremely powerful new promo to the fold. Number S39 Utopia the Lightning is a light-locked 3-material rank 5 that can also be overlaid onto any rank 4 Utopia monster, stuns responses from the opponent while attacking, and can detach 2 materials while it has Utopia underneath to boost itself to 5,000 for that battle, being an out to almost every single monster in the format that can be destroyed in battle, becoming almost instantly a staple of the rank 4 boss pool. YCS Vegas would be 2 weeks later, and while the spread would mostly hold true to the result of Prague previously, a couple of new variants to popular decks would appear here for the first time that would completely reshape the meta over the coming months. The first would be a variant of Monarchs ending in top 32 that, notably, was not playing Domain. Because of this, and the only card in the strategy requiring an empty extra deck being Domain, the extra deck in turn was filled to the brim with options for the strategy to play around with, most notably in rank 5 lines. The Prime Monarch, when revived from the grave, is treated as a level 5 normal light fairy, which in turn means that with 2, you can access one of the most desired rank 5s in the pool, Pleiades, in addition to other various threats, which also repopularized the Super Quants as engine pieces for Monarchs, with Blue Layer and E-Telly providing searches for Red Layer and providing tribute fodder, while Red Layer now pulls double duty from its previous role as well as rank 5 access with Prime Monarch. This variant, known as Extra Deck Monarch, would evolve multiple times over the coming months, and would cement itself as a cornerstone strategy throughout the remainder of the year through various tool additions. The other innovation would be in the topping Burning Abyss deck, as not only were they using the full suite of BA monsters like usual, in addition to the new Fiendish Rhino Warrior from Bosch, but they were also using a small package of Phantom Knights from Wing Raiders. As it turns out, Phantom Knight meshed incredibly well with the Burning Abyss monsters, as they provided rank 3 access to Dante as well as utility from the grave to access tools like Fogblade, which were insanely good for Burning Abyss. This variant, known as Phantom Knight Burning Abyss, or as it would be colloquially referred to as, would rise substantially in popularity following this performance and would only grow more powerful with a certain import in the next set release. Adam Belaradsky would take the event on Draco Pals, utilizing Guiding Ariadne with Solemn Scolding added to the counter trap line, alongside Archfiend-Eccentric pulling double duty as both a removal for the opponent's pieces, as well as a way to trigger Ariadne. This would lead into the year's Gold Series a week later, and this was geared up to be one of the biggest Gold Series releases in years thanks to a major set of reprints as well as a certain import that would change the meta forever. Premium Gold Infinite Gold. Release date March 18th, 2016. Set type Import Reprint. Major strategies Cosmo, Burning Abyss. Impact price ceiling lowered and a meta threat emboldened. Infinite Gold was the third of the Premium Gold line in the 8th Gold Series overall, once again aimed at bringing a couple of OCG imports in addition to reprints that may or may not actually be relevant to the meta when they're received. This time, however, Konami pulled no punches, as not only there were reprints that were actually relevant, reprinting the entire Cosmo core, Max C, Burning Abyss core, and various Draco Pals tools, but its imports would be some of the most impactful ones we've seen in years. Most were on the generically useful side this time, with Stardust Charge Warrior being a level 6 generic synchro that draws 1 on Synchro Summon, Phantom Knights of Shade Brigandine being a trap activatable the turn it's set and summons itself as a level 4, and number 38 Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy being a rank 8 with a spell negate, battle redirection for your other monsters, and a permanent attack buff anytime an Exceed you control dies. But as good as these generic pieces were, they were not what was most focused on. Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, was a rank 6 that could also be summoned over a Dante monster by discarding a Burning Abyss. Unable to use her effect the turn she summoned this way, able to detach one to quick effect send any card from deck to grave. Burning Abyss would be the first time a TCG exclusive archetype was actually good, and because of that, when the OCG imported it to the game in mid to late 2015, in order to ensure the archetype wasn't outpaced by other archetypes already in the game, they would receive a single new piece of support, being Beatrice. This would start a trend in the OCG of getting 1 to 2 new cards for previously TCG exclusive archetypes to help boost their playability on occasion when importing, which ended up making Burning Abyss a tier 1 threat in the OCG almost immediately on release. As for the TCG, Burning Abyss had never really left the meta since its inception, and with the recent results at Vegas had actually undergone a resurgence in PK Fire, so Beatrice was undoubtedly poised to make an impact, giving the strategy effectively a Lavalval chain but better. YCS San Jose would be the same weekend, and though it appeared not much had changed here, a couple of small impacts from Infinite Gold would be felt, such as the rise in popularity of Cosmo as a more budget-friendly option with the full reprinting of the archetype.
Playing Cosmo.
You idiots!
Playing Cosmo.
And the inclusion of Hope Harbinger into Draco Pals thanks to their easy access to level 8s into Draco Slayer bosses, which would be seen in first place Alejandro Garcia's Draco Pal list. YCS Houston would be 3 weeks later, and this particular YCS would be a tipping point of sorts for the TCG at this point. By now, all of you should be aware of the Hand Trap Max C, released back in 2011, and how it's consistently seen side deck play in any format with a deck that special summoned heavily for its main game plan, but also had many formats at this point where it wasn't the greatest option due to decks being popular in the format that would get you maybe 1 or 2 draws tops. This particular event would mark the beginnings of what would be Max C's reign over the TCG, as this format was filled to the brim with decks that all loved to special summon multiple times a turn to build their end boards, which would become the norm for the game as a whole moving into later 2016 and especially into 2017, which in turn caused Max C to move from its home in the sideboard into the main deck at 3 copies in almost every single top 32 list here, which would stay for the remainder of its time in the TCG. As for the meta itself, while decently diverse in its spread, there were easily 4 candidates for top deck of the format, being that of Draco Pals, PK Fire, Cosmo, and Monarchs, with each having multiple viable variants to play. PK Fire was without question the talk of the event, peaking at top 4 here. With the addition of Beatrice to the deck, the goal was now unquestionably to reach her as fast as possible, which in turn meant that additional rank 3 engines were added to the deck in order to reach Dante reliably to access Beatrice, specifically in that of Speedroid, Terrortop, and Takum Tomborg, who not only accessed Dante for Beatrice, but also didn't take the normal summon, allowing for the summon of a tool like Tour Guide or the Phantom Knights after. There would also be an odd variant to see top 32 here of BA, known as Norlaris BA, which aimed at supplying Skyscourge Norlaris with Beatrice as the fairy required, allowing BA to access a board and hand nuke without much in terms of deck concessions. Infernoid would once again see top 32, still using Deviati as the end boss, notably able to play through the popular Solemn Strike effectively as its summon effect can still be used from the grave. Merlantian would see another top 32, now also utilizing the Kaijus more effectively with the Interrupted Kaiju Slumber package. Andre Torres would take the event on Draco Pals, utilizing both the Ariadne package as well as the new inclusion of number 38 to the extra deck lineup, able to match up well into the mirror with those options. With that, a new ban list would take effect on April 11th, 2 days after Houston, and with it we'd see the finalization of the previous adjusted list changes in addition to a number of new hits. Newly banned were Chicken Game, putting an end to the popular FTK deck, and Wavering Eyes, as the spell was not countering pendulums as was hoped, but rather was just making them stronger while also being a silver bullet in the mirror match. Newly limited were Ignister Prominence, Wisdom Eye, and Draco Face Off, all as hits to Draco Pals, Reasoning as a hit to Cosmo and Infernoid, Norden and Upstart as hits to the popular staples, and Thousand Eyes Restrict returning from the banned section. Newly semi-limited were Emergency Teleport as a hit to Cosmo and the Super Quant engine for Monarch, and Debris and Allure returning from 1. Lastly, unlimited were Demok with an errata, Tragodia, Advanced Ritual Art, and Crush Card Virus, all being seen as acceptable in the current environment. This list took aim at the continued success of Draco Pals far more than any other strategy in the meta, and for good reason. While the meta had diversified quite substantially, Draco Pals was still the top deck, taking just over 40% of tops since the adjusted list, so while a hit was necessary, it may have been too much considering the meta adjustments that were still being felt from the release of Beatrice. And if one card could change a deck's meta viability once, it was sure to be able to do it a second time, as the next side set released the same week was bound to shift something in the meta, though not in a way most players would appreciate. Millennium Pack. Release date, April 15th, 2016. Set type, import set. Major strategies, cards from the original anime. Impact, how far can you go for a draw 3? Millennium Pack would be yet another side set aimed at printing niche cards from the original anime, similar to Dragons of Legend before it, and for the most part would be forgotten in the long term as just another side set in the sea of new products from the Arc 5 era. However, there were two specific cards that appeared on this particular set that would catch the eye of the casual observer, and they would both provide a significant benefit to the user for a heavy cost. The first of these was Left Arm Offering, allowing you to, if you have 2 or more cards in hand and are fine with a lock from setting cards that turn, banish your entire hand to search for any spell from your deck. While this was insane on paper, the practicality of it would be immediately suspect, as locking you from setting first meant you couldn't save any part of the hand, as it all had to go for the search, which would see some experimentation but for the time being was too heavy a cost for the insanely powerful upside. On the other hand, Card of Demise could draw until you had 3 cards in hand, blocks the opponent from taking more damage that turn, locks you from special summoning for the entire turn, and discards the entire hand in the end phase. This card, though, didn't block you from setting, which opened an entire can of worms onto the format known as Demise decks. Decks that specialize in setting a ton of back row, getting up to a draw 3 off, and then setting more, standardly paired with a strategy that could take advantage of the back row to either play a stun game more often than not, like in the case of Demise Cliffort, or to fuel massive recursion plays, such as the case of Demise Cosmo. Both of these strategies would be seen as immediately meta viable thanks to the spell, though it would take a little to truly catch on as Cliffort was decently out of the meta at this point, and Cosmo had a whole different thing going on with Tin Can Turbo, though soon would adapt. YCS Santiago would be 2 weeks later, and with the recent ban list changes, PK Fire would rise rapidly into its new dominant top spot, taking first place piloted by Nicolas Godoy, who didn't make his list public. All in all though, this event showed us that despite the drop in performance from Draco Pals, the remainder of the meta sat unchanged, with most waiting to see if the next core set could kick up some kind of shift in the metagame as a whole. Shining Victories. Release date, May 6th, 2016. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Blue Eyes, Amorphage, Lunalight. Impact, a custom-built meta breaker. Shining Victories would be the second core set of the year, and it was pretty much billed as the Blue Eyes set, so let's just dive into them. Blue Eyes would see a massive overhaul to its support, seeing an entire archetype of sorts spawn around its previous pieces from the old Saga of Blue Eyes structure deck back in the 5Ds era. Dragon Spirit of White was always considered a Blue Eyes card, is treated as a normal monster in hand and grave, banishes a spell trap when summoned, and contribute itself on quick effect to summon the OG Blue Eyes from hand. Sage with Eyes of Blue searches a level 1 light tuner on normal, yes that does include Veiler, and can be discarded to turn an effect monster you control into a Blue Eyes monster from your deck, which conveniently triggers Maiden Summon effect too since it targets an effect monster. The Whitestone of Ancients, the turn it's sent to grave, summons a Blue Eyes from deck if it's still in grave at the end of the turn, and can banish itself from grave to recur a Blue Eyes monster. Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon must be fused with 2 original Blue Eyes or by sending 2 to grave from field, can't be destroyed by battle, can attack twice on monsters, and banishes anything it attacks but doesn't destroy. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is a level 9 synchro that takes a tuner and a Blue Eyes, blocks both players from summoning multiple monsters at the same time, can negate a grave effect once per turn, and contribute itself on quick effect to summon a light dragon synchro from extra deck except itself, destroying it in the end phase. This support was honestly really solid. Sage had insane versatility in that it could search for a stone or Veiler depending on the open, or could be discarded to convert a monster into Dragon Spirit from deck. which in turn let you answer back row in a safer manner since Spirit could just tag out. Stone also meshed well with the previous Stone of Legends as an insanely valuable Cards of Consonance target, getting another body at the end phase or recursion for a burned piece, which could both be used on different turns. Spirit Dragon though was the major talking point, as its effect was almost handcrafted for the current meta. Blocking multiple special summons at once was a clear middle finger to Pendulums as a mechanic, and the Grave Negation effect seemed tailor-made for a matchup like PK Fire, but at this time, Blue Eyes would be nothing more than a rogue option. While all of this sounds good on paper, at the end of the day you're still very heavily reliant on the original vanilla Blue Eyes, which reminder is a level 8 vanilla, a brick in most cases, as well as Maiden, who used to be a decent option to stall or set up with, but now... Most decks might be running engines that require bricks at this stage, but it doesn't mean that they're always chomping at the bit to use them, and without a consistent way to access Spirit Dragon outside of Sage and Prey, the deck wasn't going anywhere for now. Luna Light is a series of beast warriors centered around combat and fusion summons, with each of their fusions ranking up off of each other to get more and more powerful combat effects, but quite notably were clunky and not worth the investment due to being easily dealt with before reaching the battle phase. The only notable points to the support here were Black Sheep, being a searcher for poly that was itself searchable with Tenki, and Tiger, whose revival effect being a soft once per turn meant that it could theoretically provide an insane amount of recursion with cards that bounce it back to hand like Zephyros, but for now was left with no good targets to revive. Amorphage was a series of dragon pendulums that all locked special summons from the extra deck when pendulum summoned or flipped face up for the lower levels, and in general for the higher. Because this lock didn't require a pendulum summon for the higher levels, Sloth here would see some play in decks thanks to it being a 1 tribute monster that you could search with various pendulum search cards that you could tribute summon at the end of a combo. Performapal, Odd Eyes, Light Phoenix, and Unicorn's effects mostly don't matter outside of niche circumstances where Light Phoenix stays in scale to chump block for you. What matters here is that they are both Performapal and Odd Eyes monsters that fill both a low and high scale requirement, meaning that Sky Iris can find its way back into pendulum lists now that it can search something relevant that isn't named Pendulum Dragon. Cosmo Dark Lady is a level 5 pilot that can pay 1,000 to negate and destroy a monster effect with a standard pilot tag out. While disappointing that Dark Lady was the only relevant new card Cosmo would receive in this wave, Dark Planet looks so cool, but it's just so bad. It did solve a massive issue in the Tin Can Turbo variant of the deck, that being a monster that you can search with Tin Can to immediately summon before Tin Can gets banished by Itali's drawback. Dark Lady giving the Cosmo board a monster negate also provides them more versatility in their revival game plan, as you can negate a monster with Dark Lady without needing to waste a valuable Dark Destroyer pop on them, then potentially tag her into a Dark Destroyer later anyways. Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju, is now the strongest Kaiju at 3300 attack. That's it. It's just a better card to summon with IKS now. Angel Trumpeter is a level 4 normal tuner, meaning that for decks already experimenting with unexpected die, namely that of pendulums, they could easily tech this in as a one-of for easier access to things like Ignister Prominence, which with a limited luster is appreciated. Lecter Pendulum, the Drake Overlord, destroys both itself and a pendulum at the start of the damage step when battling, giving another solid Drake Overlord target for Draco Face-Off, which would have probably been more relevant had the spell not just been limited. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries can, if the opponent has more monsters, discard herself to reveal an extra deck monster and banish all copies of it from the opponent's extra deck. The second addition to the Ghost Girl lineup held some interesting applications in the current metagame thanks to the extra deck standardly centralizing pull as of late. Primarily with applications against Burning Abyss specifically, as by cutting off a BA player's access to Dante, you also cut them off of Beatrice. Still, most decks in the meta were not as heavily reliant on one specific card in the extra, so for now she'd be relegated to a side deck pick at best. Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon is a level 8 synchro requiring a tuner and a non-tuner synchro, can negate and destroy a monster using its effect once per turn and gain its attack for the turn, and if it battles a level 5 or higher gains that monster's attack. Talk about an upgrade. Crystal Wing was everything Clear Wing was and more, with the only downside being that it now requires a synchro as material to make, making it much harder to access than desired, but luckily there was already a solution to that in the card pool. Because it was a level 8 dragon synchro, Zolkin had found its target, able to cheat out Crystal Wing in decks that could make it, though none had really become known by this point. Digital Bug Corbage would be one of the payoffs to the Digital Bug archetype that debuted here, being a rank 5 that could also rank up over a rank 3 or 4 insect by detaching 2 materials, able to detach one to spin away a defense mode monster, able to reattach a material from grave if a monster changes battle position on field. This, interestingly enough, could rank up over Giga Brilliant, a generic rank 3 that was already seeing the occasional play in Burning Abyss builds, giving the rank 3 powerhouse yet another generic tool. Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon requires 3 level 10 wing beasts to summon, summon, or more simply, any number of the rank up magic spells being used on a rank 8 Raid Raptor, is unaffected by card effects, can detach to drop all opponents by 1000 attack and locking them from using effects for the turn, and can, if it has a Raid Raptor as material, drop all opponents by 1000 attack or burn the opponent for 1000 if they control no face-up monsters. Rank Up Magic Skip Force lets you rank up a Raid Raptor exceed 2 ranks and can banish itself and a Raid Raptor engraved to revive a Raid Raptor exceed. Between Skip Force and Soul Shave Force, Raid Raptor had seen a boon in new good rum spells, and Ultimate Falcon was finally a payoff worth ranking up too, being a towers that burned each turn or dropped the burn to go for the kill. While this wouldn't make Raid Raptor meta, it would solidify the deck as a solid rogue to tier 3 option, not able to rise up further due to the ever-present kaijus. Pre-preparation of Rites can search a ritual spell from deck and a monster listed on that ritual spell from grave or deck. That's right, we buffed old rituals. Take that, Necroz! In reality, a buff to the old way of ritual summoning is honestly a really great design, but it still sat in a space of useless for now. Almost all the relevant rituals in 2016 were either tied to an archetype of generic ritual spells, a la Necroz or Gishki, or were far too slow or weak to justify running in the first place. This would grow in power though, as new ritual designs would keep this particular card in mind, specifically in the fact that it doesn't have to mention the monster in the summon effect, it just needs to mention it, period. Drowning Mirror Force completes the Elemental Retrains of Mirror Force series by only being activatable when a direct attack is declared, spinning away all attack position monsters. Without question, the best payoff for any of these cards, even beating out the shockingly good Quaking Mirror Force, but with the downside of needing the opponent to attack directly, who is going to play something like this? Yeah, so Demise decks already want to draw almost entirely back row and very little to no monsters, so Drowning would fit perfectly into their lineups, which we'd see soon enough. Lastly, Fire King Island could pop a monster on field or in hand to search a Fire King monster, or could summon a Fire Winged Beast from hand once per turn, nuking your monsters if sent to grave or banished. While a solid card for Fire Kings, giving the deck the ability to search for its key pieces while triggering their pop effects, the strategy still wasn't going anywhere with its current game plan. However, Island popping cards in the hand was such a unique effect to give to an easily accessible field spell that it got the wheels turning. What all cards can trigger when destroyed by a card effect while in hand? That's right, you bet. Cosmo. Every single ship's floating effect did not require it to be on field first, meaning you could pop a ship in hand to float into something like Tin Can, which in turn started your entire play line. But it couldn't be that powerful, could it? YCS Providence would be held 3 weeks after Shining Victories release, and clearly a shift had happened, but in a very strange way overall. Cosmo had taken 13 of the top 32, with at least 4 of those being a new variant in Fire King Cosmo. Island had clearly made an impact on the strategy, seeing a single copy played to where it could be searched by terraforming, and it was a full access to your Cosmo engine without the need to commit your normal summon or play E-Telly. In addition, it was fairly simple to get the island off the board so it wouldn't be a detriment later, as by popping a ship with it to float into Slip Rider, you could pop the island with it, which in turn would pop the slip to then float into a pilot to start your lines without the island potentially nuking the board later. Demise Cosmo would also see its first real success here, playing a slimmed down pilot and ship spread to make room for more revival traps, floodgates, responses, and of course Card of Demise, which could net massive draws for the deck given the right opening. Speaking of Demise, Cliffort would find a top spot here sporting Demise as well, also loading up on plenty of Cliffort tailored floodgates like Recolate and Rivalry of Warlords in addition to the new Drowning Mirror Force. Pendulum strategies would see a wide variety of tops here, ranging from your more standard Draco Pals variant to a couple of Magispector variants, and even a Pendulum Magician variant. The Draco Pals and Magician variants specifically though were now sporting Sky Iris, not only as a way to protect the scales, but also to access the new odd-eye scales of Light Phoenix and Unicorn, rounding out their scale lines and giving yet another way to pop a pen scale. Extra deck Monarchs had overtaken their domain brethren to rule the slice of the pie chart, but a very specific development here would shift the deck structure even more into the insane pile it was becoming. Brilliant Fusion, a card we've mentioned a couple times at this point but not really had a reason to focus on in the metagame, now had a true home and purpose. Because the engine sent a light for part of Seraphonite's requirement, you could send a Dea for the summon, which in turn would cycle back a Monarch spell trap that's banished, but that's easily the more minor of the 3 benefits. Seraphonite providing an extra normal summon was also insanely powerful for the strategy, giving access to multiple Monarch bodies on the first turn, which also meant that Erebus could now reliably hand rip twice on the first turn, which was also a great benefit. The arguably strongest part though was one that was pretty basic but effective. Seraphonite is a level 5. Because of this and Prime Monarch already abusing the rank 5 pool, Seraphonite could easily be turned into half of Pleiades once the extra normal was used, and as such, the engine would become far more popular for Monarchs as the WCQ season spun up. Tamid Zaman would take the event on PK Fire, playing a mostly standard build to what we've come to expect from the strategy, notably trimming the Ragged Gloves count down to 1 as it was easily the worst of the 3 Phantom Knight monsters in the main. The WCQ season would begin with Central America 2 weeks later, and for the most part, the meta had once again solidified around Monarch, Cosmo, Pendulum, and PK Fire, with multiple variants of each populating their section of the chart, most of which were known at this stage, but a new face would appear in some Monarch lists. Quick Draw Synchron had been experimented with for Monarch decks since the Extra Deck Monarch pivot, but overall never really had a reason to be played over something like Red Layer until now. You see, its restriction on what can be synchro summoned with it only applies to things that are properly synchro summoned, meaning that by being an easily summonable level 5 tuner, it and any of the many other level 5 spam options in the deck could make Ultimaya Zulkin, which in turn could access the new powerhouse that was Crystal Wing. This would add yet another option to the ever-growing pool of options for Extra Deck Monarch, with another interesting development also happening here on the Brilliant Fusion engine side. Rather than playing the Garnet to access a Dia to cycle back a spell trap, as that line wasn't always live when playing the Brilliant out the gate like many wanted to do, Monarch would start opting for Gem Knight Lazuli and a normal monster of choice, in this case Jax Knight, to cycle back to hand for a level 5 tribute summonable body that could trigger return. This would evolve over the next few weeks to instead search Dark Witch specifically because she's a level 5 light fairy that you can summon under Gozen or Rivalry with Seraphonite already on the board. Brandon Gonzalez would take the event on Extra Deck Monarchs, notably also playing Lazuli as the Brilliant Fusion target, though wasn't playing a normal with it. Oceania would be held the same weekend, and although we have a top 16 breakdown for this event, we don't have much else, as at this point in time Oceania was consistently the one event that saw absolutely minimal coverage. Matthew Caserio would win the event with Extra Deck Monarch, though we do not have a list for this. Interestingly enough, though it was normally frowned upon to hold a YCS during WCQ season, YCS Origins would be held just a week after Oceanics, and a couple of new additions to the variant piles would be seen here for the first time. Magispector would be the newest deck to hop on the Demise train, sacrificing its Pendulum summon for the turn to draw more of the Magispector back row, which is actually decently potent thanks to Tempest and Tornado providing really solid interruption points, on top of being able to get Magispectors out of the hand for Demise by setting them as pen scales, similar to Demise Cliffort. The other new variant was Burning Abyss Monarch, taking the Extra Deck Monarch game plan another step further by now running an entire Burning Abyss core within the Monarch lineup, to provide both tribute fodder in addition to Beatrice access, which set up your Monarch spell traps quite effectively. Jacob Finney would take the event on PK Fire, being a fairly standard outing for the deck at this stage. The South American WCQ would be held the same weekend, and aside from a strong showing from PK Fire compared to its competition, nothing too special would be at this event. Joaquin Petroni would take the event on Magispector Draco Pals, which at this stage was becoming almost the default variant of Draco Pals thanks to its access to Kieran, which boosted the potency of their inboard significantly. Interestingly, there would be almost a 1-month gap between the remaining WCQs, in which time the newest Shonen Jump promo would be mailed out, being number S0 Utopic Zexal, able to be overlaid onto a Utopia monster by discarding a rank up magic, can't have its summon negated, locks responding to its summon, gains 1000 attack and defense for each material, and can detach on the opponent's turn to lock them from activating cards or effects that turn. This card was a house! Being able to lock the opponent effectively out of their deck on their turn was an insanely powerful effect, but it suffered in its summon requirement. At this stage, there was no reliable way to search for rank up magics, meaning that the only deck that could reliably make it was one that was already playing rank ups in the first place. Raid Raptor would adopt this boss into their lineup quite easily thanks to already being chock full of level 4s to access Utopia with, though this wouldn't improve the deck's meta placement at all for now. While we do need to still talk about 2 more WCQs and a set release, I'm going to pause here to specifically talk about a historic moment in the Yu-Gi-Oh community's history here that needs to be at the very least mentioned. Many simulators for online play have risen and fallen in the history of the game, as they either get outpaced by advancing technology, the dev teams leave them to rot, or, in very rare circumstances, a company orders them to shut down. Dueling Network had been around since 2011, and up until this point in history had been the go-to platform for testing and deck theorizing, but had over the last year undergone some legal issues stemming around the usage of the official card art for the game from the company Nihon Ad Systems, or NAS for short, who was the production company in charge of the Yu-Gi-Oh animes. Though they had tried to comply by removing all art of the game from the site, a cease and desist motion was filed, and on July 6, 2016, Dueling Network as it was known was fully taken offline. This would send a shockwave through the community, as while some other simulators existed for testing, none were as widely used and accepted as Dueling Network. And while a successor would launch about 6 months later, being Dueling Book, which is still used to this day, it would still be a moment that hit almost everyone in the community. With all of that out of the way, there's also a set release just 2 days after the DN takedown, and this would be the one chance of shaking things up in the meta before the remaining 2 WCQs could take place. Rise of the True Dragons. Release date, July 8th, 2016. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Dragon. Impact, a single new spell for Blue Eyes. Rise of the True Dragons would be the second of the Structure Deck R series in the OCG, modernizing the Felgrand structure, and man did it fail hard. The main goal of the deck is to use their level 4 warriors to equip one of their bosses from deck to themselves, then tribute themselves off to revive them, as the target of their revival effect isn't chosen until after you tribute. This is done to facilitate Arcbrave Dragon, who banishes all of an opponent's back row on summon from grave and can revive a level 7 or 8 dragon the turn after it's put in grave, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, who banishes a monster on summon from grave and revives a level 7 or 8 dragon on destroying something in battle. While interesting, the issue stood in that the warriors can't activate their effects until you have at least one dragon in grave, which the deck did nothing to really circumvent outside of reprinting Foolish Burial, which was limited. However, a new spell that would be interesting here was Return of the Dragon Lords, being a monster reborn for level 7 and 8 dragons and can be banished from grave to prevent a dragon's destruction. This would be recognized as a perfect addition to Blue Eyes specifically, as the revival conditions matched up perfectly with Blue Eyes' main deck pieces and gave the dragons great protection to use after, though Blue Eyes still wasn't meta viable with this. The NAWCQ would be the same weekend, and once again the meta was fairly set in stone at this point, with the main 4 continuing to shift around their ratios, with PK Fire and Monarch both taking 21 of the top 64 each. Psyframe would squeak into top 64 just barely here thanks in large part to Drowning Mirror Force, as the deck already liked to pass on an empty monster row to keep their Psyframes live as much as possible, so having a back row that heavily benefits from this was greatly appreciated. Eric Christensen would take the event on Domain Monarch, which came as a shock to most as the Domain variant was widely regarded as the weakest of the Monarch variants at this stage, seemingly pulling the dream run for the deck. The EU WCQ would be the next weekend, being the last of the WCQs for the year, and we'd see a new variant of Cosmo land in the top 64 here with Speedroid Cosmo, aiming at utilizing the Terratop engine to access various rank 3s either as extension in the case of Leviair, or to clear out threats prior to committing to the Cosmo line such as with Grand Pulse or Break Sword. Samir Bakar would take the event on Magispector Draco Pals, notably playing QB and a small Magispector trap line to add additional disruption to the deck's end board. This would mark the official end of the WCQ season, with Worlds just around the corner. However, with Worlds coming up, the qualifying players would be looking over the combined card pool and ban list to see what just might be the best option. But the best option might have been just a little further ahead, as it seems that Konami was rushing a certain product out way sooner than we in the TCG should have received it, to stack Worlds in the favor of one specific deck. Dark Side of Dimensions Movie Pack. Release date, July 22nd, 2016. Set type, Import Set. Major strategies, Blue Eyes, Gadget, Cubic. Impact, skewing the balance of worlds. The DSoD movie pack is interesting to talk about in retrospect because of the timing of it all. In the OCG, it was released alongside the movie of the same name, bringing the cards from the movie to the OCG on the same day as the movie's release. For other countries though, DSoD wasn't set to be released until 2017, so why debut the tie-in movie set so early in the TCG? Well, the prevailing theory is that Konami rushed this set out because of a certain set of support that would affect the deck's performance at Worlds. Blue Eyes would receive the other side of its new major support wave here just in time. Neo Ultimate is a retrain of the original Ultimate, taking the same materials, able to send a Blue Eyes fusion from extra to grave after it attacks while it's your only monster to attack again, able to use this effect twice in a turn, and can banish itself from grave to negate and destroy anything that targets a Blue Eyes. Chaos Max is a level 8 ritual that can't be targeted and deals double piercing damage. Lastly, Alternative White Dragon must first be summoned by revealing an original Blue Eyes in hand, becomes the original Blue Eyes on field and in grave, and can pop a monster once per turn in exchange for its attack. This changed everything for Blue Eyes, as you now had a reliable monster to summon alongside your level 1 tuners to access Spirit Dragon on the first turn. This also pulled Melody of Awakening Dragon out of the bulk pile at last because it searched for alternative and the OG Blue Eyes, giving you the ability to summon it out immediately. On the more niche side of things, Chaos Max was also a boss worth considering, as it could be summoned with advanced ritual art by dumping in OG Blue Eyes from deck, giving an option to absolutely obliterate more defensive decks. It's fair to say that this support was the reason the pack was rushed out so fast, making the strategy completely legal for Worlds, which we'd see soon enough. The rest of the pack was dedicated to other strategies from DSoD, specifically that of Cubic, a stall-focused strategy focused around Vijam, who can't be destroyed in battle and locks up monsters at battles, and the Magician Girls, a series of spellcasters that loop with one another to fill up the board. The only other notable cards here would be that of Gold and Silver Gadget, who summoned a level 4 machine from hand on summon and float into any other gadget on destruction, which would see some experimentation for now, but not widespread success until much later in the year. This wouldn't be the only new set before Worlds though, as the next core set would also debut beforehand, but whether it would be impactful to the world scene would have to be seen. The Dark Illusion. Release date August 5th, 2016. Set type Core Set. Major strategies Dark Magician, Metal Foes, Paleozoic. Impact laying the groundwork for future metas. The Dark Illusion was the third core set of 2016, and while it wouldn't be as explosive as Bosch or the fourth core set of the year, Teedle would lay the groundwork for multiple meta archetypes that would take hold later in the year and beyond. Following the archetype spawned around Blue Eyes, Dark Magician would receive a wave of legacy support centered around the titular card. Magician of Dark Illusion becomes Dark Magician on field, can summon itself on the opponent's turn when you use a spell trap effect, and can summon a Dark Magician from grave when you use a spell trap effect once while on field. Magician's Robe during the opponent's turn can discard a spell trap to summon Dark Magician from deck, and can summon itself from grave on the opponent's turn when you use a spell trap effect. Magician's Rod searches a spell trap that mentions Dark Magician on normal, and can recur itself on the opponent's turn when you use a spell trap effect by tributing a monster. Ebon High Magician is a spellcaster locked rank 7 that can use quick play spells and traps from hand on the opponent's turn by detaching material for each, and floats into a dark spellcaster in deck on removal, then pops a card on field. Their spell traps all revolve around the original Dark Magician, with Illusion Magic able to tribute a spellcaster to search up to 2 Dark Magicians from deck or grave, Dark Magic Expand gaining more effects for each Dark Magician or girl on field or in grave, with 1+ boosting a Dark Spellcaster by 1000, 2+ locking the opponent from chaining to spell trap effects and preventing them from destruction, and 3+ making Dark Spellcasters you control immune to card effects, and Magician Navigation, summoning a Dark Magician from hand and a level 7 or lower Dark Spellcaster from deck, able to banish from grave to negate the effects of a face-up spell trap while you control Dark Magician. Lastly, Dark Magical Circle looks at the top 3 of the deck on activation, adding a Dark Magician or spell trap that mentions it to hand from those, and places the others back in any order, and while on field, banishes an opponent's card once per turn when you summon a Dark Magician. The strategy had a clear direction here, with Circle Control easily being the name of the game with its banish effect, but the issue lied in consistent access to Dark Magician reliably. A lot of the deck's plays relied heavily on Circle and Navigation, which in turn meant you consistently needed a Dark Magician in hand to trigger Nav in the first place, which naturally led to bricking galore. This would leave Dark Magician in the position of a rogue deck at best for now, but a note should be made here about the requirement to search cards that listed Dark Magician specifically. This was clearly put in place to make the new support able to search older cards like Thousand Knives and Dark Magic Curtain, but left a very specific casualty in the funniest way possible. The Eye of Timaeus, despite having Dark Magician written on the card, could not be searched with any of the support due to it not listing Dark Magician specifically, as it said a Dark Magician monster. This would be a bit of a logistical mess in the short term, but a funny trivia fact looking back now. Metal Foes was a new series of normal pendulums, all sharing an effect to pop a face-up card once per turn in the pendulum scale to set a Metal Foes spell trap from deck, with Steelin being a level 2 scale 8, Silver to level 3 scale 1, Gold Driver a level 4 scale 1, and Volflame a level 7 scale 8. Their traps were all focused on furthering the popping effects, with Counter able to summon a Metal Foes from deck when a card you control is popped, able to be banished from grave to recur a Metal Foes and face up extra, and Combination able to summon a Metal Foes from grave with a lower level than a fusion summoned Metal Foes on summon, and searches the Metal Foes monster when sent to grave. Their primary game plan involves using the various pops and pendulum summons to facilitate their main spell Metal Foes fusion, with a standard fusion effect and the ability to put itself from grave on bottom of deck to draw 1. Adamant is a vanilla fusion of a Metal Foes and a 2500 or less attack monster, Crimsonite is a vanilla fusion of a Metal Foes and 2 3000 or less attack monsters, and Orichalc is a fusion of any 2 Metal Foes that gives all Metal Foes double piercing and pops a card when sent to grave. Metal Foes here poised a compelling strategy, being similar to Ignite but with a set of bosses that didn't hamper the deck's long game, though at this stage would be relegated to tier 3 as its bosses weren't the most meta relevant, but would see experimentation as cards that can pop your monsters that want to be popped, such as Cosmo or even Yang Zing, as the pop and set effects were simultaneous, meaning that Yang Zings wouldn't miss timing. With a third block of sets for the era, once again, the TCG exclusives would change over to 2 new archetypes, with both receiving 4 cards a set now rather than one getting 5 while the other gets 3. The first of these was Subterror, bringing yet another attempt at revolutionizing flip monsters for the modern day with a bunch of high-level behemoths. Each of the behemoths shares an effect to special summon themselves from hand when your last face-up monster on field flips face down. It can flip themselves face down once per turn. Umastrix on flip banishes an opponent's monster, and Stalagmo on flip discards a Subterror monster to draw 2. Nemesis Warrior would be the starter of sorts, able to dump a Subterror from deck, tribute himself and another monster whose level are equal to or more than the sent monster, and summon it either face up or face down, able to summon itself from grave if a behemoth gets flipped face up. Lastly, the Hidden City.
They're crazy! They think their city's hidden. Bro, it's right there. I see it just fine.
Searches a Subterror on activation, can flip a Subterror face up once per turn, and can negate an attack by flipping a set Subterror face up. While this set of cards was interesting for sure, there wasn't a clear direction to take the strategy out the gate like there was with BA or Cosmo, and it was clear that Konami was favoring this archetype at the time by giving them 2 Ultras and a secret rare between these 4. So most would invest immediately into this archetype with the hopes that waves 2, 3, or 4 would get it there, as for now it wasn't even good enough to be Rogue. The other archetype was Spiral, which was clearly centered around Super Agent, who could summon itself from hand if you called the super type of the top card of the opponent's deck correctly. Popping a spell trap is summoned by a Spiral effect. Gear Drone, able to rearrange the top 3 of the opponent's deck on summon, contribute itself on quick effect to boost a Spiral by 500 for each card the opponent controls, and can banish itself and a Spiral card engraved to recur a Super Agent. Quick Fix can search a Spiral Gear on summon and can summon itself from grave for a discard while you control Super Agent, and Gear Big Red can revive a Spiral and blocks it from being destroyed in battle. Spiral was underplayed in its hype on reveal compared to Subterror, but on initial inspection looked to be the better of the 2 archetypes, being a far more generically usable engine of sorts, with Super Agent providing Board Swarm and spell trap removal, and Quick Fix for some reason being a machine type, meaning that it was abusable with machine duplication. While unassuming now, many would pick up a set of these on release thanks to the potential these initial cards held with just a little shaping. In the OCG import slots though, we'd also see 2 archetypes, one of which was a favorite of the community at this stage that we'd been expecting for far too long. Trains were a series of cards not really designated by an archetype, but rather a designation of being level 4 or 10 Earth machines. These had been introduced back in Zexal and popularized slightly by Gustav Zmach's stint as a burn tool for FTK decks, but here they'd get the couple of pieces the strategy had been missing for a while now. Heavy Freight Train Derricrane can summon itself from hand if you summon an Earth machine and can pop a card when detached from an Exceed. Revolving Switchyard is a field spell that summons a level 4 Earth machine from deck when you summon a level 10, then boosts its level up to 10, and can discard a card to search a level 10 Earth machine. Number 81, Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Super Dora is a rank 10 that can detach on quick effect to make a monster unaffected by card effects that turn. While it seems odd that I'm focusing on these so much, the OCG got these cards back in Secrets of Eternity, and off of that, a deck known as Shadal Trains was heavily popularized and actually did quite well for the time thanks to Shekanaga, who itself is a level 10 Earth machine, and the deck had been popular for online simulators in the TCG as well for some time, but with the hits to Shadal already present and these coming to us too late, it was clear that Trains would be relegated to a rogue strategy at best. The other OCG import strategy, oddly enough being a Korean exclusive import, was Paleozoic, a series of traps that all shared the effect to summon themselves back as level 2 water aquas from the grave and chained to a trap, with all being unaffected by monster effects when you did. Oleanoids pops a spell trap, Hallucigenia halves a monster's attack and defense that turn, Canadia flips an opponent's monster to face down defense, Bakaya discards a Paleozoic to draw 2, and Anomalocaris is a 3 material rank 2 that's unaffected by monster effects, lets you excavate 1 and add it to hand if it's a trap, or send to grave otherwise when a trap is sent to grave, and can attach to pop a card on quick effect if it has trap as material. While interesting for sure, Paleozoic didn't do enough on their own right now to be considered for the meta, though many would be keeping an eye on them for the future if the remainder of their support got imported. DD Savant Thomas in the scale can recur a face-up DD Pendulum from extra deck, and on field can pop a DD in scale to summon a level 8 DDD from deck, giving DDs an option to actually access Oblivion King Abyss Ragnarok semi-reliably, giving DD a slight boost into the meta. Blackwing Gofu the Vague Shadow could summon itself from hand while you control no monsters, optionally summoning 2 tokens when it did. It could banish itself in any number of non-tuners to revive a Blackwing Synchro of that level, making it a tuner. I don't believe anyone has ever used that last effect, as the first effect was actually surprisingly useful for various decks. The new Metal Foes clearly could use it with the tokens as fodder for their search pops, and a level 5 tuner could be used to access level 7 and 8 synchros reliably. Monarch wanted it as a better level 5 tuner to play than Quick Draw, immediately being slotted into variants for Zulkin, and even those without it as a Cyber Dragon-like card, and a couple of other decks aimed at summoning multiple copies of Omega and Trishula to hand loop going first. And this will not be the last time we talk about this card, as while it was already solidly useful, within 1 year it would become one of the most ban-worthy cards the game had seen in a long time. But I'm getting ahead of myself. True King Agni Mazud, the Vanisher, would be the first of the new True King archetype, able to summon itself from hand by popping 2 monsters on field or in hand, including a fire, banished a monster when summoned this way, and recurred a non-fire worm if both pops were fire. Though interesting for sure, this card was a bit too early to the party to be useful yet, but let's put a pin in that and we'll circle back to it in 2017. Shiranui Solitaire contribute a zombie to summon a zombie tuner with 0 defense from deck, and if banished can summon a banished Shiranui monster. This was the only card Shiranui needed to be relevant, and boy was it. By tributing itself, you could summon Unizombie from deck, who in turn put a Spectral Sword from deck into grave to make its level 4. From there, Spectral Sword could banish itself in Solitaire to summon a level 6 Synchro, namely Samurai Saga, then use Solitaire's other effect to resummon the Spectral Sword to Synchro into an 8 and set up the grave for a Shogun Saga the following turn. While this sounds like it's just a great day for zombie lovers all around, of course, there's some degeneracy attached to this. While one would assume they'd summon more in-archetype pieces this way, or maybe even a cool zombie or two, this combo was used to reliably access multiple copies of Omega and Trishula on turn 1 to hand rip the opponent. I mean, they really did make it easy, didn't they? 1 card access to a level 8 Synchro and a level 4 or 5 tuner, what more could you ask for? This would, unfortunately, be a decently popular option in the upcoming metagame, and would be a deck that would have to be accounted for in multiple metagames moving forward. Speaking of, Block Dragon can be special summoned by banishing 3 Earths from hand or grave, blocks all destruction except battle destruction, and if sent to grave searches up to 3 rocks whose total level equals 8. This card on release was a complete flop, as there was not a single rock archetype or deck that was good enough to include this and be meta, though some would try this with Triamids from the same set and with the prior rock stun, but both would come up short, though this card would be seen again. Fairy Tail Snow on summon flips an opponent's monster face down and can be summoned from grave by banishing 7 cards from hand, field, or grave. Oh, I get it, like the 7 dwarves. Snow is a weird card to talk about in a vacuum, as it was recognized as good out the gate, being constantly recurable by banishing used cards, but for the time being was relegated to an option for decks that specialized in milling like Lightsworn. And that is something we will have to discuss later, as it's a whole nother can of worms. Coral Dragon is a level 6 Synchro tuner that can discard a card to pop a card, and when sent to grave draws a card. Simple, effective, and gave decks with easy level 6 Synchro access to Zulkin. Yeah, because of Stardust Charge Warrior, a common practice moving forward for decks that can make 2 level 6 Synchros is to make these 2 to access Zulkin and Crystal Wing thanks to the draws they provide, which would prove to be quite useful over time. Cosmic Cyclone for the cost of 1,000 life points can banish a spell trap, being clearly intended as yet another alternative to MST that handled more cases in a far stronger way, which would see serious play following release. Card of the Soul could search any monster whose total attack and defense equaled your current life points. While this card was incredibly niche, some experimentation would be seen with it for searching monsters with a total of 8,000 thanks to your starting life total being that much, primarily in use with Obelisk the Tormentor and Cosmo Dark Planet. Floodgate Trap Hole could flip any summoned monster face down permanently, which would see serious play as a way to mass lock a bunch of Pendulum summoned monsters all at once as a Rafflesia target. Lastly, and without question the most hotly debated card of the time, Pot of Desires could banish the top 10 cards of your deck face down to draw 2. This would be a card that caused massive divide in the player base immediately on whether or not it was worth playing, debating whether this was a +1 or a -9, and truthfully, this wouldn't have happened if the card wasn't a secret rare. The common consensus was that Desires in a deck that's almost exclusively built of 3-ofs with no critical garnets was without question an insanely great option, while decks that played a lot of 1-ofs or played heavier garnet counts for their engines would maybe pass on the card, but there was no questioning its impact. The Dark Illusion was a far more impactful set than one might have expected on the 10, but it wasn't the only pack shaking up the meta just before Worlds, as there was another OCG import set just 2 weeks later, and based on how last year's iteration went, this one had a lot of slack to pick up. Dragons of Legend Unleashed. Release date, August 19th, 2016. Set type, import set. Major strategies, Cyber Angel, Numeron, Flower Cardian. Impact, attack for ritual decks. Dragons of Legend Unleashed was the third crack at the Dragons of Legend import sets, with the first being meta-warpingly good and the second being one of the worst sets of all time. This would land somewhere on the worst end of the spectrum, but unlike 2, actually had a couple of useful cards. Cyber Angel was a series of ritual fairies, with effects ranging from combat bonuses to full piece recursion. Of the initial wave, the one primarily focused on by most was Ben 10, able to search for any light fairy when tributed. Because of this interaction, there was a laundry list of cards that Ben 10 could search in the right deck, from play starters like Stick and Chair, to floodgates like Christia and Vanity's Ruler, to even more copies of itself as ritual fodder, which put it on a lot of people's lists as a ritual toolbox enabler. Number 100 Numeron Dragon can be made with any 2 same name number exceeds, and can detach to boost itself by the total ranks of exceeds on the field times 1000, making it a prime OTK enabler for decks with heavy exceed summons, but at the time did not have enough ranks to enable it effectively. Galaxy Eye Cypher Dragon can detach to steal an opponent's monster, make its attack 3000, and change its name to Galaxy Eye Cypher Dragon for the turn. This would be a fairly massive boon for the Galaxy Eye's exceed pool at the time, providing a reliable rank 8 that can be used to overlay onto for any number of exceed rank ups while still actually doing something useful on its own. The Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2016 would be held the same weekend, and though Blue Eyes was handed the golden ticket for the event, it would actually see some serious competition for top 8. PK Fire would squeeze in a single top 8 spot, primarily suffering here due to the limited status of Dante in the OCG, which coupled with the various hits to the main deck BAs already present, would leave the deck to rely more heavily on its other rank 3 tools, specifically in Break Sword. Magispector would climb all the way to top 4, utilizing Sky Iris for completing scales and giving access to high enough scales to keep Kieran on the board. Kieran here would be a major player, as its effect being a repeatable bounce between turns gave Magispector a serious amount of long game play, even once the spell trap lines were used up. Though it had competition in the top 8, the finals would be a mirror match between Blue Eyes, with very similar builds being found between both players. With the addition of Alternative to the deck, a player could now reliably access Spirit Dragon going first, which in turn locked out its competition and could even dodge removal with its effect to tag into a Light Dragon, which gave the option of Azure Eyes, the intended target of this effect, as its destruction immunity would overwrite the downside of Spirit, as well as alternative targets in Black Rose, Moonlight Dragon, and Stardust Spark. Hayame Shinsuke of Japan would take this year's Worlds title with Blue Eyes, not only marking himself as the first, and so far only player to win Worlds twice, but in back-to-back years no less. With no time to recover, YCS Rimini would take place a week later, and shockingly, Blue Eyes would be nowhere to be seen in the top 32. Without the combined ban list of the TCG and OCG, Blue Eyes could not compete with its contemporaries enough to crack in, needing a ban list to do so in the future. Probably the biggest point of note here would be the top spot of Brilliant Lightsworn, which went completely undefeated in Swiss rounds only to fall out in top 32. The new pieces the deck gained from Dark Illusion were actually incredibly significant, being Fairy Tale Snow, which could utilize your milled engraved cards incredibly well for access to Minerva by being half of a rank 4, meaning you could detach and mill more, gaining even more fodder for another run. This would actually be the tipping point for Minerva, as moving forward from here, rank 4 focused decks that utilized milling would become more and more popular, arguably a top tier contender in the meta, but would be held back entirely by the price point of Minerva, because as of this event, she was no longer the YCS prize card in rotation, meaning that her quantities were extremely limited now, even more than they had been before. Alberto Conti would take the event on Fire King Cosmo, utilizing more niche picks like Delta Shuttle, Landwalker, and even 3 Soar Troopers, a practice not common amongst Cosmo players of the era. He would also be the first recipient of the new YCS prize card number 39 Utopia Kaiser, which would not be relevant in the meta.
Thank you!
YCS Toronto would be the same weekend, and similarly would hold the same meta we've come to expect with a singular standout, being the usage of Despair Uranus in a single topping Monarch list, which we unfortunately do not have a deck list for, but is listed as such in Konami's coverage, able to access the Monarch continuous spell traps, depending on the opponent's choice. Bodon Temniak would take the event on PK Fire, a common sight of the format at this stage. The ban list would be updated 2 days later on August 29th, and unsurprisingly would bring down a culling wave onto the meta for the past 6 months. Newly banned were Performapal Monkey Board, the 1-card scale option of Pendulum Strategies, and Kaiser Coliseum, an annoyance to play into on all fronts. Newly limited were Beatrice and Seer as hits to PK Fire, Aether, Pantheism, and Stormforth as hits to Monarch, Dark Destroyer and E-Telly as hits to Cosmo, and Kieran and Pendulum Call as hits to Pendulum. Newly semi-limited were Max C, sparking a massive debate in the community on whether the Blowout Hand Trap even had a place at 1 or 2, and Ryo and Wind-Up Magician, returning from 1. Lastly, unlimited were Thousand Eyes Restrict, Allure of Darkness, and Gold Sarcophagus, with 2 of these still being solid options for some decks in the meta. With the blanket hits across the board to all 4 meta strategies, PK Fire, Monarch, Cosmo, and Pendulums would all need to restructure or die to remain. What was particularly funny about this list was the seemingly lax hits doled out to specifically PK Fire, as while Beatrice to 1 was certainly a hit and losing another Seer would hurt, many expected the hit to be given to Dante, as it was in the OCG. This re-sparked the Dante is banlist immune discussion, which would also lead to easily one of the greatest memes in the game's history being born, and if you haven't seen this before, I would heavily recommend pausing here and going to watch it, as it is a wonderful piece of Yugioh history. The year's Megaton would also follow this band list, notably reprinting the archetypes of DDD, Fluffle, Gem Knights, Ignites, Kaiju, Magispector, Performage, and Performapal, but also bringing us 2 specific promos of note. DDD Flame King Genghis and Gus King Alexander would be imported here, being a fusion of 2 DDs and a level 7 synchro requiring a DD tuner respectively, with both sharing an effect to revive a DD when a DD is summoned, with Flame King able to revive a DD on special summon, and Alexander being able to revive a level 4 or lower on normal or special, both being critical pieces of the DD deck's combo lines, but still not quite cracking the meta, requiring a couple more specific imports to do the trick, hovering in the rogue range for now. Duelist Pack Rivals of the Pharaoh would also release here, bringing a singular relevant card in Lullaby of Obedience, which can pay 2k to declare a monster, and if it's in the opponent's deck, either summons it to your field or adds it to your hand. This would be an interesting card kicked around for some mirror matchups, but would for the most part be unremarkable unless the format was so heavily centered around one specific matchup, like in the case of a tier 0 meta, but we just left one of those, so how long would we have to wait for the next? YCS Mexico City would be the same weekend, and being the first tournament following the August ban list, the meta would be thrown into a state of flux. Blue Eyes would pull into the lead as the front runner of the meta here with nerfs across the board to its competition, playing a lineup similar to the deck's layout for Worlds, capping out at top 4. Merlantian would see a significant rise in popularity here, being a rogue to tier 3 level deck since the release of Neptopus, but with its competition out of the way could rise up to tier 2, being a solid option for the next few events. There were a lot of one-ofs that would appear in this particular top cut, and though we don't have lists for a majority of them, we do have a couple to look over. Blazing Gadget would be one of the more interesting lists we'd see, utilizing the Gadget Swarming and the Brilliant Fusion Engine to facilitate the summon of Blazing Mars, who in turn could sack the board for a 2000 damage burn. Dynamis would see a top here alongside the standard Performapal package we've come to expect for Pendulums, namely utilizing Dynamis Charge to both set scales and provide recursion for your Dynamis pieces. The most impactful of the one-offs that we have listed though would be Shiranui Zombie, taking note of Solitaire's power as a level 8 synchro enabler to enable the summon of Omega and Crystal Wing. This would be adapted into multiple decks over the next year, which we'd see soon enough. Adrian Madriz would take the event on probably the most talked about new threat, Metalfoes Clifford. Metalfoes had gotten their big break with the shift in the meta, utilizing all sorts of tools alongside their pops to gain as much value as possible. Some options included Clifford Scout, who could pay 8 to search for Monolith, pop it for a Metalfoes search, and then on the Pendulum summon bring back the Scout with Monolith to make Cyber Dragon Nova into Infinity, Blackwing Gofu to provide its 2 tokens for the Metalfoes pops, and then convert itself in another level 5 like the Clifforts to make Zoltan for a toolbox of Dragon Synchros, and the newly released Odd Eyes Mirage Dragon, being a better scale 8 for Sky Iris when you don't need the Performapal synergy of Unicorn. Adding on to the ever-growing list of more minor releases, Legendary Decks 2 dropped on October 6th, bringing 3 nostalgic bait decks for Yugi, Kaiba, and Joey, but also including a few interesting promos. Ties of the Brethren could pay 2k to target a level 4 or lower, then summon 2 monsters from deck with the same type, level, and attribute but different names, locking special summons in battle phase for the turn. Ties could easily swarm out tools for use in decks of like type and attributed monsters, seeing experimentation with some strategies already in the meta, which we'll discuss soon. The other interesting promo was Eternal Soul, a continuous trap that makes Dark Magician immune to opponents' effects, can either summon a Dark Magician from hand or grave, or search a Dark Magic attack or Thousand Knives from deck once per turn, and nukes your monsters if it leaves the field. This would provide Dark Magician with something the deck desperately needed, reliable and repeatable access to the titular monster, which would actually boost Dark Magician into the ranks of a rogue deck, but not much further than that. YCS Minneapolis would be the following weekend, and though many of the decks of the previous meta took large hits on the ban list, they'd begin to creep back in here, with PK Fire specifically re-establishing itself as a meta threat. Magispector would see a new variant pop here in Ties of the Brethren, with level 3s giving access to Nekomata and Bumboku, and level 4s giving access to Yada, Kyubi, and Ogama, allowing full access to the Spell Trap suite. Infernoid would pop back up here thanks to Card Trooper popping back up, able to set up your Infernoids in grave while also cycling a card when removed. Lightsworn would once again see the top 32, fully embracing Fairy Tail Snow as a level 4 swarming body while also stepping more into the previously popular Clownblade engine, notably on 1 Minerva. Phantom Knights would see a top completely separate from the BA cards, notably playing Gofu to access Psyframe Lord Omega with the level 3 Phantom Knights, as well as more interesting techs in Super Hippo Carnival, able to access Performapal Hip Hippo, serving a similar purpose to how E-Telly was previously used, but at 3 copies for the level 3 body. Marcus Hayden would take the event on Metalfoes, leaning heavily into the 3 copies of Jowgen the Spiritualist, who was a popular tech option at the time for countering out Blue Eyes specifically thanks to being a pendulum summonable body whose defense is high enough to block the entire Blue Eyes normal summon lineup, with most Blue Eyes players not having an out for it in the main deck reliably. Though we've sped through a lot of sets recently, as most only included a couple of notable cards, the structure decks that released a week later would not qualify in that camp, as it would be a pair of structure decks for the first time in years, with one aimed at completely upsetting the established meta. Structure decks Yugimoto and Seto Kaiba. Release date October 21st, 2016. Set type Structure deck. Major strategies Magnet Warrior, ABC. Impact the Machine Uprising. Structure decks Yugi and Kaiba were incredibly interesting releases, as the last time we had seen a structure deck explicitly tied to a character was Merrick back in the 5Ds era, although you could make an argument that Master of Pendulum was that for Yugioh just last year. As they were tied to the titular characters, many expected on initial announcement that these would be further support for both key strategies of Dark Magician and Blue Eyes, but they were actually instead a complete overhaul to key archetypes they both used back in Battle City, being Magnet Warrior for Yugi and XYZ for Kaiba. Starting with Yugi, the Magnet Warrior archetype would get an overhaul with the Electromagnet Warriors, each able to tribute themselves on the opponent's turn to summon a level 4 Magnet Warrior from deck, with Alpha searching a Magna Warrior on summon, Beta searching a Magnet Warrior on summon, and Gamma summoning a Magnet Warrior from hand on summon. These also combine together to form Berserkion the Electromagna Warrior, able to summon itself by banishing the 3 Electromagnets from hand, field, or grave, can banish a Magnet Warrior in grave to pop a card, and when destroyed summons the 3 Electromagnets from banishment. There was even a fusion of the 2 Magna Warriors, both Berserkion and the original Valkyrion, being Imperium Magnum the superconductive battlebot, who has a once per turn Omni Negate and Destroy, and if removed by an opponent's card effect summons the 2 Magna Warriors from hand or deck. Magnetic Field was a field spell that could summon a Magnet Warrior from grave if you controlled an Earth Rock once per turn, and can bounce a monster that battles with an Earth Rock but isn't destroyed. Lastly, Magnet Conversion can recur back 3 Magnet Warriors on activation and can banish itself from grave to summon a banished Magnet Warrior. While absolutely interesting and seemingly competent, meshing well with the recent Tides of the Brethren, Magnet Warrior would suffer due to 3 major reasons. Number 1 was the reliance on the original Magnet Warrior monsters, as they were the only level 4s available to tag into with the electromagnet effects, meaning that in order to have the tag out effect be live, you had to play bricks. Number 2 was that while Berserkion was a solid presence, you had to find it to summon it, and its effect was slow and required the opponent to remove it to float, being way too reliant on the opponent not knowing how to play around it. Number 3 was that Empyreon Magnum, while reasonable to get out thanks to Alpha searching its materials, was extremely resource intensive for a single negation point whose float effect requiring to hit both targets meant that you had to play at least 2 copies of Valkyrion in your deck, a card that was by all metrics a brick. And I know I said 3 reasons, but in reality, there's 4, because released at the exact same time was a very similar concept to the Magnet Warrior retrains, but done far, far better. The Kaiba structure deck focused on the XYZ unions from Battle City, giving them far better counterparts in A, B, and C, each being a union monster. Wow, it's been a while since we've heard that term, and can equip onto a light machine, each having a destruction tanking effect for its equipped monster, an effect while equipped, and an effect when sent to grave, with A making its equipped monster immune to monster effects and recurring a union from grave to hand other than itself when sent to grave, B making its monster immune to spells and searching a union when sent to grave, and C making its monster immune to traps and summoning a union from hand when sent to grave. These all facilitated the summon of ABC Dragon Buster, a fusion who could be summoned by banishing the A, B, and C from field or grave, could discard and banish a card on a quick effect, and could, on the opponent's turn only, tribute itself to summon 3 banished light machine unions with different names. Similar to Magnet Warriors, A to Z Dragon Buster Cannon was a banished contact fusion of ABC and the original XYZ that has a repeatable Omni Negate at the cost of a discard each time, and can banish itself to resummon both ABC and XYZ from banishment. Union Hanger was their new field spell, able to search a Light Machine Union on activation and can equip an appropriate Light Machine Union from deck to a Light Machine Union that is summoned once per turn. Lastly, Union Scramble can summon up to 3 banished Light Machine normal or Union monsters on activation and can banish itself from grave to recur another to hand. ABC, to put bluntly, was way better than Magnet Warriors in almost every way. Their field spell let them turbo out 2 monsters at a time, their payoff didn't need to be searched first, the payoff's removal was a quick effect, and in general, level 4 machines already have way more existing support than level 3 rocks do, like Gold and Silver Gadget for example, which in turn makes it easier to trigger things like the grave effects of the Union since you can just overlay the equipped monster to put the Unions attached in grave. ABC was immediately recognized as an actually potent deck, with ABC itself being the kicker, as once you've used all the Unions to go through and summon various rank 4 bosses, you cap it off with ABC to add a discarding banish and the ability to reflood the board again. There would be no clear indication of this deck's immediate impact than YCS Liverpool a week later, where ABC would take 14 of the top 32, almost completely shunting Blue Eyes off its top of the meta position. Utilizing various tools in the rank 4 arsenal like Gold and Silver Gadget, Photon Thrasher, and various rank 4s like Geargia X and Bujente Tsukiyomi, ABC would absolutely dominate the event, although notably utilizing Artifact Scythe in its lineup with Sanctum, reaching all the way to top 4 on its first outing. Lightsworn continued to both impress and depress, as it would be tied with PK Fire for the second most represented deck in top 32, bringing even more fuel onto the fire of Minerva's exclusivity. This time around, it would be new variants like a light toolbox using Brilliant Fusion to set up its various tools, as well as a zombie variant with Unizombie and Mizuki that aimed to access Omega repeatedly. DD would crack into the top 32 for the first time here, utilizing their newly released fusion Flame King Genghis to facilitate a far stronger swarming strategy than the previous version of the deck. Also utilizing Dark level 6 options like Destiny Hero Malicious and Mass Change 2 for Dark Law, in order to make Beatrice the proper way for further grave setup. Speaking of dark tools, Dark Synchro would see another top here, being the first publicly available list for the deck, and looking over this, all of the alarm bells should be going off. This deck was entirely predicated on the idea of hand looping the opponent out of the game with a combination of various tuners with Level Eater, which could eat the levels off of an Omega before banishing it to gain level advantage, or to eat down a used Trishula to use it as material for an Omega. They also use cards like DDR in order to reuse the Omega hand banish effect just to drive that point home even further. This deck was a bit of a notorious one in the meta too, as naturally you'd think the best way to counter it was Max C, but that in and of itself was an extremely dangerous gamble. An inexperienced player firing Max C on Dark Synchro the first opportune moment they could would find their hand loop problem solved by causing an entirely different problem of the opponent committing to the Max C challenge, summoning so many times that the player that fired Max C would then proceed to draw so many cards that they'd be decked out the following turn. Many players would try and play around this by going Max C in response to the first card getting looped out, but in many cases the Dark Synchro player would still have enough gas in the tank to keep going, being a massive thorn in the side of the meta at large. The only things holding the deck back from a full meta takeover was the chance of dead hands, as the deck was built on so many different 2-card interactions that it was a common sight to see a completely unplayable hand. And the complexity, as this deck had so many varying lines to go through that learning it in a sufficient manner was a massive challenge in and of itself. Star Seraph Herald would also see the top cut for the first time, using Cyber Angel Benton as a Swiss Army knife of sorts, able to search for a missing Seraph, a Herald of Perfection to summon, additional fairies for the hand in Honest or more Benton, or even Archlord Christia to add a special summon lock to the Herald board, being a solid rogue pick for the time. Thomas Rose would take the event on PK Fire, notably running a line of 3 Chaos Hunter in the main board to prevent the opponent from banishing cards, locking them out of summoning ABC, as well as Ghost Reaper being able to clean up most matches by revealing Dante, ABC, or Spirit Dragon. If you thought the ABC shook up the meta though, you haven't seen anything yet, as the last core set was just around the corner, and it would take the newly broken up meta and completely overhaul it with some of the strongest support to existing archetypes we've seen in a long time. Invasion Vengeance. Release date November 4th, 2016. Set type Core Set. Major strategies Metal Foes, Paleozoic, Frog. Impact.
Well, if it isn't froggily amazing. I messed it up!
Inov was the last core set of the year, and its job was fairly simple. Support the strategies introduced in Dark Illusion, which it handled more effectively than I think any of us at the time were ready for. Starting with Metal Foes, their support here would include Bismugear, a new scale 8 with the same scale effect, but if popped, search a Metal Foes monster in the end phase, notably being level 1, meaning it was, at the time, impossible to pendulum summon back out from the extra. Alcahest, a fusion of a Metal Foes and a normal monster that can quick effect relinquish a monster, gaining defense equal to its attack, able to use its equipped monster as material for a Metal Foes fusion. Mithrilium, a fusion of a Metal Foes and a Pendulum, able to shuffle back 2 Metal Foes cards in grave to bounce a card, floating into a Metal Foes Pendulum and face up extra or grave when sent to grave, and full Metal Foes Fusion, a quick play fusion spell for Metal Foes. This support would change practically everything about the more pure variants of Metal Foes, giving them interaction on the opponent's turn in Alcahest, who can now be summoned on the opponent's turn with full Metal Foes Fusion, but also in Mithrilium, who not only provides great removal, she recycles your used spells and traps to then reset with the scale effects, and her float effect also goes off when used as fusion material, making her easily the most important piece of the deck now. This would shoot Metal Foes up the ranks of the meta into a tier 1 to 2 position, able to compete solidly with ABC already in the meta. Spiral would receive a couple of interesting new pieces in Master Plan, able to search a Spiral mission, and search a Spiral Resort and a Spiral monster when sent from field to grave, and Spiral Resort, which gave your other Spiral cards targeting protection, searched a Spiral monster once per turn, and shuffles a monster from grave into deck as maintenance cost to prevent destruction. While these wouldn't do anything in the short term, Master Plan would be theorized as an insanely powerful piece for the strategy, able to search 3 cards by itself, with the caveat being the deck currently had no reliable way to summon her or get her off the field reliably, but if those 2 hurdles could be cleared, she had the potential to make Spiral a meta threat by herself. Paleozoic would receive the remainder of its cards here, being Eldonia, able to boost a monster by 500, Dinomasher, able to banish a face-up card for a discard, Morella, able to dump a trap from deck, Lincolnia, able to return a banished card to grave, and Obabinia, a rank 2 that's unaffected by monster effects, lets you activate Paleozoic traps from hand, and if it has a trap as material, can detach to search a Paleozoic trap once per turn. This would do a lot to iron out the flaws in Paleo as a deck, giving them a proactive play in Opabinia to activate from hand, as well as better Paleos in Dinomasher and Morella. But to say this was all they received would be disingenuous, as while this was all the archetypal support they got, there was also another Exceed released here that should be talked about with them. Totally awesome. TCG localization at the time was a fucking joke. Is an Aqua-locked rank 2 that can detach in the standby phase to summon a frog from deck, can once per turn tribute an Aqua for an Omni Negate and destroy, then you can set that card to your field, and if sent to grave, recurs back a water monster. This card would be a massive meta shifter, as with it, Paleozoic had an Omni Negate it could access thanks to the entire archetype being Aqua level 2s. In addition to a perfect rank 2 engine it can now access for going first plays, being that of Frog. In addition, Totali's Omni Negate didn't require materials, meaning that by cheating it out with Bahamut Shark, you could tribute itself for its Omni Negate effect, then put it back in extra with its recursion, meaning that not only was it a rank 2 threat, but any deck with Bahamut Shark access could also use it, which we'd see the implications of with the upcoming YCSs. Doki Doki can discard a rock to summon another from deck with the same level and attribute, being a decent option for Magnet Warriors for now, but would be far more useful in a couple of years. Mare was a level 7 tuner that could lower its level by 1 to summon a level 1 token, being an extremely interesting combo enabler when used with Yazi, and would get far more popular with the next era of the game. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon would be the fourth of the mechanic dragons, taking 2 dark monsters on the field, gains the attack of an opponent's special summon monster on fusion summon, and can copy a level 5 or higher name and effect for a turn, and nukes the opponent's special summoned monsters when destroyed. This would be notably the weakest of the 4 dragons for now, as the only real card that could make it without sinking too many resources was Super Poly, which was currently banned, leaving Starving Venom in a weird spot for now. Meteor Black Comet Dragon is a fusion of a level 7 Red Eyes and a level 6 Dragon, can dump a Red Eyes from deck on summon to burn for half its original attack, and revives a normal monster when sent to grave, and Red Eyes Insight dumps a Red Eyes monster from deck to search another Red Eye spell trap. These two would help form an FTK of sorts for Red Eyes, specifically in that Meteor summoned with Red Eyes Fusion, and then 2 copies of Inferno Fire Blast would be 8200 damage, which while an extremely inconsistent FTK thanks to Inferno Fire Blast not being searchable was still one to be aware of. Denglong First of the Yang Zing is a level 5 synchro that searches a Yang Zing card on summon, can dump a worm to copy its level, and floats into a Yang Zing when it leaves field. This first effect would standardly be used to search their new counter trap 9 Pillars, which by popping a Yang Zing at the end of its effect was an Omni Negate and shuffle back, making Denglong a level 5 synchro with a generic Omni Negate, which would be attractive for many strategies. Vermilion Dragon Mech was a TCG exclusive level 9 synchro that could banish a tuner and grave to pop a card, and if destroyed by card effect, recur to banish tuner, being a solid option for Blue Eyes. Lastly, Dimensional Barrier could lock the summon and effects of either rituals, fusions, synchros, exceeds, or pendulums for a turn, being an extremely powerful floodgate to an entire mechanic of your choosing, but was also seen as problematic immediately because it listed all of the mechanics it hit, meaning that if a new mechanic came up within a year, as many expected would happen as we were coming up on the 3-year mark since Pendulums, Barrier wouldn't affect it. Still, for now, it was an extremely useful floodgate, which would find its way into various decks immediately. YCS Rio would be a week later, and though ABC was clearly still the top dog in the format off of this, a shakeup had happened with Metal Foes rising up the ladder. With the additions of Alcahest and Mithrilium, Metal Foes had ditched some of the more niche options in its arsenal for more standard pendulum pieces like the Magispector package and Luster Pendulum, turning it into the go-to pendulum deck of the format. Painful Decision was also starting to get more popular in the deck for accessing basically whatever scale you needed, as now with Mithrilium the dump scale wasn't gone for good, as you could just float back into it later or cycle it back to the deck for her bounce effect. Paleozoic would find its first top here too, utilizing the frogs as an engine to access rank 2s on the first turn, either for Toad, backed up by a series of traps, or for Opabinia to churn out the Paleos on the first turn without needing to set them first. As the deck was super reliant on traps in the first place, it made sense that its lineup would be chock full of floodgates and counters to top strategies, such as Anti-Spell, Floodgate Trap Hole, Quaking Mirror Force, and Barrier Statue of the Torrent. Most interesting here was Waboku, which served the purpose of being protection for your summoned Paleos, as well as being chainable to any removal, which in turn also triggered a Paleo and Grave, making it an incredibly important inclusion. Galileo de Obaldia, the 2010s Worlds winner, would take the event on ABC, with the only real change to the deck being the inclusion of Dimensional Barrier, as ABC was one of the best decks to utilize it since it could pivot between fusions and exceeds better than some other strategies. This would lead us into the last set of the year, and with so much changing so fast, many were curious if the last set could bring another shakeup before the year closed out. Destiny Soldiers. Release date, November 18th, 2016. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Destiny Hero, Abyss Actor, Dark Lord. Impact, 1 new rogue level threat. Destiny Soldiers was the last set of the year, bringing 3 dark attribute archetypes to try and shake things up one last time. Abyss Actor would be the first of these, being a series of pendulums focused around their spells, the Abyss scripts, which had different effects based on whether they're activated or destroyed while set, which unfortunately were not successful at the time in the slightest, even as pieces in a pendulum pile. Destiny Hero would be the second of these, bringing new support to the strategy focused around their cards Aster Phoenix used in the recent stint of the Arc 5 anime. Drill Dark can summon a D hero from hand on summon with attack less or equal to itself and deals piercing. Dark Angel can discard itself if you have 3 or more D heroes in grave to summon a D hero from grave to the opponent's board, negating and destroying any spells activated by its controller, and can banish itself and another D hero from grave in your standby phase to have both players stack a normal spell from deck on top of their deck. Celestial can pop an opponent's face-up spell when it attacks to burn for 500, and can banish itself and another D hero while you have no cards in hand to draw 2. And Dystopia is a fusion of 2 D heroes that can burn for half of a level 4 lower D hero's attack in grave on summon. It can turn its attack back to normal if changed to pop a card on field on a quick effect. Needless to say, this support lacked a lot of focus, but it would give Hero a couple of interesting tools for the future to play around with, not really changing the strategy's position for now. Lastly, and most importantly, were the Dark Lords, most of which shared an effect to pay 1000 life on quick effect to copy a Dark Lord spell trap effect from grave, then shuffled it back into deck. Ixchel could discard herself and another Dark Lord card to draw 2, Texcatlipoca could discard itself to prevent the destruction of Dark Lord monsters, Nastin could discard 2 other Dark Lord cards to summon itself from hand, and Amdust could discard itself and another Dark Lord to recur a Dark Lord card. Morningstar was the only one here without the copy effect, able to summon Dark Lords from deck on tribute summon up to the number of effect monsters the opponent had targeting protection while you controlled another Dark Lord, and can mill cards up to the number of Dark Lords you control to gain 500 for each Dark Lord card milled that way. As for their spell traps, Banishment searched a Dark Lord card, Contact revived a Dark Lord, Rebellion could send a Dark Lord from hand or field to grave to pop a card, and Enchantment could do the same to brain con a monster for the turn, with the traps notably skipping their costs if used by the Dark Lord copy effect. This would be a bold departure from the GX era cards, although Desire and Superbia specifically would also be useful for this new version of the deck, giving more swarming and easy spot removal for the strategy. Though it was a competent deck for sure, Dark Lord being a deck of high level monsters with only 2 reliable ways to get one on field initially left the deck in a position of bricking a lot, which in turn meant that for now, Dark Lord would be relegated to the ever-growing gallery of rogue level decks. YCS Anaheim would follow 2 weeks later, and with a new pool of cards from Inov, new strategies would start popping up. Toad and its consequences would result in the appearance of not only Mermail, taking advantage of the new Bahamut Shark target to regain some of its relevance lost with the shuffling of the meta, but also in, of all places, Hero. Because Bahamut Shark could access Toad, the deck had resorted back to an old favorite, being Bubble Man, as it could be half of a Bahamut Shark very easily either with another copy of itself or with 10 goldfish, which had always been considered for a Shadow Mist enabler but never really had a reason to be played over something like Goblinburg until now. As such, the inboard of Darklaw and Toad would become more and more common as Hero rose back into a tier 3 position in the meta. Dark Lord would take 2 top spots on its first outing, being able to mitigate its bricks in a Swiss setting but crumbling a bit in single elimination, falling out in top 32. Though notably playing 3 copies of Dark Lord Zerato from Phantom Darkness as a 1 tribute board nuke. Yang Xing would see a top here mostly thanks to Denglong in addition to the Metal Foes, enabling the Yang Xing float effects in a major way, which in turn allowed for the deck to set up both Denglong and Zephyr Nui, which resulted in multiple 9 pillars to form a defensive line. Elvis Vu would take the event on ABC, utilizing the Brilliant Fusion engine as a way to flood board, and to access the ABC pieces on the light dump for easier access to the Fusion ABC itself. YCS Bokum would be 2 weeks later, being the last YCS of the year, and with it we'd see the meta actually balance out again between its top 4 decks, being that of ABC, Metal Foes, Paleozoic, and Hero. Paleo had shown the most growth here over time since release, as it had trimmed its monster and spell count down to about as low as it could go, being that of a Frog Engine, Maxi, and Desires, leaving the rest of the deck to be impact traps and paleos, with probably the most interesting pivot here being that of Reckless Greed, filling a similar niche to how it was used back in Dark World to stack multiple together without getting multiple of the drawback. Only this time it could also revive a paleo when you used it. Awesome Performage Lightsworn would be a pile of pile decks, combining the previous Lightsworn game plan with that of using 10 Goldfish as half of Bahamut Shark, with the other half usually being Gigabyte, which was still searchable with King of the Feral Imps and easy to summon between the Performages and Minerva. Zombie would take the turn going down the hand loop trail we all expected, utilizing the Shiranui engine in addition to various level 1 and 2 tuner options alongside Beast of the Pharaoh to loop through their Omega and Trishula lines, with Beast of the Pharaoh able to revive Zombie Master when sent for a Synchro Summon, Master then being able to discard to revive Beast, and then with a level 1 tuner makes Omega or a level 2 makes Trishula, reviving the Master with Beast to do it all over again. Billy Break would take the event on Metal Foes, marking his 4th YCS win, which at the time made him the player with the most total YCS wins, which would be his last YCS win as he would retire from the competitive side of the game to work for Konami in their development of the game sometime after August of 2017. And with that, 2016 Yugioh would come to an end, but what an insanely packed year it was. We'd seen the rise and immediate fall of a Tier 0 Titan, multiple formats with at least 4 decks vying for the top position, and so many shifts in the game that it's hard to believe it all happened within a single year. But unfortunately, a storm was coming. We were about to enter 2017, and with it would come more than just a new Tier 0 menace. It would also bring a shift that many would doom cry as the end of Yu-Gi-Oh as we knew it. But I mean, come on, they've said that about every new mechanic so far. How bad could it possibly be? When we last left off, the Arc 5 era was nearing its climax. Over the course of 2016, we had seen the rapid rise and fall of a Tier 0 mega threat in Pepe, a surprisingly diverse and interesting metagame through the World Championship qualifier season, and a recent shakeup into more options with the advent of Metal Foes, ABC, and Paleozoic. As we enter 2017, Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole was on the move in a couple of other ways outside of the standard TCG output. Starting the year off on January 11th, Konami would hold the worldwide release for their new mobile game adaptation of the TCG, Duel Links, which brought with it the advent of the speed duel format, using 3 zones each for monsters and spell traps, as well as a 20 to 30 card deck. The early days of this new format's metagame is actually extremely intriguing, and if you want to learn more about it, I'll direct you to the first video I ever uploaded here covering the first year of the game's metagame development. But as for the impact on the TCG, the wider appeal of Yu-Gi-Oh! On mobile actually would do a decent amount for bringing in older fans to the game once again, coupled with the English release of the Dark Side of Dimensions movie, which was coupled with a re-release of the movie pack from last year, now in gold rarity. YCS Sydney would be held the same weekend as the DSoD release on January 14th, and from it, we'd see that in-off format was still in full swing, with Metal Foes taking up the top spot in representation as well as first place piloted by Michael Duke, but there were many other decks filling the format besides Metal Foe. ABC was continuing to be a fan favorite, taking 7 of the top 32 here, still promoting its rank 4 into Dragon Buster game plan, and it still remained an effective strategy. There were also a couple more odd inclusions, such as Abyss Actor lines and Metal Foes, using Wild Hope as a pop target to search Sassy Rookie, Blue Eyes, now using Fabled Catsith as a search target for Sage to pull more value out of Twin Twister and Melody, and Fire King Cosmo popping back up here with the inclusion of Fire King Yaksha for the ship pops. Following this would be the release of the new Shonen Jump promo, being Odd Eyes Persona Dragon, being another decent Odd Eyes low scale to use with Sky Iris. With all of the preamble out of the way, all eyes turned to the first structure deck release of the year, and given how it had been delayed time and time again, finally seeing it come out would be a boon to a strategy that's been in the fringes for some time now. Pendulum Domination. Release date, January 20th, 2017. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, DDD. Impact, a tuner to save the strategy. The Pendulum Domination Structure Deck is a weird one to start with, because in the OCG, it actually caused a Tier 1 takeover for the strategy of DDD, and it was set to be released in the TCG back in July of 2016. However, to help the TCG schedule coincide better with the release of the Blue Eye support, this was actually the listed response. The Rise of the True Dragon Structure Deck was moved up the schedule, and Pendulum Domination was bumped back. So with that said, what support did Domination bring to the so far floundering DDD strategy? Dragonbane King Beowulf was a fusion of a DDD and a DD that gives all DDs piercing and can heavy storm the board in your standby phase. Cursed King Siegfried is a level 8 DD locked synchro that can negate a face-up spell trap until your next standby phase and regains life points for each dark contract you control when destroyed. Savant Copernicus is an Armageddon Knight for DDs and dark contracts and can pop itself in scale to prevent burn from a spell card. Orthros can special summon itself from hand when you take burn damage, locking you to fiends for the turn, and can in scale pop a spell trap and a DD or dark contract you control. Nighthowl is a level 3 tuner that on normal can revive a DD, locking you to fiends for the turn, setting its attack and defense to 0. Lastly, and most importantly, Lamia is a level 1 tuner that can send a dark contract or DD from hand or field to grave to summon herself. Many of these pieces were absolutely critical parts of the DDD line, and with them now available, DDD was one of the most powerful and complicated decks in the metagame. The lines for each possible opening had so many different variations and paths it could go through that the community ended up developing a spreadsheet for every single possible opening, which in turn spurred the meme of the deck's complicated nature further. Many honestly expected that with these cards, DD would rapidly rise to the status of best deck in format, but there was a very major complication with that. Because it had been delayed for so long, 3 weeks later, with no major events in between, we'd receive the first core set of the year, and with it would come the identity of Yugioh for almost the entirety of the next year. Raging Tempest. Release date, February 10th, 2017. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Zodiac, Zodiac, Zodiac. Impact, Zodiac. Raging Tempest, or Rate for short, is probably one of the most infamous sets in the game's history, and it all has to do with its headlining archetype, but for the sake of everything else, we are going to save it for last on the archetype coverage. The Wind Witches were a series of wind spellcasters designed to synergize with each other to synchro climb entirely by themselves into a level 7 synchro, and then into an 8 with that 7. Icebell could special summon herself if you controlled no monsters, then summon a Wind Witch from your deck, burning the opponent for 500 and locking you to level 5 and up wins from the extra that turn. Glassbell, on summon, searches a Wind Witch, locking you to wins when you do. Snowbell can summon herself from hand if you control 2 or more winds, and only wins, and makes a synchro made with it unable to be destroyed by card effects. Winterbell is a level 7 synchro that burns the opponent for the level of a Wind Witch engraved times 200, and can summon a monster from hand with a lower level than a Wind Witch you control in the battle phase. These cards formed a self-contained line thanks to Icebell, who could summon herself, summon Glassbell out of deck and burn the opponent for 500, then have Glassbell search for Snow, who could then summon herself. From there, Ice and Glass make Winter, who burns the opponent for another 800 thanks to Glass Engrave, and they can be synchroed with Snow into Crystal Wing, who now also can't be destroyed by card effects. The primary downside to this line was that it wind locked you, but given time, this wouldn't be an issue in the slightest. Ancient Gear would get a new wave of support, but in a completely new direction for the archetype based on their usage in the Arc 5 anime as the default villain deck. Hunting Hound, burned for 600 on normal, has the Ancient Gear spell Trap Stun, and can fusion summon an Ancient Gear once per turn. Howitzer is a fusion of any 2 Ancient Gears, is unaffected by card effects, can burn the opponent for 1000 on a hard once per turn, and if destroyed floats into any Ancient Gear in deck ignoring summoning conditions. Chaos Ancient Gear Giant is a fusion of any 4 Ancient Gears, is unaffected by spell traps, locks the opponent from using monster effects in the battle phase, can attack all monsters once, and deals piercing. The idea of unrelenting damage from the anime was adapted quite well here, being fair, but it's a far cry from a good strategy when the starting life points are at 8,000 and not 4,000. Still, it did bring some attention towards Ancient Gears as a rogue strategy alongside a structure deck released later this year. Spiral would receive another wave of support in Tough, who becomes Super Agent on field and engrave and can attempt to pop a card by calling the super type of the opponent's top deck right, Utility Wire, which spins a card to top of deck if you control a Super Agent, and Recapture, which steals an opponent's monster the first time you summon a Spiral each turn and can banish itself from grave to prevent a Spiral's destruction. While a solid wave, Spiral would continue to see no play as its own standalone deck, though many were picking up on the idea that Spiral as an engine for another deck could be useful thanks to the vast amounts of advantage the deck can generate off of its smaller pieces. Okay, fine, let's talk about Zoo. Zoodiac was a new series of Beast Warriors aimed at cheating the Exceeds mechanic by allowing the user to overlay any Zoodiac Exceed onto a single Zoodiac monster, with each Exceed able to do that once per turn. The trade-off here was that the Exceeds had no attack and defense on their own, inheriting the stats from all of their Zoodiac materials, with each main deck monster also giving an effect to a Beast Warrior Exceed their material under. Rapier Foolish Burial's a Zoodiac on normal and gives its Exceed the ability to detach to summon another rat from deck. Bunny Blast recurs a Zoodiac when destroyed and lets its Exceed detach to negate a spell that targets it. Whiptail can attach itself to a Beast Warrior Exceed from hand or field and banishes any monster that battles its Exceed. Thoroughblade can discard a Zoodiac to draw 1 and gives its Exceed piercing, and Ram Ram summons a Zoodiac from grave when destroyed and lets its Exceed detach to negate a trap that targets it. As for the Exceeds, each gains the stats of its Zoodiac materials, can overlay onto a single Zoodiac monster once per turn, and have their own unique effects beyond that. Borbo can attack directly, and if it has 12 material when you do, nukes the opponent's hand and field and swaps to defense mode. Tiger Mortar can detach to attach a Zoodiac from grave to any Exceed you control. Broad Bull can detach to search a Beast Warrior monster that can be normal summoned or set, and Trident can detach on quick effect to pop a card on field. Lastly, while most of their spell traps were completely irrelevant, Barrage was the exception, being a continuous spell that can pop a card to summon a Zoodiac from deck and can attach itself from grave to a Zoodiac Exceed if destroyed by a card effect. So where do we begin with Zoodiac? I guess we'll start with the rat. Rapier on its own represented all sorts of degenerative lines, namely stemming from the basic premise of cycling its effect multiple times to end on at least Trident and a rank 4. Basics there was overlay a rat into Borbo into Tiger Mortar, detach the boar to summon rat, overlay into Broad Bull, detach to summon rat, detach to search, overlay the 2 rats into Emerald to draw 1, and finally overlay the Broad Bull into Trident, but that was the very basic level of it all. Through all sorts of recursion and kooky lines, a single rat could cascade into 5+ draws and all sorts of advantage on top of that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Trident being able to pop anything on a quick effect was an insanely good effect for what was effectively a generic rank 4 at the time, which put the previous option of Rafflesia in a worse position as you no longer needed a brick to get a quick effect pop off of her. On top of the fact that Trident was usually just the cherry on top. Broad Bull was, in hindsight, the far more problematic of the Exceed pool because its search effect had such a wide range of targets in addition to being a soft once per turn, meaning if you could get out 2 or more, it was repeatable, made better by it being the only 2 material Zoodiac Exceed in the first place, meaning that it was actually likely that you could summon them out multiple times. Whiptail was probably one of the more fair options, but only by comparison, as it gave Trident more fuel for popping cards in addition to an extra layer of protection by disincentivizing monsters attacking into her by threatening a banish after the fact. Barrage posed a very serious issue though, as through its effect popping itself, you could perform the entire Zoodiac line without the use of your normal summon, and with its inclusion, you were technically playing 9 copies of Rat to start lines between 3 Rat, 3 Tenki, and 3 Barrage. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say 9? I meant at least 12. MX Saber Invoker, being one of the earliest Exceeds printed to the TCG, can summon any level 4 Earth Warrior or Beast Warriors from the deck with any 2 level 3 materials. You get where this is going, right? Speedroid Terror Top now represents full Zoo combo without the normal 2, being able to access Invoker, who accesses Rat, who combos through that way. Zoodiac would descend upon the meta and insert themselves into literally every deck in the format to some extent, which we will talk about more in depth with the next YCS. Alright, time to rapid fire the one-offs. True King Lithosagem was by far the best option of the True Kings, popping Earths for its summon and being able to rip 3 cards from the opponent's extra deck if both pops were Earth, floating into a non-Earth worm in grave on destruction. While not super relevant right now outside of a tech play in Zoodiac, Lithosagem would find itself in a very comfortable home soon. Spiritual Beast Tamer Winda is both sides of the Ritual Beast sub-archetypes and floats into any Ritual Beast in deck or extra on destruction, being a massive boost for the archetype, but unfortunately coming out at just the worst possible time for playability. Miscellaneousaurus can be discarded on a quick effect to make your dinosaurs unaffected by opponent's activated effects for that main phase, and can banish itself in any number of dinosaurs from grave to summon a dinosaur of that level from deck. While an incredible boon for dinosaur decks, the strategy was nowhere near playable at the time, though this would find a home within a couple months. Foolish Burial Goods was a foolish burial for spell traps. While that sounds mediocre, this actually filled a much needed space in the game as a whole, as players were resorting to cards like Magical Hats to put spell traps in grave up until this this point, so the card was a welcome addition to the pool. Sea Monster of Theseus is a tuner fusion of any two tuners with no other effects. Most of you watching are probably confused why I bring this one up, and it's because of the fact that Konami was proudly bragging on their blog that they were going to be releasing the best card of the year in the TCG exclusive slot for this set, referencing this card. Yeah, so Theseus was always considered niche. It did have uses, specifically for those involving instant fusion where you needed a tuner, or in Zolkin's case, a level 5 tuner, but calling this the best card of 2017 was laughable even then, as the Zodiacs were in the same set and we have a whole lot more to cover from the year. Lost Wind negates the effects and has the attack of a special summon monster on the field, and can set itself from grave if the opponent specials a monster from the extra deck. This sounds niche in a lot of respects, but in actuality would be an insanely powerful card for specifically Paleozoic, as a trap that was a repeatable trigger for your Paleo summon effects is always appreciated, and the attack having a negation is actually permanent, so it covers a lot more situations than one expects at first. And it got even better with the last card we're going to talk about, That Grass Looks Greener. When you activate this, if you have more cards in your deck than your opponent, you mill cards from the top of your deck until your deck count is the same as your opponent. This spell was, theoretically, a 20 card mill, and all it took to play was running a 60 card deck. Grass caused arguably one of the biggest shifts in deck composition in the game's history, as on the surface it changed decks that wanted to mill from being 40 cards to 60 cards, but it's actually a lot more complicated than that. If you were a grass deck and you matched up into another grass deck, you'd both be at 60 cards, meaning that grass is now a completely dead card. As such, even decks that weren't grass decks would consider playing higher deck counts specifically to dodge the grass matchup, whether that be a full 60 or even a midpoint like 50 cards. The usual trade-off to playing 60 was a lower consistency, but now with the best engine in the game being a 1-card combo you can see off of a minimum of 12 cards in your deck, the loss in consistency for playing larger than a normal deck was actually decently offset. Rather than just talking theoretical on all this, let's look at some results. YCS Seattle would be a week after Rate's release on February 18th, and the meta that had come before was completely obliterated in one massive strike with the release of Rate. On the surface, the format does look rather diverse, with 10 different decks making the top 32 cut, but if we look below the surface, we can see that a grand total of 31 of the top 32 decks were actually playing Zoo in some capacity. Zodiac had completely taken over the format. Commonly, any way into Zodiac Rapier meant that you were going to have a Trident, an additional draw, and then plenty of wiggle room beyond that to set up a board of options to play into the opponent's next turn, which in turn resulted in most decks playing options to get Rat both on the normal summon and without burning the normal, specifically in the case of Barrage and Terror Top. This resulted in a number of different variants of Zoo specifically charting into the top cut here, between the Pure variant, an Artifact variant to capitalize on Moral Talk and Scythe, a Cosmo variant utilizing the power of Barrage to pop your ships for setup, and the most popular variant behind Pure, Kaiju, utilizing Interrupted Kaiju Slumber and the Kaiju names to iron out your going second matchup, as Trident on the normal summon was a pretty standard killer for the mirror match. Alexis Rodriguez would take the event on this variant, capitalizing heavily on the base level understanding of setting up Trident with no protection being the go-to line for most players. Beyond the Zoo-focused decks, however, almost every other deck would still be playing Rat lines to play with their own strategies, as adding a quick effect pop to any board was still killer. Infernoid would be the most popular strategy outside of stricter Zoo variant, and it would be the deck to show off the new power of the spell Grass. The ability to mill 20 plus cards is an insane boon for the strategy, and as such could set up any number of waves of Infernoids directly out the gate. As such, a couple of cards that had been present for some time at this point would finally start seeing significant play, mainly that of Void Imagination, being useful now as a way to get multiple bosses on the board on your first turn now that fuel wasn't a concern, but also Left Arm Offering, as sacrificing your hand to get a mill 20 actually was a decent trade-off. Even with the deck's primary play being that of Grass into Infernoids, Zoo would still be present here thanks to Terror Top and Barrage, allowing a Trident to be set up prior to going down your Infernoid lines, playing a fairly minimal line of enablers there. Volcanic would see a top spot here, which makes sense as the Scattershot engine standardly needed a lighter package to latch onto to be effective, which the new Zoo cards would fill out nicely. Metal foes would see a top here, notably playing a 50 card lineup to sort of shoot the gap between consistency needed to beat Zoo and the deck size needed to shut off a significant grass mill, which in turn helped in allowing them to play all of the options needed for the strategy, including the newly added Zoo engine. The only deck in the entire top 32 to not be playing Zoo cards period would be Burning Abyss, leaning into the 60 card variant as well to primarily cut off access to opposing grasses, though was playing a single copy themselves to capitalize off of the grave effects. With the meta substantially shifted at its very core, the next deck building set would arrive just a week later, and while it wouldn't be as fundamentally game warping as Zoo in the short term, it would help to introduce another combatant to play into this new Tier 0 menace. Fusion Enforcers. Release date, February 24th, 2017. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Predaplant, Fluffle, Invoke. Impact, a normal summon engine of epic proportions. Fusion Enforcers, coming just 2 weeks after Raging Tempest, had a massive uphill battle to win, and while it wouldn't dethrone Zoo by any means, it would at the very least introduce a new option into the metagame. Starting with the two that didn't quite land, both Predaplant and Fluffle would get new options for their strategies, with Predaplant getting Chimera Flesia as an in-archetype boss monster, and Fluffle getting a couple smaller pieces in Octopus, Penguin, and the new boss Kraken. But neither of these strategies would have staying power in the recently heightened power floor. Invoked would be the last of the three, and be a completely new archetype, centered around the sole main deck monster of Alistair the Invoker, who can be discarded to buff a fusion by 1000 and searches the archetype fusion spell Invocation on normal or flip. Invocation can fuse materials in hand for any fusion monster, or can banish materials from field or either grave for an invoked fusion monster, and can return a banished Alistair the Invoker to hand to shuffle itself from grave back into deck. Magical Meltdown is the archetypal field spell that searches Alistair the Invoker on activation and prevents the activation of your fusion summon cards and effects from being negated, and blocks responding to the fusion summon of a monster. As for the archetype's fusions, there would be one for each of the 6 primary attributes in the game, taking Alistair and its attribute as material. Kaliga takes a dark and locks both players to only 1 monster effect activation and 1 attack per turn. Raijin takes a wind and can quick effect flip a monster face down once per turn. Kokaitis takes a water, can attack and defense using its attack stat, and can't be destroyed or targeted by card effects. Purgatrio takes a fire, gains 200 attack for each opponent's controlled card, can attack all monsters once each, and deals piercing. Magellanica takes an earth and is just a large body at 3k. And Mechaba takes a light and can negate and banish any card activated by discarding a card of the corresponding super type. Lastly, Elysium is a fusion of an invoked monster and a monster summoned from extra, is considered all 6 of the primary attributes on field, and can banish an invoked monster from field or grave and all monsters the opponent controls of that attribute. Alistair the Invoker would represent one of the most consistent normal summon engines in the game, in that with access to Invoker, you had access to a fusion summon every turn between your cards and your opponents. But there were clear outliers in which fusions were the best. Mechaba was obviously the best on the surface, being an omni-negate that can be made with one of the most common attributes, but each attribute had their strengths and weaknesses depending on the metagame. As such, Alistair would find itself splashed into decks that didn't require the normal summon, and played attributes that meshed well with it, and with that, another deck would rise up into the fringe of the meta thanks to Alistair's interaction with a so far unimpactful engine, which we'll discuss soon. YCS Atlanta would be held 2 weeks after Enforcer's release, and from it we would see just the slightest movement in the outer fringes of the top cut. Invoked had proven to be an interesting slot into the Zodiac core, seeing most of the normal summon reliant options for Zoo here shaved for the Invoke package of Meltdown, Alistair, and Invocation. The primary benefit to the addition was on top of the usual Trident from the Zoo combo, you could also make a Raijin quite easily between Terratop and Emerald used for the combo, meaning an added Book of Moon effect to your end board. This would also be one of the primary focuses of the new strategy in the fringes of the meta known as Artifact Wind Witch Invoke, taking the prior released Wind Witch package for accessing Crystal Wing on the first turn, and then pair it with the normal summon of Alistair to access Raijin, as you would still be under the Wind Lock. In addition to this, the Artifact package proved to be a solid inclusion with Invoked thanks to providing game-winningly strong effects when summoned with Sanctum, or to be used with Alistair to make Mechaba, providing an Omni-Negate to the end board. Beyond that, what we've come to expect from the new Zoo dominance once again came to pass, seeing 29 of the top 32 running the engine in some regard, though shockingly would not take the event overall. Cory Roca would take that honor on Paleozoic frogs, proving that the correct combination of traps and frogs could actually be a sufficient answer to the newly dominant threat. Lost Wind in particular would be a standout, as the trap was both repeatable for your paleo effects and its debuffs were permanent, meaning that if you could land it onto a Trident, that effect was off for as long as she remained on the board. Directly following YCS Atlanta would be a couple of minor set releases. The first of these was the Star Pack Battle Royale, which was mostly unimpactful outside of a reprint for Speedroid Terror Top, which had become a lot more valuable as of late. The other would be Raging Tempest Special Edition, which would continue the tradition of these sets printing a couple of cards from the next core set early, but this time would actually make a difference. Bow Baboon, if normal or specialed, draws a card and stacks a card from hand on top or bottom of deck, and if destroyed summons any number of Bow Baboon from deck. This would actually make a very specific version of Zoo from the previous YCS a lot more powerful, being that of Metal Foes Zoo, as now by popping a Bow Baboon for a Metal Foes search, you could summon 2 additional from deck, stack your hand with 2 more draws, and overlay them for MX Saber Invoker for a full Zoo line access. Guatemala City would be the first testing grounds for this new tech, and without skipping a beat, Metal Foes Zoo would adapt, slotting the new option in to further promote the synergy between Zoo and Metal Foes, also notably playing 60 cards to not only fit in all the new options, but also to counteract the rising popularity of grass variants like Infernoid Zoo. Gerald South Chavez would take the event on just that, not only seeing the Zoo package and varied Infernoid names, but also 3 copies of Lullaby of Obedience. The power spell had found a format where it could dominate, as with over 80% of the top cut on the Zoo package, calling Rapier with it could prove insanely valuable, especially as that would then provide a total of 3 activations for the effect since you didn't need to use your own rat for the startup. YCS Prague would be the same weekend, and though we've unfortunately lost a major portion of the coverage for this event, one thing that was apparent is that Paleo was not about to be left behind by the new Tier 0 menace. Joshua Schmidt would take the event on Paleo Frog, bringing the first successful variant of Grass Paleo to the masses. While the concept of using grass with Paleo had been kicked around since the card's reveal, its impact was more often than not subpar, as you could easily load tons of Paleos into the grave, but not really trigger them all that successfully since you only had a limited number of traps to be used after the fact. There were a couple of cards here that helped counteract that problem. The first was a long-known card that would be reintroduced here in Card of Demise. One of the hardest parts for Paleo with Demise is the lock on special summoning, meaning that you can't set up a totally after using it, but with more focus being placed on loading up the grave with traps, that fear goes away a bit as it's clear we're setting up for a longer game with it. The other, and far more apparent departure, was Backjack. Backjack had already been experimented with for Burning Abyss strategies thanks to its ability to set up Fire Lake pushes, but here when dumped off grass can set up your top deck and gives you effectively an additional trap to your back row line, as its Excavate ability made the trap live from then on. Because of this, you can now also play cards like Fiend Griefing for Disruption, which also in turn is a trigger for your Paleos and now is a setup for more triggers. With innovation still present in the metagame, a shift was in the air. The spring import set was right around the corner, and it wouldn't just bring imports this time around, it was about to bring a shift that is still hotly debated to this day. Duelist Saga. Release date, March 31st, 2017. Set type, import set. Major strategies, Shark, GX manga cards, erratas. Impact, rewriting the game's history. Duelist Saga would be a replacement of sorts for the annual Gold Series release, with this being the first year that Gold Series would not be printed since its debut back in 2008. With it, we'd receive a bunch of anime-centric cards, including a set of OCG imports for various anime and manga characters, such as Rio's Sharks with Silent Angler, Manga Kyoji's Numbers with number 70 Malevolent Sin, Manga Aster's Vision Heroes with Vision Hero Vion, a tribute to Jaden's Heroes with Honest Neos, Manga Bastion's Zombies with Gozuki, Manga Hibiki's Dark Lords with Ukabak, and a new version of Yusei's Boss and Cosmic Blazer Dragon. However, most of these would have no impact in the short term. The far more talked about portion of the set would be a series of erratas made to famously powerful cards from the game's history, some of which have been banned for quite some time at this stage. These erratas were intended to bring the power level of these cards more in line with what is considered acceptable for the game's current context, and as such, the following cards were permanently errata to have the following updates. Brain Control could now only affect normal summonable and settable monsters. Imperial Order no longer had the option to refuse to pay its maintenance cost. If you had the life points, you have to pay it. Necro Valley now also negated type and attribute changes in the grave, and now also negated the effects of cards that move themselves out of grave. Future Fusion now delays its deck dump by 1 turn to allow the opponent a chance to counter it. Rescue Cat now negates the effects of the monster it summons and now is also a hard once per turn. Bryonic is now a hard once per turn. And lastly, Goyo Guardian now requires an Earth Tuner to summon. Many of these erratas are understandable for the power level the cards provided, but some are also extremely contentious, specifically in that of Yugioh Guardian. Yugioh had already been legal in the TCG again for some time before this errata and had done absolutely nothing in note, so errataing it here seemed pointless for many. To help drive these erratas in, a new ban list would take effect the same day as Saga's release on March 31st, 2017. And on top of all the errata releases, a couple of extremely interesting hits would take place for the fully taken over Tier 0 metagame. Newly banned were Magispector Kirin, the primary power play of most Pendulum strategies, Vanity's Emptiness, the staple Floodgate that's been around for far too long at this point, and Tyrant Neptune. Wait, what? Tyrant Neptune's a very odd hit, but it will make a lot more sense with an upcoming set, as the hit now was to prevent a very degenerate interaction with it that would have become available with the next core set, which we'll discuss with that release. Newly limited were Maxi, down from 2, and Bryonic, Rescue Cat, Brain Control, Future Fusion, and Imperial Order, all with their new erratas in tow. Newly semi-limited were Wisdom Eye Magician, up from 1, Interrupted Kaiju Slumber, a hit to the Rising Staple Board Breaker, and Zodiac Rat Pier, the combo enabler for so many decks in the Tier 0 format. Lastly, unlimited would be Sangan, who had also received an errata back in 2016 but was still banned until now. Easily the most talked about change here was Rapier, as bringing the copies in deck down from 3 to 2 would seemingly solve the issue of it being used as a generic combo enabler for any strategy, right? YCS Denver would be held just over a week later and oops! So as it turns out, while hitting Rat to 2 did absolutely curb its use as it was used initially, it was by no means knocked out of the meta, as crafty players quickly adapted Zoo lines to do far more interesting things. For example, with a little bit of labbing, players realized that with a way into Rat and Instant Fusion, the Zoo combo could be extended far beyond what was done before, ending with 5 draws, Trident, and Emerald. This was primarily thanks in part to Lunalight Black Sheep, a beast warrior searchable with Broad Pull, being able to search for polymerization, which could actually be Fusion substitute thanks to the fact that it was always considered poly. With this, you could actually fuse 2 of your used Exceeds into Norden. That's right, we're fusing Norden correctly, the way it is written on the card. Then once Norden was used up, you could put it back with Fusion Sub's Grave Effect to draw and get another Norden proc later. This in addition to other advancements such as the reintroduction of Brilliant Fusion into the metagame as a rank 4 and normal enabler with Trick Clown and Seraphonite respectively, Retaliating Sea both as a way to counter Zoo when Barrage or Instant Fusion comes down and to search Max C afterwards, and the ever-growing popularity of 60-card decks to prevent grass interactions led to an interesting period of the game that would still remain a Tier 0 format, with Zoo at the clear center of it all. Beyond this, there were a couple of other changes that did come out of the ban list. Metal Foe Zoo was probably the hardest hit variant with the ban of Kirin, but it was still a powerful variant option with access to Balbaboon, and as such would double back on an old option of Cliffort Scout and Monolith to access Cyber Dragon Infinity with your opening board, in addition to the Zoo lines. Cosmo would also sneak back into Top Cut here with a similar list to the prior Tin Can Turbo variants, now also rocking Triple D Barrier as a way to lock out the Exceed onslaught. Anderson Sang would take the event on Infernoid Zoo, and even with the semi-limit and the rise in the number of players on 60 cards, the variant continued to be a solid choice for the current metagame, with every Infernoid doubling as DD Crow for critical combo pieces, and the near infinite recursions they gain from grass. This would lead us into the next structure deck a week later, and seemingly the structure deck reloaded train was set to keep going, as we weren't just getting one this time, it was a duo. Machine Reactor and Dinomasher's Fury. Release date, April 14th, 2017. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Ancient Gear, Dinosaur. Impact,
Kick the baby! Don't kick the goddamn baby. Kick the baby! Wah!
Next up on the Structure Deck Reloaded train, we revisit the old structure decks of Machine Revolt and Dinosaur's Rage, 2 structures that were initially failures in promoting new decks to the scene, given a new chance at life here. Machine Reactor, without knowing the contents, probably held the most promise, as with the recent Ancient Gear support and rate, a little support going in the right direction could spell a meta stint for the longtime floundering archetype. Ancient Gear Wyvern on summon searches any Ancient Gear card except itself and locks you from setting cards for the rest of the turn with a monster effect stun on attacking. Gadget on summon gains a stun effect for a super type of your choice for all of your monsters that turn and can make its name that of any gadget monster until the end phase once per turn. Hydra, if summoned by tributing an Ancient Gear monster, banishes anything it battles but doesn't destroy, and if summoned by tributing a gadget, can attack all monsters once each with a spell trap stun on attacking. Reactor Dragon deals piercing if tributed over an Ancient Gear monster, and can attack twice if tributed over a gadget, stuns spell traps when attacking, and pops a spell trap after attacking. Fortress gives Ancient Gear effect targeting and destruction prevention for the turn they're summoned, locks the opponent from responding to Ancient Gear cards and effects, and summons an Ancient Gear from hand or grave when destroyed, Xeno locking you to Ancient Gears when it does. Catapult, while you control no monsters, pops a face-up card you control to summon an Ancient Gear from deck ignoring summoning conditions, and can be banished from grave to pop a face-up card you control to summon an Ancient Gear token. A lot of disjointedness all around, and feeling more like it's trying to make up for the over-restrictive nature of past releases, Ancient Gear here feels less like trying to blaze a new path forward for the archetype with their new fusion support, and instead feels too focused on making some of the original high tribute pieces work, which ends up making the new cards fall flat immediately. Only one of these new cards would even see any form of immediate experimentation, being that of Wyvern, being a Stratos for the archetype, meaning that the fusion burn strategy now had a searcher. As for Dinomasher's Fury, the direction was far more open-ended, as the original structure was more so just bringing an amalgam of dinosaur pieces together with no real rhyme or reason. Petita Pterodon would be a counterpart to the much older baby Ceratosaurus, able to summon a level 4 or higher dino from deck when destroyed by card effect as opposed to the original's 4 and lower effect. Soul Eating Oviraptor on summon either searches or pitches a dino from deck, and can pop a level 4 or lower dino other than itself to summon a dino from grave in defense. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno must be special summoned by banishing 2 dinos in grave, can pop a monster in hand or on field on a quick effect to Book of Moon the opponent's board, can attack all monsters once each, and if it attacks a defense position monster, burns the opponent for 1000 and sends it straight to grave. Lost World debuffs all non-dinos by 500, can summon a Jureg to the opponent's board when you summon a dino once per turn, locks the opponent from targeting dinos with card effects while they control a token, and can prevent a normal monster's destruction once per turn by popping a dino in hand or deck instead. Just a quick reminder that tokens count as normal monsters. Survival's End pops as many normal monsters on field as possible to summon a level 4 or lower dino from deck up to the number destroyed, destroying them in the end phase, and can banish itself from grave to pop a dino you control and any card the opponent controls. There was also a new vanilla dino here with 2k attack named Megalo Smasher X, and a reprint of Rescue Rabbit in case Dino Rabbit was still on the brain. This new direction for Dinosaur was a bold step to say the least, and while it wouldn't make massive waves in the meta, it was still an extremely competent rogue level deck on a serious budget, as realistically the deck was actually competent enough to make using 3 copies of the structure deck, a bold move in the face of the growing expenses of the Tier 0 metagame. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, or UCT for short, was an incredibly powerful boss monster, and a quick effect blanket Book of Moon's power cannot be overstated, as Raijin was already seeing play being a single target version. Oviraptor promoted a gameplay loop of popping baby for baby, cycling baby Ceratosaurus mostly to flood the board with options to make big pushes, whether that be Exceed lines with Evolzars or Synchro lines with Jirac-Aolo. Speaking of which, Oviraptor also represented a 1-card level 5 synchro thanks to Misk from Wraith, able to search Misk on summon, immediately pitch it for Misk's protection effect, and then immediately after banish Misk to summon Aolo from deck, with Oviraptor and Aolo accessing a level 5 like Denglong. With almost all the ideal pop targets also being Earths, Lithosashum's name would be thrown into the ring, able to pop the babies to summon itself and potentially rip up the opponent's extra deck, then trigger the babies in grave to swarm out more dinos. While I could go on, we'll leave it here for now, as Dino was a legitimate budget strategy at the time thanks to this structure deck, and because of that, though it wouldn't be nearly as successful as Zoo, it was quite beloved for the strategy it built at the time. YCS Bokuda would be held the same weekend, and with it, not much would shift in terms of decks, representation, or builds here. Kanan Ashfor would take the event on pure Zodiac, still playing the Fusion sub combo, but notably trimming most of the fat to cut the deck down to 41 cards. At the start of May, we'd be graced with a new weekly Shonen Jump promo, this time being Apprentice Illusion Magician, a level 6 spellcaster able to summon herself from hand by discarding a card, searches a Dark Magician on summon, and can send herself from hand or field to grave in the damage step to boost a Dark spellcaster by 2000. While the 2 latter effects would rarely be used outside of specifically Dark Magician decks, Apprentice Illusion would see minor experimentation as a level 6 swarm tool for decks aiming to utilize the rank 6 pool, like Beatrice. This would lead into the next core set 4 days later, and though Zoo clearly had left its impact on the meta as a whole, another massive threat was on the horizon, and if you thought Dryden Pop was a good effect to make fast, you haven't seen anything yet. Maximum Crisis. Release date May 5th, 2017. Set type Core Set. Major strategies Supreme King, True Draco, Zodiac. Impact, ending the era with a bang. Maximum Crisis would not only be a massive core set release that would reshape the metagame yet again, but would also be the final core set of the Arc 5 era. As such, a lot of anime-focused archetypes would see waves of support here, namely those focused around the final antagonist of Zark. So let's talk about Supreme King first. Supreme King was a new archetype of Pendulum enablers for extra deck bosses, all aimed at summoning the new big boss Supreme King Dragon Zark. A fusion of 4 dragons, 1 fusion, synchro, exceed, and pendulum. Nukes the opponent's board on summon, immune to effect destruction and targeting, cheats out a Supreme King Dragon from deck or extra when it destroys a monster in battle, and when destroyed in the monster zone moves to the pendulum zone, where it locks the opponent from using fusion, synchro, or exceed effects and pops a card added from deck to hand once per turn. Obviously this was insanely powerful, but the caveat was it was an absolute pain in the ass to get out. As for other members, Gate 0 is the first ever Scale 0, in the scale blocks damage to you while controlling Zark and can pop itself an Infinity in the other scale to search Poly or a fusion spell, and on the field can pop itself in another monster you control to summon a Dragon, Fusion, or Synchro from extra, dropping their stats to 0/0, negating their effects, and blocking it from being used for a Synchro or Exceed summon and able to float into the Pen scale when destroyed. Gate Infinity was the first ever Scale 13, in the scale lock Pendulum summoning if you controlled a monster, and gains life from an opponent's monster's attack while you control Zark, and on field can pop itself in another card to summon a Dragon, Exceed, or Pendulum from the extra, drop the stats to 0/0, and negate the effects and lock it from being summoned material, and floats into scale if popped. Dragon Darkworm in scale can activate a gate from deck, when summoned searches a gate, and from grave can summon itself if you control no monsters. Put bluntly, Zark was way too cumbersome to get out, but Gate 0 and Dragon Darkworm were actually really solid potential additions to the Pendulum pile, namely for Darkworm being a level 4 Dark Dragon that searched a 0 scale and could be used with Foolish Burial. It checked all the boxes. Predaplant would get 2 new notable pieces in Orphis Scorpio and Darling Tonia Cobra, who themselves formed a pseudo package. Orphis Scorpio on summon pitches a monster to summon a Predaplant from deck, and Darling Tonia Cobra, if summoned by a Predaplant effect, searches Polymerization or a fusion spell card once per duel. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the new Zoo Enablers. While not as ideal as some of the other Zoo Enablers thanks to needing the normal summon, the fact that they performed the Zoo setup and searched instant fusion made them an instant consideration. As now the massive combo was a 1-card combo, either by starting with Orphis or Lone Fire Blossom to access Orphis. Lyrilusk was a new series of level 1 Wing Beast aimed at swarming the board for quick Exceeds plays. Cobalt Sparrow searches a level 1 Wing Beast on summon and gives a Wind Exceed its use to make targeting protection. Sapphire Swallow can summon herself and another level 1 Wing Beast from hand if you control a Wing Beast, and gives its Exceed the ability to attach a Lyrilusk from grave to it on summon. Turquoise Warbler can summon herself if you control no monsters and summons a Lyrilusk from grave on special summon. Assembled Nightingale is their key Exceed, taking 2+ level 1s, gains 200 attack for each material, can attack directly, can attack a number of times equal to its materials, and can detach on quick effect to prevent Lyrilusk from all destruction and battle damage. Lastly, Independent Nightingale is a fusion of Assembled and a Lyrilusk. If summoned with a Lyrilusk Exceed on field, boosts its level by the materials it had, gains 500 attack for each of its levels, is unaffected by other card effects, and can burn the opponent for its level times 500 once per turn. And there's the reason Neptune had to be banned. By using Zoos to access King of the Feral Imps, one could search Neptune, summon Independent with instant fusion, and tribute summon Neptune over her, copying her effect onto itself and making it an unaffected 6,000 attack monster, at least, that could burn the opponent for 5k once per turn. Needless to say, this was not okay to have in the metagame, and thankfully it was banned before we got this interaction, but unfortunately this will not be the only time we mention this interaction this year. True Draco would be a counterpart archetype to the True Kings that have been rolled out slowly over the last few sets, being tied almost directly to the previous Draco Slayer archetype in lore, able to tribute summon themselves by tributing continuous spells on traps instead of, or in addition to monsters, with each of the important 1 tributes also having an effect when the opponent activates a card or effect after their tribute summon, with Majesty Maiden searching a True Draco or True King monster, Ignis Heat searching a spell, and Dynamite Knight searching a trap, with Ignis and Dynamite also having the option to activate the cards directly from deck. Masterpiece would be the archetypal boss, being a level 8 so it needs 2 tributes, gives itself blanket immunity to the super types that it tribute summoned over, and can banish a continuous spell trap from grave to pop a card on field once per turn on a quick effect. In addition to their monster line, their spell trap line was almost entirely continuous spell traps, each of which has the ability to tribute summon an additional monster, with the spells being for your turn and the traps on the opponent's, each having a once per turn effect on field and each each also popping a card on field when sent to grave, with the spells popping spell traps and the traps popping monsters. As for their unique effects, Heritage lets you draw one for every super type of True Draco or King sent from field to grave that turn, Disciples let you shuffle back 3 True Draco or King cards in grave to draw 1, Apocalypse lets you pop a True King or Draco to have the attack and defense of all opponent's monsters permanently, and Return revives a True Draco or King and locks special summons for the rest of the turn. Lastly, their field spell Dragonic Diagram boosts all True Kings and Dracos by 300, prevents tribute summon True Kings and Dracos from being destroyed once per turn each, and can pop a card on field or in hand to search for a True Draco or King once per turn. Put bluntly, this was the strongest tribute summon archetype ever conceived, and for good reason. For starters, the continuous spells and traps trading for cards when tributed over was insanely powerful, as they effectively maintained their on-field advantage simply by being fodder. Secondly, you could actually tribute over them while still set, meaning you didn't need to show your hand to the opponent before going in on a summon. Thirdly, the deck actively punished the opponent for attempting to push back, specifically thanks to Dynamite Knight, as if the opponent responds after he's on the board, he can activate True King's Return directly out of the deck, which then gives them the ability to reflood and keep going. Fourth, Diagram was unbelievably strong. The ability to pop a card in hand has for a while now been considered a very strong effect, even if the search is lackluster, and this one actually searches cards worth playing, able to add any and all cards in the archetype other than itself while providing blanket protection for all of the archetypal cards, meaning the opponent needs to burn more effects to remove, which can potentially trigger the True Draco response effects. Lastly, and certainly most importantly, Masterpiece was without question one of the most powerful boss monsters ever printed at this stage, with an effect similar to the already meta-dominant threat in Trident, blanket protection to 2 of the 3 super types in the game of your choice, and stats that could actually win combat effectively. Masterpiece was instantly one of the most powerful cards in the meta, and we will be talking about this further with an upcoming YCS. Zoodiac, as powerful as they already have been, actually would get another relevant wave of support here with not 1, but 2 new relevant extra deck pieces. Hammer Kong has the standard Zoodiac overlay effect, blocks effect targeting to Zoodiacs while he has material, and must attach 1 in the end phase of each turn. Shaka 9 has the standard Zoodiac overlay effects, and can detach to revive a Zoodiac, blocking its effects and from being used as material for an Exceed summon for the rest of the turn. These two actually formed a decent loop in themselves, as you could detach Hammer Kong in a combo, revive it with Chaka 9 later, and then use Tiger Mortar to load a material onto it with its end phase detach being negated the turn it's revived, meaning that for the next turn, your Zoodiacs had targeting protection, specifically useful for keeping the Trident up for a turn, seeing played in the deck almost immediately. The TCG exclusives would each get a little more support to try and push themselves into the meta with their last efforts. Subterror would get Fiendus, able to discard herself or send herself from field to grave when the opponent activates a card or effect to negate that card and flip a Subterror face down, and can, on the field, flip a monster you control face down to summon a Subterror from hand or grave face down. And Final Battle, able to either flip up a Subterror, set down a Subterror, combine the attack and defense of a Subterror, or prevent the negation of Subterror effects that turn, setting itself back face down after being used instead of going to grave. This last wave would actually be really powerful for Subterror, but unfortunately would do too little too late, as Subterror was just not in a position to make any kind of waves into the suppressive meta. As for Spiral, Sleeper must be special summoned by banishing 3 Spiral cards from grave, can pop a Spiral card you control and up to 2 opponent's cards on a quick effect, and if destroyed nukes your board and summons a super agent from hand, deck, or grave. Gear Last Resort can equip itself from hand or field onto a Spiral, prevents them from being destroyed or targeted, and can send a card you control to grave to let its equipped monster attack directly that turn. Gear Fully Armed can only equip to a super agent, boosts its attack by 1000, banishes a monster it destroys in battle as well as another card of your choice when you do, and when destroyed summons a super agent from grave. Mission Rescue recurs a Spiral monster once per turn, destroys itself after 3 of the player's end phases pass, and can be banished from grave to revive a Spiral monster. This support would actually be significantly powerful for Spiral, giving a legitimate option for actual presence on their opponent's turn with Sleeper in addition to the insane amount of protection from Last Resort, and Rescue being a valuable card to pitch off of Quick Fix's revival effect. While still not powerful enough to be meta viable on their own given the much higher bar than when they started, Spiral was now at least competent enough to be considered as a splash engine for Zoodiac decks, and potentially a meta pick once Zoo's reign ends. Moving on to the one-offs now. DD Ghost, if sent to grave, can dump an additional DD or Dark Contract from deck with the same name as one in grave, and if banished can return a banished DD or Dark Contract to grave except itself. While on the surface unassuming, Ghost would be a piece in a few different DD combos, being yet another addition to the spreadsheet. Zephyrath in the scale can put a Zephyr from deck into face-up extra to change its scale to that monster's. Can only be summoned from face-up extra by tributing all monsters you control, including at least 3 Zephyras, gives an extra Pendulum summon for Zephyras the turn it's summoned, and contribute a monster to summon a Zephyr from deck. While a massive boon for the Zephyr archetype, what this would actually see play as was a modular scale for Pendulum piles, as there were enough decent Zephyr pieces at this stage to play them to modulate the scales, then summon them back out for their benefits without fully investing into Zephyr as a whole. Fairytale Luna on normal searches a spellcaster with 1850 attack and can target an opponent's monster to make them either pitch another copy from deck or extra, or bounce it once per turn on a quick effect. Luna would be a lot more niche than her sister Snow, but would still see some usage, namely in being a disruption tool that could actually search the aforementioned Snow. True King of all calamities would be the extra deck boss of the True King, being a rank 9 that can change all monsters on field to a declared attribute by detaching on quick effect, also locking attacks and effects of monsters with that attribute for the turn, and allows True Draco and Kings to pop opponents' monsters for their effects. This would be a massive boss with a capital B, becoming an instant build towards for any deck utilizing multiple level 9s, of which the only deck for the time being doing such was Dinosaurs, who were already utilizing Lithosasm, able to take advantage of the secondary effect too, but would be a thorn for a long period of time after. Duelist Alliance searches for any Pendulum card if you have a scale activated, becoming a near staple for Pendulum piles after this, able to search a solid lineup of cards, including the ever popular Luster Pendulum. Set rotation takes 2 different field spells from your deck and sets 1 to each side of the field. This card was insanely powerful due to a few different applications. For starters, over the past couple of years, field spells have grown in power substantially, almost to the point where finding them early could lock up a game on their own. So any deck that runs multiple field spell names would instantly gravitate towards this, but on top of that, there had been 2 field spells in particular released that have mandatory search conditions tied to them, those being Gateway to Chaos and Oracle of Zephyra. Because of the search being required, you cannot activate these if you cannot search, and if you set to your field spell zone, you cannot activate a new field spell over them until they are properly activated, meaning that against decks not teching a Zephyra, Blackluster Soldier, or Gaia the Fierce Night monster, you could effectively lock them out of field spells for the game while setting up your own. Set rotation would become an almost instant staple for these reasons, and we'd be seeing this card for quite some time after. Tornado Dragon was a TCG exclusive rank 4 that can quick effect attach to pop a spell trap, being effectively MST on a rank 4, which was basically guaranteed to see play for that reason alone. Bujin Hiroko is a scale that can banish itself to exceed summon a Bujin over another Bujin exceed you control, seeing play namely for being a searchable low scale with Broad Bowl. Sylvan Princess Sprite is a rank 1 that can detach 1 to excavate 1, able to add it to hand if a spell trap or send it to grave if it's a monster, and can send another plant from hand or face up field to grave to revive a Sylvan. A solid addition to the rank 1 pool, only held back for now by rank 1s being completely unfeasible in the game. Lastly, and probably most importantly for the long-term implications for the game as a whole, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring can be discarded to negate any effect that would search a card, summons a monster from deck, or sends a card from deck to grave on a hard once per turn. Ash was one of the most talked about cards from this set without question, being a blanket answer to any mass combo that could go off, and was shockingly underwhelming on release. The problem stood that in the current meta, stopping one search or summon meant jack, as with Zoo running around they would be spewing searches and summons left and right. But once the meta slowed down a little, Ash would find a home rather quickly. YCS Pittsburgh would be a week later and
What do you want now, you creepy rat?
if there was any debate on if Zoo was tier 0 or not before this, there was no debating it now. Zoo decks took a whopping 32 of the top 32 here, and it was clear that rather than pushing Zoo down, the new cards in Crisis only made the strategy even more potent. Pure Zoo had moved to include the new Shakanine and Hammer Kong package for their combo lines, with most builds resorting to new hand trap options, such as Flying Sea making an appearance here to help push Zoo back a little, and Ash Blossom to prevent getting +5 comboed for all of your life saving. The far more interesting development here though was in Draco Zoo, taking the event by Aaron Furman. The line between Zoo variants has begun to blur quite substantially, and this would probably be the best example of that, as now most builds were pure Zoo at their core, but would be classified based on their splashed-in engine of choice, with heavy IKS packages getting deemed as Kaiju Zoo, heavy hand traps as Pure Zoo, and a package of the new True Dracos as Draco Zoo. Access to Masterpiece is nothing to scoff at, and standardly Zoo could actually do lines without the normal, then potentially provide both a continuous spell and barrage and an extra monster from whatever is left over post-combo to commit into said Masterpiece, making it monster and spell immune, with one of the only real outs to that in the format being a Kaiju. This direction would be one of the main focuses of the upcoming format, with the 3 primary Zoo variants fighting for dominance in the space, and with that said, a new ban list would come down the pipeline right at a month later. taking some of the more egregious options out of the meta for good. Newly banned was Elder Entity Norden, a hit that was long overdue at this stage, being the catalyst of many of the absolutely broken combos for Zoo decks. Newly limited were Terror Top, the main enabler of the Invoker line, and That Grass Looks Greener, putting a hard cap on the power of the 60 card piles. Lastly, unlimited here were Skullcrabat Joker, Wisdom Eye Magician, and Pendulum Call, which couldn't be a more blatant buff to an upcoming release if they tried to make it so. Speaking of which... Pendulum Evolution. Release date, June 23rd, 2017. Set type... Okay, look, I'm gonna cut off the usual intro here because I have a major gripe with this specific set. Pendulum Evolution as a pack did not exist in the OCG. It was a complete structure deck over there. When importing it to the TCG, somewhere along the line they decided that rather than bringing over the structure deck as is, it would be better to divide this solidly powerful structure into a set all its own in the TCG, making the copies of new cards no longer guaranteed. Luckily, it played out a lot better here than it could have, as nothing was short printed and the new cards were actually decently easy to get a hold of, but the practice itself was without question suspect, and unfortunately this practice would become more and more commonplace as we entered the next era of the game, taking price-efficient structure decks and splitting them up into import sets for profit, a practice they haven't done since the Upper Deck eras for good reason. Pendulum Evolution would be an import set exclusively targeting the OCG structure deck of the same name, being a massive wave of support for both the existing Pendulum Magician archetype, but also towards the recent cover card of Maximum Crisis, Zark, providing a new way to access the boss. Each of the 4 Dimension Dragons would get a Pendulum Magician counterpart. Double Iris is always treated as a Pendulum Dragon card, and Scale can pop itself to double the battle damage of a selected Dark Spellcaster that turn, and if destroyed, searches a Pendulum Graph card. Black Fang is always treated as an Exceed Dragon card, and Scale can have an opponent's monster's attack and pop itself, and if destroyed, revives the Dark Spellcaster. White Wing is a tuner, is always treated as a Synchro Dragon, and Scale can negate a card on resolution that targets a Dark Spellcaster and pop herself, and if Pendulum summoned and used for a Synchro summon, banishes herself. Purple Poison is always treated as a Fusion Dragon card, can pop itself in Scale to boost a Dark Spellcaster by 1200 for a battle, and pops a face-up card on field if destroyed. There was also an updated version of Yugioh's Tuning Magician, being Harmonizing Magician, who is unable to be summoned from extra deck, and when Pendulum summoned from hand, summons a Magician Pendulum from deck, negating its effects and banishing it when it leaves the field. Astrograph Sorcerer and Chronograph Sorcerer are the 2 outliers here, tied to the 2 original Pendulum Magicians of Stargazer and Time Gazer, which each having a scale effect to pop themselves to either scale or summon one of the original 2. They share an effect to summon themselves from hand when a card is destroyed that you controlled, with Astrograph searching another copy of a monster that was destroyed that turn, and Chronograph summoning a monster from your hand. They also share an effect to banish themselves and one each of a Pendulum Dragon, Exceed Dragon, Synchro Dragon, and Fusion Dragon between hand, field, and grave to fusion summon Supreme King Zark from the extra deck. Star Pendulum Graph gives blanket spell targeting protection to your spellcasters and searches a Magician Pendulum when one leaves the field once per turn, and Time Pendulum Graph gives blanket trap targeting protection to your spellcasters and can pop a Magician Pendulum monster on field or in Scale and an opponent's card once per turn. Lastly, Time Star Magician is a Magician Pendulum locked rank 4 that can detach to add a Dark Spellcaster from deck, grave, or face-up extra to hand, and if a Pendulum card would be destroyed once per turn, can dump a Spellcaster from deck to grave instead. Okay, so there is a lot to unpack here, but starting out, this support was insane. The new Magicians actually did a lot to iron out some of the natural weaknesses of the previous Pendulum Magician decks. From mass summon negates like Strike being outed by Black Fang's Revive, Harmonizing allowing quick and easy Synchro and Exceed access by itself while also setting up names, to Double Iris being able to search Time Pendulum Graph to set up easy disruption going into the opponent's turn. With the release support from the ban list, it was clear Konami was trying to push this deck to be a deck to beat for the WCQ season, and probably just for the WCQ season, as at this point, we as a player base knew what was going to be coming in July with the new era of the game. But for now, let the Pendulum players have their fun and look at the pretty flowers. Diving into the WCQ season, Central America would kick us off, and unsurprisingly, Zodiac continues to absolutely dominate the space, but not quite as dominantly as before, with a more pure variant of True Draco starting to creep in here, which unfortunately we do not have lists for due to poor coverage. Pedro Benjumea would take the event on Zodiac, with the main pivot being seen from the ban list being dropping a bunch of the random combo enablers with the banning of Nord, seeing the slots filled with more hand traps like Ghost Reaper that didn't quite make the cut up before, as well as more zoo names like Ram Ram. The EU WCQ would be the same weekend, and similarly, we'd see a rise in the more pure True Draco variants into the meta, but similarly, we've lost most of this event's coverage from the EU website changeover. As for what we do have, Pendulum Magicians would see their first top here, utilizing the Zodiac cards not only for their simple one-card combos, but also for Barrage's pop effect triggering the effects of the Pendulum Magicians to generate advantage. Marshall Barbary would take the event on pure Zodiac, going completely undefeated with a 17-0 record, once again trimming the auxiliary engines for a tighter zoo-focused package, but notably playing copies of Shuffle Reborn as another option to start combo lines using Rat's Dump from deck, or to keep going if your line got interrupted by something like Ghost Ogre, also being extremely useful against the floodgate of Flying Sea that had been popping up more and more by shuffling it back into the opponent's deck to draw a card. Directly following this event, we'd also receive a new weekly Shonen Jump promo in Galaxy Eyes Cypher Blade Dragon. Able to overlay onto a rank 8 Galaxy Eyes, can detach to pop a card, and when destroyed floats into Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon in gray. Solid new support piece, adds a pop onto the original Cypher Dragon steel and floats back into it when destroyed, making it a solid addition to rank 8 decks, with the only issue being there were not any good rank 8 decks at the time. Oceania was a couple of days later, and unfortunately this event, as usual, is the WCQ we know the least about, only having a confirmed top 8 breakdown, of which pure True Draco would once again crack, and thankfully this time, we have a deck list. Utilizing all sorts of special summon blocking consistency cards like Duality and Demise, True Draco could completely circumvent that thanks to their extra normal summons being normal summon, able to stick a quick Dynamite Knight into Masterpiece completely dominating a game, playing a decent suite of responsive cards to back up their tribute summon bosses, such as Forbidden Apocrypha to take out Zodiac combos, and Monarch Stormforth to take advantage of the quick summon trap. Ryan Slott would take the event on Zodiac, playing a very similar list to the EU WCQ winning list, Shuffle Reborn included. South America would be the same weekend, and we'd continue to see similar results to the other WCQ, seeing a nearly identical breakdown to Central America ironically enough. Rafael Jose Rodriguez de Souza would take the event on Zodiac, playing the pure variant that has, by this point, been mostly solidified. There would be one more set released between this and the NAWCQ, and this particular set would bring one specific reprint we had been waiting on at this point for quite some time. Battles of Legend Light's Revenge. Release date, July 7th, 2017. Set type, import, reprint set. Major strategies, pendulums, dinosaur, time lords. Impact, the long-awaited reprint of a meta-relevant prize card. Battles of Legend, as the name suggests, would be a successor to the Dragons of Legend packs that we've received up until this point for the past 3 years. After 3 Dragons of Legend sets, all of the dragons had been printed, and needing it to remain an import set for various OCG releases we simply didn't get, specifically those of the Collector's Pack series at the time, and needing a set in which we could receive reprints and erratas for specific cards, the Legend sets would be transitioned into the Battles of Legend series, which as of the time of writing this is still an active yearly series that continues to see printings. As such, while this isn't technically the inaugural set, as technically it's the 4th in the series of the Legend sets, it would be what marked the official start of taking the yearly sets more seriously, as this one started to actually do reprints for the meta at large that actually mattered. Quickly running through the imports, Pendulum Piles would see a couple of new pieces in Performapal Odd Eye Synchron, being just a mesh of archetype names for searching that can also be used to convert your scales into synchros, and Abyss Actor Curtain Raiser, able to summon itself out of scale if you control no monsters, being the only relevant effect it had, but still a solid one. The Time Lords would see their archetypal debut, being a continuation of the previous Medion the Time Lord, which were all boss monsters that can normal summon for no tributes if you control no monsters, return themselves at the end of the battle phase they battled to the deck for some effect, or in your standby phase for no effect, and standardly had a reason to not remove them stapled on. Honestly, these were never truly relevant, though they would see the occasional pop-up in rogue level stall strategies that never saw any real success. Giant Rex is able to summon itself if banished once per turn and gains 200 attack when you do, and Double Evolution Pill banishes a dino and a non-dino from hand or grave to summon a level 7 or higher dino from deck, ignoring summoning conditions. These two would be a pseudo pair for dinosaur decks, with Rex pairing nicely with Misk for summoning out a baby for max value, and Double Evolution Pill being a sort of break glass option to get yourself to UCT without burning a search. Both would see tech level play in Dinosaur for now. As for the reprints that need to be mentioned, there would be two relevant ones for the time being. Minerva, after her 2-year stint of being a price card exclusive extra deck staple, was finally released to the public. While the period she would have been massively relevant had passed with the limiting of grass, Minerva still would be a welcome addition to the extra decks of the average player. The other reprint that needs to be mentioned, albeit briefly, is Witch of the Black Forest, who would receive the same errata as Sangan as a hard once per turn, and locking the effects of that monster until the end of the turn, making her a prime candidate to return to the game on the next ban list. The NAWCQ would wrap up the WCQ season the same weekend, and while our dataset is incomplete, the results on hand would be fairly similar to other WCQs from this season, with Pure Zoo and Draco Zoo standing atop the meta at large, with Chester Henson taking the event on Draco Zoo, which had notably departed from being a splash of True Dracos into a pure Zoodiac deck, and instead was now a splash of Zoo cards into a mostly pure True Draco deck. Zombie Zoo would be one of the more interesting tops here thanks to the return of grass. With left arm offerings still available at 3 copies, the deck can still effectively operate with 4 copies of grass on hand, just 3/4 of the time requiring a hand banish to get there. This would lead into the year's starter deck, and with it would come a fundamental shift to the game as a whole that many players weren't quite ready for in many ways. Link Strike. Release date July 21st, 2017. Set type, starter deck. Major strategies, Cyberse, Link. Impact, a shock to the core of the game. Link Strike would be the precursor to the first set of the new era, and with it would come the new extra deck monster category of Link Monsters, and a shift to the game's rules colloquially referred to as Master Rule 4. With this change, the Pendulum zones would be removed from the board, instead now treating the left and rightmost spell trap zones as your Pendulum zone, and new zones above the center left and center right columns would be added, known as the extra monster zones. With this change, from now on, a monster summoned from the extra deck would now be required to be summoned to either an EMZ or to a zone the new monster category of links have an arrow pointing towards. This meant that overnight, fusions, synchros, exceeds, and pendulum summoned from the extra deck no longer could be used in the capacity they have been standardly for the past 15 years of the TCG, and that change would cause a massive amount of backlash upon initial announcement among the more casual bases of the game, as it effectively made many strategies completely unplayable under these new rules. As for the new links, each have a summon requirement and a link rating, sending monsters equal to the link rating to the grave to perform a link summon, which you can use a link monster as multiple monsters equal to that monster's link rating, or as just one. These links have 2 distinct features that made them heavily different from previous monster categories, those being a lack of defense value, meaning the monster could not be played in or changed to defense mode, and the addition of link arrows to the card itself, which denotes what additional zones can be used to summon extra deck monsters to while on the field. At this stage, we only had 3 Link monsters, all sporting the new monster type of Cyberse. Link Spider is a Link 1 that takes any normal monster, which can include tokens, and can special summon a level 4 or lower normal to a zone it points to from hand once per turn. Honeybot is a Cyberse locked Link 2 that gives monsters it points to battle destruction immunity and effect targeting protection. Decode Talker is a Link 3 that takes 2+ effect monsters, gains 500 for every monster it points to, and can negate an opponent's card that targets your card by tributing a monster it points to. On initial inspection, Honeybot was discarded immediately, Decode was slotted in as the token Link for decks to use, and Link Spider probably had the most talk surrounding it thanks to its ability to convert tokens into Link material, which brought back the classic DM era staple of Scapegoat into the conversation as a massive Link material swarm, but also Go Through the Vague Shadow became a 1-card Decode Talker with Link Spider converting the tokens, which would actually see some play for this period. This initial week period of links wouldn't last long, as the next core set would release 2 weeks later, and with it, the Arc 5 era would come to a close, and a new era would begin, for better and for worse.